On a quiet day, a man reaches for a bag of chips while a young girl watches him. Unfortunately, the bag he grabs has a defect, and most of the chips spill onto the floor. The girl accuses him of trying to steal the snacks, but he quickly denies it. At that moment, the store's television, normally reserved for news broadcasts, interrupts with an urgent announcement. A minor earthquake has occurred nearby, though its magnitude is small and there are no casualties. Experts warn that its intensity is steadily increasing. Precautionary measures will need to be considered. Outside, a group of students glance towards something unusual. In an instant, an enormous structure erupts from the ground, sending dirt flying and shattering the store's glass windows. Dust fills the air, but the man shields the girl from harm. She, however, is far less concerned about the debris than about the strange object that has emerged across England, Japan, and every nation worldwide. Similar mysterious, towering structures of colossal scale appear without explanation. People soon name them the Towers of Nightmares. Select individuals receive invitations to become Tower Walkers, heroes tasked with saving the world. Those who accept are transported directly into the tower's battlefields and granted the blessings of the interface system, allowing them to acquire items and powerful skills almost as if they were inside a game. But they quickly discover that this is no game at all. The new recruits watch countless screens showing events outside as the tower announces an impending tower impact in their world. Outside, construction workers notice a figure high above and shout for them to come down while others call the authorities. But this is no person, it is a demon, with many more following behind. This marks the onset of a catastrophe. From the towers, monsters pour onto the Earth's surface in an event soon named the Tower Impact. Sirens wail as people flee, while the military attempts to subdue the creatures. Even tank shells prove useless, leaving the beasts to wreak havoc unchecked. In the chaos, 1/3 of the world's population is wiped out. The Tower Walkers, those who accepted the invitation, can only watch helplessly as humanity is slaughtered. One recalls the message in the invitation about saving the world, urging everyone not to lose hope. They vow to climb the tower and save what remains of humanity. With their special abilities and unique qualifications, the Walkers begin their assault on the tower to halt the complete annihilation of humankind. They come to an apparently impenetrable wall. As they relentlessly strike it with their weapons, the wall slowly crumbles, revealing a glowing stone. Upon closer inspection, they realize it is a return stone, capable of sending its user back to the moment they first received the invitation, retaining all memories from that point onward. The group is stunned by the stone's power. Hwang Inchin, the Walker's captain, announces he will be the one to test it. As he activates the stone, a burst of blue light blinds everyone. When their vision clears, Inchin is vanished completely. The others are left bewildered, wondering if he will simply reappear in the same place, even if he has traveled to the past. Sakamoto, a former science professor, suggests the answer might be straightforward. Inchin has indeed returned to the past, but in doing so, the timeline has split, creating a separate reality. Drawing on established scientific concepts such as the multiverse and parallel universe theories, Sakamoto explains that their current situation is the result of a fractured timeline. When Inchin journeyed into the past, their worlds diverged completely. The Walkers struggle to process this revelation, but at least they know Inchin truly returned to the past. However, his actions there will not necessarily change anything in their current world. As far as they know, the tower has never lied about the function of an item. The return stone genuinely allows them to travel back to a world where the timeline has split. All of this is mere speculation, of course, but they cannot dismiss the possibility that everyone who uses the stone is transported to the same split timeline. The items within this tower defy the very limits of human understanding. Around that time, the second tower impact struck the outside world. Before humanity could be completely annihilated, the Walkers faced a critical decision. Would they use the stones to return to the past, or remain in the tower and meet a grim fate? In a savage battle against an equally savage beast, most of them were being wiped out. When it became clear the situation was hopeless, some began using their return stones. One by one, they vanished, until only a single member of the party remained. Falling to his knees, he accepted that this was the day he would die. Then, a figure wielding 2 daggers tore through the towering beast, completely annihilating it, before asking the surviving man if he was alright. The man nodded, and soon more walkers emerged from behind the dagger wielder. One of them scoffed, wondering aloud how so many could have chosen to run away. The lone survivor could only weep, and his savior thanked him for holding out until the very end. They handed him a stone. These were the only ones left in the tower who had never been tempted by the return stone's humanity's last line of defense. The final warriors, Carpe Diem. One fateful day, most of them lay dead on the ground. One of the few still standing asked, "When did everything go so wrong?" Earlier, during a battle with a monster, the dagger wielder had urged Jaehwan to strike. Moving in from behind, Jaehwan joined in a combination attack that brought the creature down. He asked about casualties, and the dagger wielder replied that, fortunately, there had been none that day. The injured would recover with healing and rest. Perhaps, at this pace, they might even reach the final floor. As some waved to them, Jaehwan waved back, then noticed the monster had dropped something. It was the suppressing dragon sword, infused with the power of both sun and moon, a weapon forged by the tiger ghost, master of the 85th floor, over 1,000 days for the sole purpose of slaying a dragon. Picking it up, he recalled Jaehwan's words. They might indeed reach the final floor. Everything seemed to be moving in their favor. But when they reached the 98th floor, the chamber of purgatory, reality struck mercilessly. Most of his comrades were dead or dying, leaving him as the last one standing. The beast slammed him against a wall, leaving his vision blurred and his body weak. In his heart, he knew it was over. Everything they had endured together, was it all just to die like a dog in this cursed place? The beast charged, unleashing a torrent of flames, but Jaehwan suddenly struck from behind, landing powerful blows. He urged Jaehwan to rise, warning that he could not defeat the creature alone. The beast moved too quickly, however, and impaled Jaehwan on its horn, a wound beyond healing. Jaehwan cried out in anguish as the beast slammed Jaehwan into the wall. Watching helplessly, he summoned every last ounce of strength, grasped his sword, and charged. In that single second where everything would be decided, Jaehwan emerged victorious. He told Jaehwan they should move, but the wound was too deep. In his hand was a return stone, already activated. He apologized. Jaehwan thought of how this man had never once lost his smile, even in the cruel and unforgiving tower, a trait that had earned him the title, the Smile Knight. That same Smile Knight lost his smile today for the first time. Chu urged him to go before he changed his mind, so he walked away. The stone Jaehwan was holding was far too shabby, its power having faded long ago. As he climbed a set of stairs, he thought about Chuan, who was much stronger than he had originally believed. Thanks to that strength, he became convinced it was possible to reach the top of this hellish tower. In his final moments, he sat by a window and murmured that if it were him, perhaps this world had not yet lost its hope. With those last words, the smiling knight's life came to an end. Jaehwan paused at the door to the next floor, thinking of Jaehwan and what a steadfast friend he had been all this time. Gathering his courage and resolve, he moved forward into the 99th tower, which appeared to be a vast snowfield. Within it, he dodged countless attacks from a beast that urged him to give up, claiming the situation was hopeless. But Jaehwan refused, or perhaps the beast was simply too tired of playing with him so soon. It continued its assault, and later, Jaehwan hid beneath it. This infuriated the beast, which hated the game of hide and seek they had fallen into. It had been 10 whole years since he first reached the 99th floor. Though he had faced many dire situations on his way to the 98th floor, the dangers of the 99th were incomparable to any below. The boss of this floor was the Ice Dragoness. Its breath, a chill from a forgotten land, was almost impossible to endure. Even with his cold resistance maximized, Jaehwan knew that without the equipment abandoned by previous walkers, he would have perished much earlier. He carried the suppressing dragon sword from the 85th floor, the ice demon armor gifted to him by Jaehwan, and the Flame King's bracelet from Hannesio. He still regretted being too weak to protect her, and her image haunted him to this day. As he recalled how she died, the blacksmith interrupted his thoughts, asking if he truly intended to challenge the 99th tower again. Jaehwan confirmed it, feeling that now he could finally overcome it. The blacksmith of Atopos, Jae, wondered aloud if that would truly be the case. Atopos was the village reclaimed after the defeat of the 50th floor boss, the monstrous dragon Altaminos. Though countless injured or dead walkers arrived each day, hope was never completely lost. Priests had established emergency rescue units for walkers too injured to continue, and the blacksmiths of the workshops forged equipment free of charge for those still fighting for humanity's survival. Jaehwan observed that Jae appeared to be the only blacksmith left in Atopos. Jae told him not to remind him, since Jaehwan was his only customer anyway. More troubling was that supplies from the lower floors were dwindling rapidly. A few months ago, minerals still came in, but now they were nearly impossible to find. Jaehwan reasoned that this was inevitable, as barely any humans remained alive in the tower. He no longer knew what year it was. More than 10 tower impacts had already occurred, and since then, no one had been summoned to the first floor. Humanity on Earth was likely wiped out. Jae chose not to respond to this, instead asking if nothing had been troubling him on his climbs lately. Jaehwan found the question odd. At the location where the first return stone had been discovered, he had seen strange markings on the wall, markings that could not have been made by any human. And if not by a person, then by whom? Still, he said he had found nothing of particular note. Jae recalls that 2 days ago, Grandma Hyline vanished. In the tower, people do not age, so if someone disappears, it can only mean one of two things. Either they returned to the past using a stone, or they jumped from the tower. Hyline from Hyline's potion and Jae from Jae's workshop were the only remaining support-type walkers. Jae continued working tirelessly when Jaehwan suggested that he should teach him the blacksmithing skill. Jae paused his forging, and Jaehwan smiled. Later, upon returning to the 99th floor, Velkays remarked that Jae must be tired of playing hide and seek. He then congratulated him, noting that no human had ever reached the 99th floor alone since the creation of the tower. At the very least, Velkays said, he would acknowledge Jae as an extraordinary human and recognize his existence. Jaehwan found it amusing that the last one to acknowledge him would be a monster rather than a human. He observed that the place would feel empty after he killed Velkays. However, Velkays was certain such an outcome was impossible. Jaehwan prepared to attack and demanded to know why Velkays was so confident, pointing out that even the armor Velkays took pride in was beginning to crack. Velkays found Jaehwan's arrogance irritating and declared that their game was over. The battle raged until Jaehwan could fight no longer, his left arm and leg restrained. Velkays asked why he continued struggling to the very end, pointing out that even if he persevered, his fate would be one of solitude and crushing nothingness. Jaehwan retorted that Velkays talked far too much for a being like him, then broke free of the restraints, ready to strike once more. Velkays warned that another thrust would achieve nothing and advised him to surrender, claiming that skill alone could not defeat him. Jaehwan had started raiding the tower later than most, missing out on rare opportunities such as secret classes and special skills, which were quickly taken by others. Because of this, he abandoned the pursuit of other abilities and devoted himself entirely to mastering one thing, the thrust. He thrust again and again, eventually slaying over 50 million monsters with it. His comrades even joked that his very identity was thrust. Over time, his technique evolved faster, sharper, and far more powerful. Eventually, his thrust surpassed its original purpose, rivaling, or even surpassing, the strength of hidden skills. But unlike a skill, it consumed no spirit power, allowing him to fight without tiring. Even so, Velkays' armor was far too durable. After hundreds of thrusts, Jaehwan had only managed to leave minor scratches. Velkays then used his position to prepare an attack, and Jaehwan realized dodging was no longer an option. In that moment, he saw a familiar light, the same one he had witnessed on the 98th floor. Deciding to put everything into a single strike, he launched his attack with all his might. The blow landed with tremendous force, leaving Velkays shocked that he had actually managed to damage him. However, Velkays noted it was insufficient, as such an attack should have destroyed his entire jaw. He warned Jaehwan not to grow overconfident from landing a single hit, then rose into the air, declaring that this time he would finish him for good. Velkays unleashed a beam, pursuing the fleeing Jaehwan. Jaehwan realized that if Velkays kept attacking from above, his chances of victory were slim. Velkays landed beside him and remarked that it was unfortunate if there had been 10 more humans like Jaehwan, Perhaps Velkes could have been slain. He added that if his race had not been deceived by the mayor's stone, their fate as a species might have been entirely different. Jaehwan demanded to know what he meant, but Velkes had no intention of explaining further and lunged at him with his claw. Jaehwan manages to escape and, standing at the doorway, reflects that if Velkes' claw had even grazed him, it would have meant his death. His mind lingers on Velkes' words about the mayor's stone, wondering what it could be. The battle had raged for 5 long years, but at last Velkes took his final step, and the system flooded Jaehwan with countless congratulatory messages. The barrage of pop-ups irritated him, prompting him to ask Velkes about the mayor's stone. Velkes replies that Jaehwan already knows the answer though. In time, he will learn everything. On the final floor, Velkes drops the ice dragon sword, imbued with his own breath. Jaehwan picks it up, noting it hardly resembles a sword at all. From a mass of black, viscous substance, a doorway forms, and Jaehwan steps inside. Above it, glowing sigils appear, spelling out "Control Room." On the other side, he is met with countless monitors displaying scenes from within the tower, the summoning grounds, autotopos, everything. From behind, a voice remarks that it is surprising he arrived here so soon, expecting Jaehwan would have visited the village first. Jaehwan prepares to attack, but the voice advises him not to be so tense, adding that he had forgotten to broadcast an important message, so Jaehwan should wait a moment. A system notification then appears, congratulating him for being the first to clear the tutorial games in World 294. His achievement is now recorded in the Undying Library, the Akashic Records, preserved so that only the monarchs of the Almighty Land can view it. Jaehwan ignores most of the message, fixating on a single question: what does it mean by tutorial? His world shatters as the man steps into view, acknowledging the shock but advising him to recover quickly, lest his emotions consume him. Unfortunately, the warning comes too late. Still, the man reassures him, noting he has done exceptionally well for a mere human. Suddenly, something shifts the water, reflecting Jaehwan's emotions clears. The stranger notes his quick recovery, faster than expected. Jaehwan demands to know who he is. The man apologizes, saying he was too excited to meet him and forgot to introduce himself. To think that Jaehwan reached the 100th floor alone, something that has never happened before. He introduces himself as Bestrain, a demon and the current master of the Tower of Nightmares, the very tower Jaehwan has just conquered. Jaehwan remarks that if all of this was merely a tutorial, then the real game has yet to begin. Bestrain praises his quick deduction, but says there is something he must see first. With a snap of his fingers, a large screen appears, displaying the moment Jaehwan first entered the tower. Jaehwan watches, eyes widening, as Bestrain comments on how fresh she looked back then, noting it has been a long time since he last saw those scenes. The footage shows Yunin introducing Jaehwan to the party, and Bestrain says his favorite part is about to play a moment they never saw coming, a true tearjerker. He claims he cried endlessly watching it, then asks Jaehwan how he feels about it. Regret, anger, sadness. Such feelings are natural, but ultimately pointless now. Still, out of pity, Bestrain offers him a rare gift, the chance to start the game over from the very beginning. It would be just like the novels of Jaehwan's world, where the protagonist restarts with all memories intact. Jaehwan hesitates. Torn wasn't his purpose to save the world by climbing the tower. That's what the invitation had promised. But now, it seems they had been deceived from the very start. There was never a way to stop the tower's impact. The only thing they could ever do was keep raiding this cursed tower. The salvation of humanity had always been nothing more than a false hope of fluke. Jaehwan observed that Bestrain likely already knew this well, yet he still vowed never to return to the past. Bestrain burst into laughter, so violently that only his massive mouth seemed to remain visible. Was Jaehwan truly speaking about the past? Bestrain decided it was time to make things clear to avoid any further confusion. He explained that no item within the tower, nor in the Almighty Land, had the power to send anyone back to the past. Jaehwan recalled the existence of a return stone in the tower only to realize something unsettling. That stone was the mayor's stone Velkes had once mentioned, the very object that had deceived them. Bestrain confirmed it, revealing that its true name was indeed the mayor's stone, and that it did not return people to the past. Instead, it trapped them within dreams crafted by the mayor himself. B-Strain admitted he could never have imagined until they reached the 77th floor that there existed a race so consumed with the idea of returning to the past. Only humans carried such an obsession. Chu affirmed this, and B-Strain congratulated him for keeping a cool head. But it was time, he said, to begin the real game. This wasn't about going back, it was more akin to starting a new game plus. He expressed his trust that Jaehwan would make the wiser choice. Without hesitation, Jaehwan pressed no, leaving B-Strain perplexed. John explained that, thanks to B-Strain, he now understood the tower's true nature. A system tab appeared, revealing the tower's details. It was the Stronghold of Regrets, the second creation of the Nightmare's architect, Mara Mullick. Jaehwan stated that he had already entered the mayor's dream forged by the tower, and if that was the case, he would hunt the mayor down and advance to the next floor. B-Strain sighed, telling him there was nothing beyond that floor, as it simply did not exist. Jaehwan refused to believe him. B-Strain speculated aloud that perhaps Jaehwan was doing this because the reward of returning to the past with his memories intact seemed too meager. At that moment, Jaehwan drove his sword into B-Strain's neck, severing his head. Though irritated, B-Strain attempted to bargain, offering hidden items or skills, anything he desired, for he had certainly earned them. But Jaehwan declined, saying he needed none of those things. As B-Strain's head reformed, he asked whether Jaehwan truly had no wish to return to his original world. Since Jaehwan had realized he was within a dream of the tower, the so-called tower impacts had never truly existed. With a snap of his fingers, the scenery shifted to the outside world. Everyone appeared alive, healthy, and safe, leaving Jaehwan in a daze. B-Strain believed he finally understood no one had truly died. For someone like Jaehwan, who drew meaning from living among others, this must be a great relief. Yet B-Strain said he had forgotten to show the most important truth. Another snap of his fingers transported them to a hospital room, where every awakened individual lay comatose. Jaehwan gazed at his unconscious body, asking if that was truly him. B-Strain remarked on how clean and unscathed he looked. In the tower, decades had passed, but in the real world, only a single month had gone by. Worse still, Jaehwan could never realistically hope to defeat him. Compared to B-Strain, a mighty dragon, Jaehwan was nothing more than a human who had barely survived the tutorial. Jaehwan, however, smirked in relief. If B-Strain was a dragon, then he already had experience hunting one. B-Strain found his cheeky defiance irritating, and so their long battle began. Much later, B-Strain wandered into Jay's store, only to find it empty. As he worked on a blade, he recalled that yesterday had marked Jaehwan's 72nd attempt. Every day, without pause, Jaehwan had challenged him, never landing a single mark, yet never dying either. It seemed B-Strain was deliberately keeping him alive. That's why, no matter how many days or years it takes, he will defeat him. B-Strain watches from several monitors, thinking to himself that patience is necessary. This man is a valuable product, one he intends to sell. A very special product. In all his experience as a professional cultivator, he has never encountered anything quite like this. A cultivator's role is to ensure that a product adapts safely to the almighty land, guiding it through a secondary cultivation process so that it matures and improves in quality. The primary method is to cull the undesirable seeds, leaving only the strongest behind, a process carried out through the tutorial game. Once complete, the chosen product can truly begin to grow in the real game. The secondary process then provides the selected seeds with the ideal water and soil needed for growth. But to think that a product would refuse to proceed to the next stage, it's unthinkable. Should he simply take a gamble and kill him? After all, death inside the tower does not destroy the soul. Yet, what if their differences cause harm? The harvesters would certainly not overlook that. He must raise this one into a flawless diamond and sell him at the highest price. It's time he cultivated a high-ranking demon. There's also the matter of repaying the loan he took to purchase this tower. This individual is so extraordinary that even gods who never strike deals with demons have reached out to him. In their next battle, B-Strain asks plainly what he truly desires. Doesn't he tire of this little game they keep playing? If he would simply begin the real game, B-Strain would be more than satisfied with the results. So why keep resisting? With a sudden motion, Beastrain summons a massive ice wall and positions himself behind Jaehwan. Before Jaehwan can react, Beastrain slams him into the wall. His patience is at its limit. He tries desperately to convince Jaehwan to begin the next game, even offering secret skills and powerful items. Why, in all that is good, does he insist on continuing something so utterly pointless? Jan's answer is simple. He will hunt him down and proceed to the next floor. The response drives Beastrain into a frenzy. What must he do to even make him consider playing the real game? Hua, however, believes this is the moment he has been waiting for now. He can use Beastrain. He has a request. They sit at a table, and Beastrain warns him not to be too surprised by the information he is about to share. Their universe is not composed of a single dimension. Jaehwan replies that he already knew. After all, parallel universes and the multiverse are common topics of speculation on Earth. Beastrain elaborates. There is one primary dimensional level known as the Almighty Land. Beneath it are countless alternate branches. Earth is merely one of the many small planets scattered among these alternations, designated as the 294th world. In the Tower of Nightmares, where they currently are, walkers can acquire skills and items, improve their stats, and adapt to the Almighty Land system, earning the chance to travel to entirely new worlds. For demons like him, their role is to support the game. Jaehwan asks a simple question: why is he doing this? Beastrain smiles knowingly, suggesting that this isn't the real question on his mind. Snapping his fingers, he guesses that Jaehwan is really wondering, among all the countless alternate worlds, why did the Tower of Nightmares come to his? Why were he and his people forced into such a fate? With a growing grin, Beastrain states that his world was chosen simply by chance. Jaehwan cuts him off, demanding he stop. What he truly wants to know is why someone like Beastrain is operating this tower. This surprises Beastrain. He attempts to dodge the question, claiming it's simply something his race volunteers to do. But Jaehwan's expression makes it clear he doesn't believe him. However, demons truly do enjoy volunteering. Many of them personally watch over other special walkers on different planets. They have created a paradise where humans, monsters, and demons coexist peacefully. The Harvesters, however, have reached the limit of their patience and are now demanding that he finish this task at once. He attempts to persuade Jaehwan one final time, but Jaehwan does not believe him for a moment. It appears Jaehwan can also read the Harvester's words. Earlier, Jaehwan examined his status window and saw that all his stats had been maxed out. Yet even with this, he cannot seem to defeat Beastrain no matter what he tries. Can humans truly be reduced to nothing in this world system? That's when he feels something stir in his chest. Looking forward, he notices a glowing light emanating from the ice. He reaches out and touches it. The light transforms into both fine particles and rough sugar-like cubes, shifting form with each change. These particles are the very essence of the world, and no matter their form, he instinctively understands what they are. This, it seems, is why he can read the monarch's messages. When he inquires about them, Beastrain is pleased that he has shown some interest. The monarch are the rulers of the Almighty Land, and typically, those who clear the game and enter their world are invited to join one of their ranks. Chan asks further about the possibility of joining forces with them. Beastrain explains that the choice of monarch will drastically shape one's future. If Chan follows his advice and does as he instructs, Beastrain swears upon his honor as a demon that he will devote all his power to placing him under a great monarch. Of course, this offer only applies if Chan is truly willing to participate in the main game. Jaehwan remarks that he sounds like someone trying to sell him insurance, but nonetheless agrees to follow his lead. In exactly 10 days, he will be out of this place. 9 days later, Jaehwan continues to practice his thrust technique while Beastrain watches in boredom, knowing he only needs to be patient for one more day. Then he will finally have the chance to repay those who deceived him with this tower. If he had not been deceived in the first place, he would not be enduring this ordeal. The tower he purchased turned out to be a first-generation antique so ancient that no one could even determine its true age. Those corrupt mayors sold it to him as though it were an incredible deal. If only it had been a third-generation tower, it would have possessed the function to forcibly end the tutorial without damaging the product. But with this fair and square tower, the game cannot be ended without the product's consent. In truth, what could he have done differently? It seems that in this world, poverty is a sin. He can only hope that tomorrow this nightmare will end. The next day, he offers Jaehwan a wealth of tips and a detailed summary of what lies ahead. Soon, the message to end the tutorial game appears once again. Beastrain asks if he has memorized everything, and Jaehwan confirms it. Now, all that remains is for him to press the yes button. Beastrain, having waited so long for this moment, sheds a tear of joy. But before the relief can settle in, Jaehwan strikes him once again. Beastrain demands to know what he is doing, but deep down, he already knows the answer. Jaehwan is simply hunting him. After becoming aware of the particles, his thrusting motion grew unstable. Each time he struck, a strange discomfort ran through him, as though one of his senses had suddenly awakened. Without hesitation, he struck Beastrain with incredible force and speed. Is this what it means to truly feel alive? Later, on the 91st floor, a place used as a breeding ground, Beastrain remarked that he had never encountered anyone like him before, adding that it would have been easier for both of them if things had been this way sooner. Isn't that right? He asked. Jaehwan questioned what Beastrain was planning, reminding him that he couldn't finish the tutorial without Jaehwan's direct consent. Beastrain agreed, but admitted he had abandoned any hope of obtaining that consent long ago. This time, however, he wanted to ask a single question. Why did Jaehwan believe this tutorial would go on forever? In reality, the Tower of Nightmares was designed to end automatically 100 days after the tutorial was cleared. His only option was to restrain Jaehwan and wait for the main game to begin. Jaehwan recalled that, in the Almighty Land, Beastrain was known as the Gentleman of Cajolment, a being who had lived for 784 years and traveled through 128 worlds, committing the same vile cultivation against peaceful races. When Beastrain tried to ask how Jaehwan knew this, Jaehwan cut him off, saying he had intended to hand Beastrain over to the harvester known as the Jet Black Monarch. A cold sweat formed on Beastrain's brow. He demanded to know who Jaehwan truly was, alarmed that the prize he had been nurturing for so many years was now breaking free. Jaehwan shattered his restraints effortlessly and, like an eagle, lunged at Beastrain. Fear gripped Beastrain, forcing him to retreat. Somehow, he had been injured, and when he looked closer, he was shocked to see Jaehwan holding the overload adapter. The day after Jaehwan reached the 100th floor, he had been plagued by countless doubts. The very essence of the world felt as if it were tearing apart, and that was when the whispers began. Eventually, he reached a state beyond all doubt, piercing straight through to the heart of understanding itself. Beastrain, astonished by his power, severed the link, lifting the temporal restrictions and allowing Jaehwan's full strength to emerge. He warned Jaehwan that he would no longer hold back. Even though Jaehwan had adapted with remarkable speed after completing the tutorial, Beastrain reminded him that humans have limits. Against the mighty Beastrain, he could not hope to win. Jaehwan wondered if this was truly his end as the count continued to rise. The battle raged on, and Beastrain told him that sooner or later, he would have to take part in the game, meaning that by resisting, Jaehwan was only depriving himself. As the count reached its peak, a yellow light appeared in Jaehwan's eye. It was the same thread of opportunity that had saved him countless times before. He lunged forward, leaving Beastrain utterly stunned. This was no longer simple adaptation. How could he be doing this? Jaehwan struck him with devastating force and spoke with finality. Humans are not toys to be played with, not insignificant objects to be discarded, and not products to be sold. He would no longer follow their designs. He would destroy this place, ascend to the next floor, and keep climbing further and further until their perfect world lay in ruins. Beastrain pleaded for him to stop, insisting there was no such thing as a next level. Jaehwan disagreed. They had not summoned him here for nothing. The scribbles scattered across various floors were the work of a certain artist and his suffering. On the 47th floor, Jaehwan had discovered that the Tower of Nightmares was nothing more than a hollow imitation of the first demon, the highest branch of the illusion tree. He is almost certain that these markings were created by Mullik, the architect of the tower. If this truly is the root of the illusion tree, then logically, it must also have a trunk. His conclusion is simple: if he breaks through the ceiling, he should find it. He attempts exactly that, and Beastrain howls in agony as his tower is torn apart. The system struggles to redirect events onto their intended path, but it fails. Instead, it announces that while the main game was not completed, the tutorial game has officially ended. Jaehwan is then transported into a dense, jungle-like world. Taking in the sight, he remarks that after so many years, he has finally found it. Strange, dog-like creatures soon surround him, eager to sink their teeth into his flesh. One charges at him, but with a single light thrust, he dispatches it instantly. Moments later, a massive beast, resembling the smaller ones, emerges. Jaehwan knows a light thrust will not suffice here, so he delivers a normal thrust instead, killing it in one blow. He removes the creature's horns, noting how surprisingly weak the monsters in this place seem. Then he hears voices nearby. Investigating the source of the commotion, he spots several green-skinned creatures glaring at him, clearly displeased that he has touched the horns. Even with his questionability, he cannot fully comprehend their speech. Pointing to the horns, he proposes a trade. He only seeks some information. But the creatures are not interested in talking. One swings at him repeatedly, testing his patience. Finding them more irritating than threatening, he swiftly eliminates them all within minutes, sparing only one for interrogation. His first question is about their location, but the survivor refuses to answer. Grabbing the creature by its antennae, Jaehwan demands it speak in a way he can understand. In response, the creature warns that he will die, then bites its own tongue. Jaehwan notes that while their strength is lacking, their willpower is formidable. Planting the antennae into the ground, he begins looting the bodies for anything useful. Among the spoils, he finds a small dimensional pouch with a storage capacity of 2 cubic meters. It functions much like an inventory, something especially valuable now, as he has been unable to interact with the system since leaving the tower. He had expected to access interface systems in other dimensional worlds, but once again, Beast Rain seems to have deceived him. Fortunately, he can still use question to identify items. Analyzing a shimmering stone, he learns it is a spirit stone, capable of increasing spiritual energy. This makes him wonder if these stones, though varying in color, might all have been crafted by the green creatures. They are certainly valuable, given their luster. When it finishes, Jaehwan notices a map left behind. It depicts a place called Chaos, a location Beast Rain never mentioned. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of people is being pursued by beasts. One woman hurls knives at the creatures, but accidentally strikes one of her own allies. She quickly apologizes, and he lets it slide mainly because he finds her attractive. However, she apologizes again when she realizes she has unintentionally lured a massive bourne straight toward the group. Jaehwan watches the group from above, quickly noticing that the woman appears to be the strongest among them. Could they be on bad terms for her to act this way? If this continues, they'll all end up dead. Still, how could people this weak have possibly cleared the tower, especially with skills like that? The red-haired man charges forward to attack, and the woman moves to assist, but her efforts go awry and she strikes him directly in the ear. She laughs awkwardly while apologizing, but he curses at her incompetence. She retorts that he doesn't have to be so rude. After all, she was only trying to help. He starts to respond, but the beast makes a move to swallow him whole. At that moment, Jaehwan leaps down, landing directly on the beast and ending its life in a single strike. As the dust settles, Jaehwan stands revealed with his sword in hand. The group stares in shock. After exchanging a few words, Jaehwan offers them the Bourne's corpse. The woman bites her nails in frustration, prompting him to ask if the horn is especially important. They explain that it is taking down a Bourne typically requires at least 10 people. Jaehwan muses that since he had recently defeated a monster with even more horns, it seems logical that the more horns a beast has, the stronger it is. The woman steps forward, demanding to know his identity. She insists there isn't a single adapter in Chaos capable of killing a Bourne with one thrust. Jaehwan turns to her and simply asks what Chaos is, leaving her visibly surprised. As they walk, the group's leader asks if Jaehwan is truly just passing through this place. Jaehwan confirms, and the leader notes it's unusual for a stranger to speak their language so fluently, though he admits language barriers are rare here. The leader asks again if Jaehwan truly doesn't mind them keeping the Bourne. Jaehwan confirms they can have it. The woman, however, grows more curious. For a supposed passerby, He possesses extraordinary power, able to kill a born in one blow without using any skills. She attempts a detailed inquiry on him, but it fails. Even so, she estimates his spirit power to be about equal to that of a non-adapter. Who is this man, really? Leaning in, she quietly tells him she has a question. Across all of Chaos, there are only a handful of adapters capable of killing a born with a single strike. She wants to know who he is and where he came from. Jaehwan responds with a question of his own. What is Chaos? She wonders aloud if he's mocking her, but when he denies it, she presses him on why he keeps asking the same thing. He simply stares at her for several seconds. She wonders if he truly doesn't understand her words, or if the question of who he is might simply be too difficult for him to answer. Jaehwan eventually explains she already understands what he means, but as for who he is, that's complicated. Where he belonged, and the relationships he had on Earth, all became meaningless the moment he was brought to the tower. In exchange, he gained new friends and forged new memories here. But as the tutorial came to an end, those friends disappeared, like a mirage. They are likely back on Earth now, but because his clear reward was to keep all of his memories while starting over, they wouldn't remember him or anything they experienced together in the tower. He concludes by saying he doesn't remember anything. She looks apologetic at first, but quickly reveals her skepticism. She doesn't believe his claim. He points out that he never once mentioned amnesia, but she insists it makes no difference. Is he perhaps the mighty of the abyss? Jaehwan has no idea what she's talking about, and tells her to stop nagging him. Finally, he draws his weapon, which is clearly hungry. She stares in shock. This must be it. That spirit weapon, surely it's the source of his strength. Spirit weapons are an uncommon sight, and the other party members have clearly noticed it as well. Their eyes glimmer with a mix of anticipation and greed. She's irritated that someone like him has managed to ruin her flawless plan. But then, a thought strikes her. She decides to stop pressing him about his identity on one condition. In return, she would like to make him an offer. Would he be willing to hear it? Mino, as she calls herself, proceeds to explain the fundamentals of what chaos is and shares a few details about the party they are currently traveling with. Most notably, she reveals that they are a vile group belonging to a clan known as Red Fox. Her intention is clear. She's essentially asking him to kill them all. For now, he remains cautious, especially since she warns that they will soon attempt to attack him. When night falls, the leader suggests they make camp nearby, as traveling after dark could provoke more horned monsters. They settle in, and Jaehwan reflects that according to the map he found, the village should be close. Using his comprehension now in its second stage, he overhears the group whispering among themselves. They've learned that he is at the level of a non-adapter, and it's apparent to them that the spirit sword has been carrying him through his battles thus far. Spirit weapons are treasures obtainable only in the abyss. Jaehwan suspects their intentions are far from friendly. What they don't know is that he acquired his weapon from the very root of the illusion tree. From what Beast Strn has said, the tower's equipment isn't particularly remarkable, so it's strange to him that so many people are interested in him. This only reinforces his suspicion that this is not the almighty land it's claimed to be. As the party prepares to move, Mino approaches first, remarking that he should ready that spirit weapon of his. Jaehwan replies that he doesn't have it at the moment. He lent it to someone for the night watch. She silently marvels at his boundless foolishness. Eventually, the party surrounds them. The leader calls him a fool, remarking that even if he had the mystical weapon, it would be useless against the mighty Red Fox. Mino asks if he truly wants to see more blood spilled tonight than usual. Jaehwan smiles, eager for the chance to witness her full abilities. The attackers charge, but Mino swiftly throws 2 knives, striking her targets cleanly in the head. She kicks another foe, then draws and throws another blade into the last remaining attacker. She lands lightly, apologizing for the force behind her throws, though she admits her anger made her strikes heavier than intended. From this moment forward, she vows they will all pay for what they've done. The leader declares that his suspicions of her began when she accidentally started luring monsters toward them. She is indeed the Witch of Massacre, just as he thought. But he demands to know who sent the Dark Forest clan after them. Mino dismisses the question. Countless people want them dead, left to rot within chaos, because they are murderers to the core. The leader lunges forward, stating that the Dark Forest clan would never intervene over such a matter. Wielding a spirit weapon, he accuses her of taking this request personally, warning that if that's the case, she won't leave alive tonight. She calls him cowardly for relying on a spirit weapon, but he replies that he has an insurance plan in place and she needn't worry about him. Scanning the surroundings, she senses that every opponent here is at least a stage 1 adapter, with perhaps 40 or more encircling the area. No wonder she felt so many presences earlier. The leader adds that besides her, the infamous Witch of Massacre, there's also the man who felled a beehorn with a single strike. So preparing this much is only natural, right? Still, if he had known he would obtain the spirit sword so easily, he wouldn't have summoned their master here. Mino is genuinely surprised. Black Fox himself has arrived, which means he must have plenty of free time these days. Clant, the Black Fox, the Red Fox clan master, and a stage 3 adapter remarks that she should feel honored by his presence, as they have gathered half of the Red Fox clan just for her. She replies that she is indeed honored, but since he is already free, couldn't he have waited a little longer? She thinks to herself that if they fought one-on-one, she might have a chance at winning. Turning to Jaehwan, she tells him she cannot protect him, but that he should escape quickly using the stone. When he asks what it is, Mino explains that it's a return stone, which will send him to the nearest fortress. She only has one with her at the moment, so he should use it and leave. It isn't a stone that would send someone to the past, its purpose is to save you in the present. He wonders how things might have turned out if Jaehwan had possessed this stone instead of that useless Marstone. Jaehwan asks if, given the chance to return to the past, she would take it. Mino admits that the timing isn't ideal for such a question, but she answers honestly, she would not. She has truly lived her life to the fullest, and if she is fated to die tonight, then so be it, she will not return to the past, regardless of the outcome. Jaehwan taps her shoulder and calmly tells her that she will not die. In that brief moment of confusion, he suddenly lunges forward, felling several opponents in a single strike. Clant unleashes the Fire King's 14 strikes to strengthen his subordinates, but Chan counters with Void, cutting through all of them before reaching Clant. Clant does his best to block, but the attack pierces through, leaving a massive hole in his chest. Terrified, the leader of the small group presents the spirit weapon to him, and Jaehwan uses it to eliminate the remaining enemies. Mino is stunned. She had thought he was a clumsy, dull-witted fool. She realizes she was completely wrong. He is strong, truly strong. She approaches and once more asks who he is. But Jaehwan wonders to himself, has she already forgotten? Perhaps she is the one with amnesia. She calls him narrow-minded and demands the return stone back. Jaehwan claims he lost it, which infuriates her, as such stones are very expensive. That night, they sit by the campfire. To Jaehwan, the moment feels unexpectedly peaceful. Mino continues searching for her return stone, questioning why she ever entrusted it to this foolish human in the first place. He suspects she has known what he was from the start, a human. She laughs, thinking he's joking, as she is human herself. Jaehwan clenches his fist and says it's good that she is. She looks at him, surprised by his expression. Is simply being human really enough for him? The next day, as they travel toward their destination, Mino asks if he truly has no memory of being in the Almighty Land before arriving here. He confirms that he does not. She admits she is envious of him. When he asks what is so enviable about losing his memories, she explains that not only she, but others as well, would feel the same once they knew, because it's obvious why most people come to chaos in the first place. He disagrees, saying it's not obvious to him, and asks how she ended up here. Her steps halt, and she warns him. If he truly understood the question he was asking, he would regret it greatly. Eventually, they arrive at the Gorgon Fortress. Jaehwan notices something near the entrance, a structure that resembles the summoning ground from the first floor of the tutorial. Suddenly, a large number of people appear, screaming as though they are in the throes of death or already dead. He knows exactly why they wear such expressions. Mino observes the crowd as well, recognizing that many have arrived this time. Now, she understands the answer to a question she had once asked, how people here descend into chaos. It is a question that should never be voiced in this place, the realm of the dead. Those who perish in the Almighty Land are sent here, and if they die again in this place, they become nourishment for the illusion tree. A few guards emerge from the fortress, and their commander instructs the newcomers to form a line so they can be issued blankets. As he continues attending to them, Mino calls out to him, addressing him as James. He turns, surprised to see her, and asks why she is at the northern checkpoint. She explains that she simply wandered here, and since they are not strangers, he allows her inside without delay. However, James warns her that circumstances have changed. Recently, they were ordered to check the identification of all who wish to enter the fortress. This news disappoints her, as the practice seems outdated. She asks Jaehwan whether he also lacks identification, and he responds with a nod. Seeing an opportunity, Mino approaches James. She apologizes for not having her identification, then produces the Born Horn. James discreetly slips it into his pocket and tells her she is free to pass. He then asks John for his identification, but naturally, John has none. Mino quickly intervenes, suggesting that if John pleads for her help, she might assist him, but only if he begs. James firmly states that without identification, John cannot enter the fortress. Jaehwan begins pulling something from his bag, and Mino's mind jumps to the worst possibility. Could he actually intend to kill the security troops? Considering how unpredictable he is, it seems entirely possible. She steps in front of him to defuse the situation just as a voice from behind them asks if there is a problem. Mino realizes they may be in serious trouble. The speaker is none other than the most well-known officer in Gorgon's forest, the cleanest checkpoint captain, the notoriously stubborn Carlton. He demands an explanation from James, who quickly provides one that the man before them is trying to enter the fortress without identification. Carlton states that such entry is prohibited. When Jaehwan asks why, Carlton explains that if someone cannot be verified due to lack of identification, the captain has the authority to deny them entry. This is in accordance with the entry law of Gorgon, Article 27, Paragraph 4. Carlton's use of his law skill forces everyone nearby to bow in compliance, a skill Mino finds particularly inconvenient. Jaehwan, however, easily cuts through the restraints placed upon him and tells Carlton to stop, declaring he has no reason or interest in hearing the law. He asks what is written on the identification. Carlton replies that it lists the bearer's name, organizational affiliation, job, criminal record, and similar details. Jaehwan responds that in that case, he will not be needing one since he refuses to identify himself. Puzzled by why his skill is ineffective against Jaehwan, Carlton attempts to use it again. Quoting Article 2, Paragraph 6, he announces that he will restrain him. Blue chains begin to wrap around Chan, but the moment they make contact, they shatter instantly. Everyone present is taken aback, especially the guards. Chian asks whether he can simply do what the woman just did. Mino reflects on her actions' straightforward bribery. The recipients of the bribe, along with their accomplices, now appear visibly uneasy about what might happen next. Jaehwan tosses him something, suggesting he simply take it and allow them inside. James immediately rebukes him for attempting something as base as bribery on the captain, going so far as to recommend the man's immediate execution. Carlton, however, has other plans. He has been expecting an emissary of the Dear Whisperer. Producing a scanning device, he begins examining Mino, revealing that her soul corruption has reached 15%. He advises her to take her medicine immediately, an instruction that Carlton firmly supports. Chan inquires about the meaning of soul corruption. Mino explains that it is a chronic condition affecting those who reside here. A person's soul gradually becomes tainted over time. Once the corruption reaches its limit, the outcome is inevitable, something Chan likely already suspects. This is why horned beasts, or more specifically their horns, are so valuable in this region. He saw for himself how readily the man accepted the bribe. This is because the offered item was the only known medicine that can slow soul corruption. They proceed to scan Jaehwan next. The device emits a red light, indicating no trace of corruption. Carlton smiles and returns the spirit stone to him, noting that he had already verified it. Jaehwan asks why he didn't keep it, and Carlton advises him not to hand it over carelessly, as it is highly valuable. Jaehwan also remarks that he is not the Dear Whisperer Carlton was expecting, to which Carlton responds that he already knew. Once inside, James questions whether it is truly wise to allow those people through. Carlton counters by asking if James knows what a spirit stone is. James replies that it is a rare item, particularly prized by adapters for boosting their energy. Carlton agrees, but adds that its value goes beyond that. Removing his glove, he reveals a hand marred by corruption. He explains that anyone who is not the Dear Whisperer cannot control the Spirit Stone without succumbing to advanced soul corruption, the sole exception being himself. Although the man they encountered may not be the Dear Whisperer, he is nonetheless able to wield the stone without harm. James asks whether he can really be trusted. Carlton clarifies that it is not the man he trusts, but his soul. The device that measures corruption showed an unprecedented result earlier, 0%. The instrument is not faulty. There is only one circumstance where it fails to detect corruption: when a soul is purer than any other within chaos. Furthermore, it ultimately does not matter whether he is the Dear Whisperer. All they need is someone capable of controlling the Spirit Stone. The inner fortress will decide what to do with him. James wonders if this has any connection to the Fortress Master's illness. Carlton admits he does not know much, but based on what he has just heard, someone intended to let them pass after accepting several bribes. Later, Jaehwan and Mino walk through the city streets. Jaehwan finds the layout complicated and feels burdened by Mino's presence. This is partly due to Carlton's strict adherence to rules, constantly reciting regulations and demanding identification. Unfortunately for her, Mino has no defense against his relentless bureaucracy. As they cross a bridge, Jaehwan asks where to find a skilled blacksmith. Someone nearby notices the spirit weapon he is carrying and smiles. Eventually, Mino regains her composure, but Jaehwan insists she go her own way from now on. She protests, calling it unfair to cast her aside like this. Is it because of what she did at the gate? Jaehwan replies that now that he is inside the fortress, he no longer needs her help. They are simply too different, and she should move on. Mino bites her lip but moves forward, unwilling to let him go just yet. She points out that he doesn't know his way around, and instead of asking strangers for directions, she can guide him herself. With a sigh, Jaehwan admits he is looking for the mayor. Mino claims to know a place where he might be found and asks if they should go there. Jaehwan agrees, but only after dealing with the group of people who have been following them. The goons are pleased to have finally found their targets, having heard rumors that the sword Jaehwan carries can shoot fire or something along those lines. Mino urges them to leave, warning that only death awaits if they continue meddling. They demand she speak more politely, explaining that the youngest among them is currently going through puberty and gets overly excited when people speak so crudely. It's not good for him, they insist, and if the group wants to be spared, they should hand over the sword along with a few valuables as a protection fee. Chu flatly refuses, while Mino is taken aback to learn that the towering giant is actually the youngest. The goons press them to grasp the seriousness of their situation quickly if they wish to avoid getting hurt. Mino, however, remains focused on how someone so massive could be the youngest, prompting the youngest to charge forward, declaring that her vulgarity must be punished. With a single thrust, Jaehwan severs the attacker's hand and someone's roof in the process. The group, insulted, declares they will never forgive him for injuring their precious little brother and vow to avenge him at all costs. One of them points out that he's still alive. Jaehwan, unfazed by their threats, simply stares back at them. They all rush in, swords drawn, and the sound of clashing steel rings out. As Jaehwan calmly cleans his blade, Mino asks if he really settles everything with just thrusts. He explains that indeed he does. It's the only thing he knows how to do. Light, medium, thrust, anything goes. Mino suspects he's joking, but recalls another fighter who only knew one technique, though that one used slashes instead of thrusts. She then questions why he missed his first attack, destroying the roof across from them. She knows it isn't because he lacks control over his power. Jaehwan explains that while dealing with the thugs, he sensed someone using a stealth skill on that very roof. He wanted to scare them off because they were getting on his nerves. Mino is shocked he would destroy a roof just to spook someone, but Jaehwan considers it perfectly normal. She then suggests giving his technique a grand name, like Infinite Assure Thrust, but he refuses, saying he dislikes flashy names. Eventually, they arrive at the Twilight Dusk Smithy, the place where Mare was forged, and one of the largest smithies in Gorgon. A worker informs them that if they're placing an order, they'll have to wait, as it's especially busy today. This is an artisan from the Naven smithy. Mino asks why it's so crowded, and he explains that the owner is away, leaving only him the deputy owner in charge. If they want something quickly, buying a completed piece would be faster than requesting a custom order. Inside, another deputy owner asks the apprentices if they want to drill a hole in a quad-horn sword, which will be finished once a jewel slot is added. The apprentices eagerly volunteer, to Michael's satisfaction. However, he warns them that quad-horn is extremely durable, and breaking it will be difficult. Still, he admires their spirit and offers a prize. Whoever manages to make the hole will become deputy owner for a day. The apprentices attempt the task, but even with their finest tools and most precise strikes, they fail to leave so much as a scratch. Michael remarks that hitting it like that will never work. It's disappointing, he says, as he had given them such a rare opportunity, but they simply lack the strength. Suddenly, Jaehwan steps forward, saying he'd like to try. Michael assumes he's a traveling artisan and tells him that no matter which smithy he's from, he won't succeed. Even Michael's own disciples couldn't manage it. Not because they're untalented, but because the sword is exceptionally well crafted and quad-horn is notoriously difficult to work with. Jaehwan simply thrusts forward with a finger, releasing a shockwave. If he does this, he can become one of the deputy owners. Isn't that so? The sword suddenly shatters into pieces, sending shockwaves through the entire smithy. Michael, however, is furious, and the apprentices struggle to restrain him. Jaehwan remarks that he was holding back, but Mino disputes that, saying this was far from going easy. Jaehwan explains that while breaking the sword entirely isn't difficult, doing so at that precise point is the true challenge, so he offers an apology, at least. Michael, still seething, says an apology won't cut it. The quad-horn he used was extremely expensive. Michael demands to know what Jaehwan intends to tell the Infinite establishment that commissioned it. Jaehwan responds that he will replace it with something better. Michael scoffs, asking how a beggar like him could possibly imagine producing a superior horn. In response, Jaehwan retrieves something from his pouch, a horn from a pentahorn. The smithy falls silent in shock. Jaehwan asks if it will suffice as compensation, explaining that he has no quad-horns at the moment. Michael admits it's more than enough, and Jaehwan then asks if he can use the smithy for a while. Michael orders the apprentices to close the door and leads Jaehwan elsewhere. Mino departs, saying she has her own matters to attend to. Michael brings Jaehwan to the finest smithy in all of Gorgon, the Twilight Dusk. Outfitted with the best facilities an artisan could dream of, it is a place worthy of great craftsmanship. Since Jaehwan is a deputy owner for the day, Michael grants him full use of it. Jaehwan thanks him for his generosity, prompting Michael to ask how he acquired such a rare horn. Jaehwan explains that he personally hunted the pentahorn, aptly named for its 5 horns. Jaehwan then requests Michael's help in crafting a sword sheath, admitting it's his first attempt at such a thing. Michael is astonished that he would use such a precious material for something as simple as a sheath. Just how extraordinary must this sword be? Jaehwan hands it over. Michael examines it closely, recognizing it as a replica of the Ice Dragon sword. Crafted by the mayor himself, it is both rare and visually striking. Even so, Michael believes using pentahorn horn is excessive. It would be better to forge a whole new sword. Before he can say more, the sword suddenly springs from his hands and begins devouring the horn. Michael realizes it's a spirit weapon, and not just any. This one contains the soul of a high-class race. He asks how Jaehwan came to possess it, then notes that the weapon is evolving, its form changing before their eyes. Once the transformation is complete, Jaehwan will need to give it a new name. Jaehwan asks why. Michael explains that when a spirit weapon evolves, its original name disappears completely. The horn has been consumed in the process, but Jaehwan reassures him he has more. Michael recalls that a pentahorn, of course, has 5 horns. He asks how he can assist, and Jaehwan says he first wants to observe Michael's work with the materials. Michael asks if he has a design in mind, but Jaehwan leaves that decision to the professional. Though sweating at the challenge, Michael, the Master of Dawn, confidently declares he will show Jaehwan what he can do. Meanwhile, inside Gorgon's inner fortress, a man bows before an important figure, reporting that the thugs were slaughtered and the target escaped. Minister Urchin Zebra asks how they were defeated. The man admits he doesn't know. By the time he regained consciousness, he was lying atop a roof, discovered by the target. Urchin notes that anyone capable of detecting a high-grade master-level stealth technique so easily must be formidable, likely a stage 5 adapter or higher. He orders that manpower be replenished, the fortress searched thoroughly, and the target brought to him. The man accepts the order and leaves, while Urchin remains deep in thought. He grows impatient, urging the fortress master to hold on just a little longer. Inside a dimly lit bar, a holographic display projects this week's top 10 list, hosted by Siren. She announces that the final video for the day might be familiar to the viewers, a piece that has become both wildly popular in Little Brother and the subject of intense controversy. At the center of attention is the legendary 99th floor solo clear, featuring Jaehwan. His face, however, is obscured. The bar's patrons murmur among themselves, speculating about his fate, noting that the monarch seemed to favor him greatly. One customer claims the tower's cultivation was suspended because that demon bastard was up to something and likely got caught. Rumors swirl that Jaehwan abandoned cultivation entirely and fled, leading some to dismiss the video as fake, insisting no one could clear the tower alone. As they order more drinks, the bar's atmosphere shifts when Mino walks in, drawing every gaze. She takes a seat at the counter, fending off an overly forward man with a sharp word that sends him retreating. Alone, she wonders why she suddenly feels so unsettled and orders something strong enough to drown her thoughts. As she drinks, she mutters bitterly about that ridiculous guy, a complete lunatic who thinks he's a big deal. Claire, the bar owner, cuts in, saying she's heard enough. With so many men already vying for her attention, why waste time on someone like him? Mino admits that seeing him stirs up emotions she can't quite control. She explains that he destroys everything without hesitation, swinging his sword as if the rules of this place mean nothing to him. He speaks in ways she can't comprehend, once even telling her she wasn't human words that have lingered in her mind. Around here, everyone struggles to survive, yet he appears suddenly, wearing a look that sets him apart from all others, almost as though he looks down on them. That side of him makes her restless. Claire pats her on the head, calling her a child, and warns her to stay away from him, or she could end up dead. Suddenly, a golden bird bursts into the bar, delivering a scroll to Mino. It's from Carlton. She frowns, wondering what he could want from her. As she opens it, a voice from behind asks if she's the Witch of Massacre. Mino reacts instantly, striking with a dagger, but the man seizes her arm. He remarks that he doesn't mind a rough greeting.
Jaehwan begins pulling something from his bag, and Mino's mind jumps to the worst possibility. Could he actually intend to kill the security troops? Considering how unpredictable he is, it seems entirely possible. She steps in front of him to defuse the situation just as a voice from behind them asks if there is a problem. Mino realizes they may be in serious trouble. The speaker is none other than the most well-known officer in Gorgon's Forest, the cleanest checkpoint captain, the notoriously stubborn Carlton. He demands an explanation from James, who quickly provides one that the man before them is trying to enter the fortress without identification. Carlton states that such entry is prohibited. When Jaehwan asks why, Carlton explains that if someone cannot be verified due to lack of identification, the captain has the authority to deny them entry. This is in accordance with the entry law of Gorgon, Article 27, Paragraph 4. Carlton's use of his law skill forces everyone nearby to bow in compliance, a skill Mino finds particularly inconvenient. Jaehwan, however, easily cuts through the restraints placed upon him and tells Carlton to stop, declaring he has no reason or interest in hearing the law. He asks what is written on the identification. Carlton replies that it lists the bearer's name, organizational affiliation, job, criminal record, and similar details. Jaehwan responds that in that case, he will not be needing one since he refuses to identify himself. Puzzled by why his skill is ineffective against Jaehwan, Carlton attempts to use it again. Quoting Article 2, Paragraph 6, he announces that he will restrain him. Blue chains begin to wrap around Chan, but the moment they make contact, they shatter instantly. Everyone present is taken aback, especially the guards. Chian asks whether he can simply do what the woman just did. Mino reflects on her actions' straightforward bribery. The recipients of the bribe, along with their accomplices, now appear visibly uneasy about what might happen next. Jaehwan tosses him something, suggesting he simply take it and allow them inside. James immediately rebukes him for attempting something as base as bribery on the captain, going so far as to recommend the man's immediate execution. Carlton, however, has other plans. He has been expecting an emissary of the Dear Whisperer. Producing a scanning device, he begins examining Mino, revealing that her soul corruption has reached 15%. He advises her to take her medicine immediately, an instruction that Carlton firmly supports. Chon inquires about the meaning of soul corruption. Mino explains that it is a chronic condition affecting those who reside here. A person's soul gradually becomes tainted over time. Once the corruption reaches its limit, the outcome is inevitable, something Chon likely already suspects. This is why horned beasts, or more specifically their horns, are so valuable in this region. He saw for himself how readily the man accepted the bribe. This is because the offered item was the only known medicine that can slow soul corruption. They proceed to scan Jaehwan next. The device emits a red light, indicating no trace of corruption. Carlton smiles and returns the spirit stone to him, noting that he had already verified it. Jaehwan asks why he didn't keep it, and Carlton advises him not to hand it over carelessly, as it is highly valuable. Jaehwan also remarks that he is not the Dear Whisperer Carlton was expecting, to which Carlton responds that he already knew. Once inside, James questions whether it is truly wise to allow those people through. Carlton counters by asking if James knows what a spirit stone is. James replies that it is a rare item, particularly prized by adapters for boosting their energy. Carlton agrees, but adds that its value goes beyond that. Removing his glove, he reveals a hand marred by corruption. He explains that anyone who is not the Dear Whisperer cannot control the Spirit Stone without succumbing to advanced soul corruption, the sole exception being himself. Although the man they encountered may not be the Dear Whisperer, he is nonetheless able to wield the stone without harm. James asks whether he can really be trusted. Carlton clarifies that it is not the man he trusts, but his soul. The device that measures corruption showed an unprecedented result earlier, 0%. The instrument is not faulty. There is only one circumstance where it fails to detect corruption, when a soul is purer than any other within chaos. Furthermore, it ultimately does not matter whether he is the Dear Whisperer. All they need is someone capable of controlling the Spirit Stone. The inner fortress will decide what to do with him. James wonders if this has any connection to the Fortress Master's illness. Carlton admits he does not know much, but based on what he has just heard, someone intended to let them pass after accepting several bribes. Later, Jaehwan and Mino walk through the city streets. Jaehwan finds the layout complicated and feels burdened by Mino's presence. This is partly due to Carlton's strict adherence to rules, constantly reciting regulations and demanding identification. Unfortunately for her, Mino has no defense against his relentless bureaucracy. As they cross a bridge, Jaehwan asks where to find a skilled blacksmith. Someone nearby notices the spirit weapon he is carrying and smiles. Eventually, Mino regains her composure, but Jaehwan insists she go her own way from now on. She protests, calling it unfair to cast her aside like this. Is it because of what she did at the gate? Jaehwan replies that now that he is inside the fortress, he no longer needs her help. They are simply too different, and she should move on. Mino bites her lip but moves forward, unwilling to let him go just yet. She points out that he doesn't know his way around, and instead of asking strangers for directions, she can guide him herself. With a sigh, Jaehwan admits he is looking for the mayor. Mino claims to know a place where he might be found and asks if they should go there. Jaehwan agrees, but only after dealing with the group of people who have been following them. The goons are pleased to have finally found their targets, having heard rumors that the sword Juan carries can shoot fire or something along those lines. Mino urges them to leave, warning that only death awaits if they continue meddling. They demand she speak more politely, explaining that the youngest among them is currently going through puberty and gets overly excited when people speak so crudely. It's not good for him, they insist, and if the group wants to be spared, they should hand over the sword along with a few valuables as a protection fee. Chu flatly refuses, while Mino is taken aback to learn that the towering giant is actually the youngest. The goons press them to grasp the seriousness of their situation quickly if they wish to avoid getting hurt. Mino, however, remains focused on how someone so massive could be the youngest, prompting the youngest to charge forward, declaring that her vulgarity must be punished. With a single thrust, Jaehwan severs the attacker's hand and someone's roof in the process. The group, insulted, declares they will never forgive him for injuring their precious little brother and vow to avenge him at all costs. One of them points out that he's still alive. Jaehwan, unfazed by their threats, simply stares back at them. They all rush in, swords drawn, and the sound of clashing steel rings out. As Jaehwan calmly cleans his blade, Mino asks if he really settles everything with just thrusts. He explains that indeed he does, it's the only thing he knows how to do. Light, medium, thrust, anything goes. Mino suspects he's joking, but recalls another fighter who only knew one technique, though that one used slashes instead of thrusts. She then questions why he missed his first attack, destroying the roof across from them. She knows it isn't because he lacks control over his power. Jaehwan explains that while dealing with the thugs, he sensed someone using a stealth skill on that very roof. He wanted to scare them off because they were getting on his nerves. Mino is shocked he would destroy a roof just to spook someone, but Jaehwan considers it perfectly normal. She then suggests giving his technique a grand name, like Infinite Asura Thrust, but he refuses, saying he dislikes flashy names. Eventually, they arrive at the Twilight Dusk Smithy, the place where Mare was forged and one of the largest smithies in Gorgon. A worker informs them that if they're placing an order, they'll have to wait, as it's especially busy today. This is an artisan from the Naven smithy. Mino asks why it's so crowded, and he explains that the owner is away, leaving only him, the deputy owner, in charge. If they want something quickly, buying a completed piece would be faster than requesting a custom order. Inside, another deputy owner asks the apprentices if they want to drill a hole in a quad-horn sword, which will be finished once a jewel slot is added. The apprentices eagerly volunteer, to Michael's satisfaction. However, he warns them that quad-horn is extremely durable, and breaking it will be difficult. Still, he admires their spirit and offers a prize. Whoever manages to make the hole will become deputy owner for a day. The apprentices attempt the task, but even with their finest tools and most precise strikes, they fail to leave so much as a scratch. Michael remarks that hitting it like that will never work. It's disappointing, he says, as he had given them such a rare opportunity, but they simply lack the strength. Suddenly, Jaehwan steps forward, saying he'd like to try. Michael assumes he's a traveling artisan and tells him that no matter which smithy he's from, he won't succeed. Even Michael's own disciples couldn't manage it. Not because they're untalented, but because the sword is exceptionally well crafted and quad-horn is notoriously difficult to work with. Jaehwan simply thrusts forward with a finger, releasing a shockwave. If he does this, he can become one of the deputy owners. Isn't that so? The sword suddenly shatters into pieces, sending shockwaves through the entire smithy. Michael, however, is furious, and the apprentices struggle to restrain him. Jaehwan remarks that he was holding back, but Mino disputes that, saying this was far from going easy. Jaehwan explains that while breaking the sword entirely isn't difficult, doing so at that precise point is the true challenge, so he offers an apology, at least. Michael, still seething, says an apology won't cut it. The quad-horn he used was extremely expensive. Michael demands to know what Jaehwan intends to tell the Infinite establishment that commissioned it. Jaehwan responds that he will replace it with something better. Michael scoffs, asking how a beggar like him could possibly imagine producing a superior horn. In response, Jaehwan retrieves something from his pouch, a horn from a pentahorn. The smithy falls silent in shock. Jaehwan asks if it will suffice as compensation, explaining that he has no quad horns at the moment. Michael admits it's more than enough, and Jaehwan then asks if he can use the smithy for a while. Michael orders the apprentices to close the door and leads Jaehwan elsewhere. Mino departs, saying she has her own matters to attend to. Michael brings Jaehwan to the finest smithy in all of Gorgon, the Twilight Dusk. Outfitted with the best facilities an artisan could dream of, it is a place worthy of great craftsmanship. Since Jaehwan is a deputy owner for the day, Michael grants him full use of it. Jaehwan thanks him for his generosity, prompting Michael to ask how he acquired such a rare horn. Jaehwan explains that he personally hunted the pentahorn aptly named for its 5 horns. Jaehwan then requests Michael's help in crafting a sword sheath, admitting it's his first attempt at such a thing. Michael is astonished that he would use such a precious material for something as simple as a sheath. Just how extraordinary must this sword be? Jaehwan hands it over. Michael examines it closely, recognizing it as a replica of the Ice Dragon sword. Crafted by the mayor himself, it is both rare and visually striking. Even so, Michael believes using pentahorn horn is excessive. It would be better to forge a whole new sword. Before he can say more, the sword suddenly springs from his hands and begins devouring the horn. Michael realizes it's a spirit weapon, and not just any. This one contains the soul of a high-class race. He asks how Jaehwan came to possess it, then notes that the weapon is evolving, its form changing before their eyes. Once the transformation is complete, Jaehwan will need to give it a new name. Jaehwan asks why. Michael explains that when a spirit weapon evolves, its original name disappears completely. The horn has been consumed in the process, but Jaehwan reassures him he has more. Michael recalls that a pentahorn, of course, has 5 horns. He asks how he can assist, and Jaehwan says he first wants to observe Michael's work with the materials. Michael asks if he has a design in mind, but Jaehwan leaves that decision to the professional. Though sweating at the challenge, Michael, the Master of Dawn, confidently declares he will show Jaehwan what he can do. Meanwhile, inside Gorgon's inner fortress, a man bows before an important figure, reporting that the thugs were slaughtered and the target escaped. Minister Urchin Zeber asks how they were defeated. The man admits he doesn't know. By the time he regained consciousness, he was lying atop a roof, discovered by the target. Urchin notes that anyone capable of detecting a high-grade master-level stealth technique so easily must be formidable, likely a stage 5 adapter or higher. He orders that manpower be replenished, the fortress searched thoroughly, and the target brought to him. The man accepts the order and leaves, while Urchin remains deep in thought. He grows impatient, urging the fortress master to hold on just a little longer. Inside a dimly lit bar, a holographic display projects this week's top 10 list, hosted by Siren. She announces that the final video for the day might be familiar to the viewers, a piece that has become both wildly popular in Little Brother and the subject of intense controversy. At the center of attention is the legendary 99th floor solo clear, featuring Jaehwan. His face, however, is obscured. The bar's patrons murmur among themselves, speculating about his fate, noting that the monarch seemed to favor him greatly. One customer claims the tower's cultivation was suspended because that demon bastard was up to something and likely got caught. Rumors swirl that Jaehwan abandoned cultivation entirely and fled, leading some to dismiss the video as fake, insisting no one could clear the tower alone. As they order more drinks, the bar's atmosphere shifts when Mino walks in, drawing every gaze. She takes a seat at the counter, fending off an overly forward man with a sharp word that sends him retreating. Alone, she wonders why she suddenly feels so unsettled, and orders something strong enough to drown her thoughts. As she drinks, she mutters bitterly about that ridiculous guy, a complete lunatic who thinks he's a big deal. Claire, the bar owner, cuts in, saying she's heard enough. With so many men already vying for her attention, why waste time on someone like him? Mino admits that seeing him stirs up emotions she can't quite control. She explains that he destroys everything without hesitation, swinging his sword as if the rules of this place mean nothing to him. He speaks in ways she can't comprehend, once even telling her she wasn't human, words that have lingered in her mind. Around here, everyone struggles to survive, yet he appears suddenly, wearing a look that sets him apart from all others, almost as though he looks down on them. That side of him makes her restless. Claire pats her on the head, calling her a child, and warns her to stay away from him, or she could end up dead. Suddenly, a golden bird bursts into the bar, delivering a scroll to Mino. It's from Carlton. She frowns, wondering what he could want from her. As she opens it, a voice from behind asks if she's the Witch of Massacre. Mino reacts instantly, striking with a dagger, but the man seizes her arm. He remarks that he doesn't mind a rough greeting, but insists now is not the time he has a task for her. Meanwhile, back at the smithy, the refinement of the horn has taken an unexpected turn, morphing into something monstrous. Michael stares at it, baffled, unsure how they can process such a thing. Jaehwan hauls him upright, telling him to get a grip. Have they forgotten they're in the middle of something important? Since Michael agreed to help, they should see it through. Earlier, they had tried to pierce the horn, but even the finest tools cracked under the pressure. Michael admits defeat, saying the task is far beyond their current skill. Jaehwan disagrees, insisting the problem isn't skill level. He invokes the first stage of question, an ability to deconstruct the world and understand its very essence. Before Michael's eyes, the horn begins to shift. He shields himself, and when he looks again, an enormous beast stands before him. This, Jaehwan calmly explains, is why they must proceed methodically. But Michael trembles. If this is truly the essence of the pentahorn, then he has been treating it with skills far too trivial for its nature. However, he convinces himself that this must all be a dream, and that he only needs to wake up. He bolts toward the door, desperate to escape, while another man tries to stop him, but he refuses to listen. Bursting outside, he cries out for help, only to be struck by an even greater shock. The true, horrifying nature of this place reveals itself before his eyes. An apprentice asks if he has finished smelting, but the ever-watchful giant eye declares that he has not yet earned the right to see such truths. Inside, Jaehwan continues refining the horn while Michael wrestles with confusion, questioning how such a world could exist at all, and how he ended up trapped within it. Jaehwan delivers a mighty strike against the beast, yet even that blow proves insufficient. Determined, he charges again, hammer raised for another crushing attack. Meanwhile, outside, Michael spirals into madness as his entire understanding of reality collapses. Soon after, the chaos subsides, and the group succeeds in shattering the horn in two. Michael reflects bitterly, admitting that some things in this world are simply impossible for him. He feels too old, too powerless, to handle horns like these. He regrets not having come sooner to seek proper guidance. He confesses that while he wished to meet the shop's true master, the man has been absent from the workshop for quite some time. All that remains is someone like him, a feeble human who has never even built a tower. By his judgment, such a person should not even be called an apprentice. But Jaehwan dismisses this line of thought. To him, race or title does not matter, only the creation of the sheath. They must press on. Michael, however, insists he has endured enough for one day. Jaehwan teases him, saying he should try it 10 billion times, which draws a laugh. Michael questions whether his efforts have truly been enough, even though he has pushed himself beyond his limits. He recalls everything he attempted after watching Jaehwan work, even if doubt lingers. Jaehwan, in turn, remembers what Jay once told him, that he had mastered nearly every blacksmithing skill, boasting a 99% chance of repairing anything. Yet at this stage, Jaehwan realizes something unsettling. Perhaps he wasn't striving toward that 99% certainty, but rather struggling to escape the 1% chance of failure. Hwan knows he has been working harder than anyone else, but he wonders, does Michael understand what principle truly governs the process skill? Michael replies that if he refers to the principle itself, Mars' process skill was among the earliest ever to exist. It is as primordial as fire or water, born with the world itself. He argues that no mere human could ever fully explain the origin of such things, so what is even the point of trying? Jaehwan counters that if Michael can say such things, then he must not have been using his skill properly all this time. Michael glares at him, explaining firmly that the essence of the process lies in strengthening the hammer and chisel with spiritual power, and then channeling that energy to refine and sharpen the horn with precision. That is all there is to it. Jan presses further. If the principle is truly that simple, then why can't other artisans use the process skill? Michael replies that it is because they have not yet learned it. Still, he admits that if the foundation is so basic, perhaps others could wield something similar without mastering the skill itself. Jaehwan challenges him. How can Michael claim to know so much, when he himself does not even understand the principle of the skill? Michael fires back, asking who could possibly know the true principle of process. Does Jaehwan himself claim to know it? Jaehwan answers calmly, until now, he did not. But he has just discovered it. He then activates the process skill upon the horn, urging the others to watch closely and tell him what they see. They watch the particles breaking apart, and Jaehwan remarks that this won't be easy. Because of Michael's relentless efforts, the very walls of the world have grown as unyielding as stone. His efforts are not wrong, but doesn't he understand? If he pours himself into something and it still doesn't work, then perhaps the problem isn't him, it's the world itself. Michael is stunned by this thought, remembering when the mayor once told him he was doing well at his level. Yet that was simply the mayor's way of viewing things, not how humanity should live. Michael had asked what it meant to act as a true human, but the mayor could give him no answer. After all, he had never truly known. The truth is, cruel Michael was born into a race that limits him, a human who could never rise above being an apprentice within this body. He once tried to break past his limits, but every attempt ended in failure. Now he asks, what is it they are supposed to do? Stand against the world itself. The world seems fair, doesn't it? It rewards effort with return. So why not simply adapt and live as it is? Jaehwan shakes his head. The world isn't honest. It insists that he cannot do what he knows he is capable of. Though he has aged, his fighting spirit has not faded. He tells Michael to look once more, not with the system's predetermined eyes, but with his own. Michael takes his words to heart and sees the world anew. Is this what reality has always been? A world without systems, skills, or interfaces. A world without deceit. Unless he has been delusional all along, how could he have overlooked something so simple? He grips his hammer, sets his chisel against the horn, and strikes with determination. When the work is done, Jaehwan departs to attend to other matters. Together, they have managed to craft a sheath, and the sword itself seems content with the result. Michael then asks if Jaehwan has chosen a name. If not, he would like to give it one. Since it is a martial weapon, the name should reflect that spirit. He suggests Lone Wolf, a name that feels perfectly suited to the blade. As Jaehwan prepares to leave, Michael calls out with one final question. In the world that Jaehwan sees, what does he look like? Without turning back, Jaehwan replies simply that he looks human. He never looks behind him, yet who could truly understand the loneliness he carries? It is then that Jaehwan notices Mino trailing after him. He asks her why she continues to follow. Standing beside him, she calmly declares her intent to kill him. Jaehwan asks her reason, and she explains that it is for the sake of living a better life after claiming the spirit stone in his possession. He laughs at her words, but she softens her stance, handing him clothes as an apology of sorts. She doesn't want him to look like a beggar anymore. She then asks what he plans to do next, since he never met the mayor. Jaehwan explains that Michael gave him a way to reach the mayor, and when he does, he intends to ask about the illusion tree and the path to the abyss. Mino presses him why seek such a place when those who return from it never remain the same. But Jaehwan answers coldly, he has no intention of coming back. His goal is to destroy this world and everyone in it. His words shake Mino to her core. Outraged, she demands to know what gives him the right to make such a decision. Who is he to disregard the lives around him? To act as though he alone matters? To treat others as if they are not even human? Every single person here, no matter how weak or fearful, is still human. For a moment, Jaehwan recalls the two individuals who have begun to shift his perspective. But then, suspicion strikes him Mino is hiding something. Someone must be holding leverage over her, forcing her to bring him back. Perhaps they have taken someone dear to her hostage. Looking toward a nearby alley, he notices a group of men watching. So that's it. She lured him here, hoping to save the one they're holding captive, even if it meant offering him up as their target. A meaningless endeavor. No matter how many times these things are saved, the truth never changes. The question reveals the true world, one ruled by data and numbers, where people are willing to sell their very souls just to climb higher in that hierarchy. He knows he'll have to deal with them eventually and find the mayor. Suddenly, Mino shatters his perception of reality, pointing out that in every sense, it's he who seems inhuman, not them. She decides they should part ways here, making it clear she has no intention of traveling with someone like him. Jaehwan stares at her in shock, unable to understand why she appears human again. Through the question, Jan uncovers the truth. The men who once threatened her are actually working alongside the mayor. He realizes he must go after her once he changes. Meanwhile, Mino arrives at a bar and slowly pushes open the door. Inside, a group of thugs is tormenting the patrons. Among them stands the elder of the Forbidden Heaven clan, the eldest of the Three-Jaw brothers, Jana himself. He coldly asks why she returned alone, reminding her of their agreement. Mino retorts sharply, telling him he should never have trusted a witch like her. The one he seeks isn't coming, because he intends to destroy this world. Jana scoffs, calling her insane, before unleashing the secret art of shadows to strike her. She narrowly avoids the first blow, but Jana uses his superior position to land a painful attack. He sneers, revealing that they've erected soundproof barriers around the bar. No one outside will ever know what's happening here. He orders her to give up and bring the man to them. Mino warns him that the dark forest will come after them. But Jana laughs, knowing full well there's no dark forest branch within the Gorgon fortress. By the time word spreads, both she and her companion will already be crushed. Mino counters with the 7 daggers of the Karm's secret technique, but even that proves useless. Wounded and on her knees, she recalls Jaehwan once asking if she ever wished she could go back if she were given the chance to start over. In this moment, she realizes she would. If only she had followed him from the very beginning, none of this would be happening now. Suddenly, a thrust from outside crashes into the room, forcing Jana back. Mino groans in frustration, hating developments like this, and demands to know why Jaehwan is here instead of destroying the world. Jaehwan casually replies that the clothes she gave him didn't fit, while the thugs smirk, pleased he's shown up on his own. Jaehwan wastes no time. If they're working with the mayor, then they should bring him here immediately. The goons mutter among themselves, questioning whether he's insane. One even recalls the rumors about him defying the fortress, realizing they must be true. Mino urges him to be cautious, warning that their leader is a 4th stage adapter. Jaehwan, however, stands firm, declaring that he will not lose. Jana leaps into the air with his men, preparing to strike. He sneers at Jaehwan's arrogance, promising to teach him an unforgettable lesson. Jaehwan lashes out with a light thrust, so swift that Jana barely manages to dodge. The goons are stunned until now. They had all believed him to be a non-adapter. Jana himself wonders if Jaehwan could be one of the legendary mighty from the abyss. Cheyenne reflects silently, recalling that until now, the only being capable of dodging Jaehwan's light thrust was the 5-horned beast. Could it be that a 4th stage adapter rivals such a monster? In the end, it hardly matters to Jaehwan. Mino suddenly cries out for Claire, the bartender. Janice snarls, warning that if they wish to fight, they can, but he will not guarantee Claire's safety. Claire urges them not to hold back, but before she can say more, a thug strikes her hard across the face. He growls, warning her to stay silent unless she wants to endure more punishment. Mino trembles with fear, pleading with Juan to protect her. Surely, he can save her, can't he? Yet Juan feels her request is pointless. He isn't here for her, he's here to find the mayor, and nothing will stand in his way. Whether enemy or bystander, anyone obstructing him must be cut down. Desperate, Mino clings to his coat, reminding him that she is still human just like him, just like everyone else. Juan pauses, haunted by everything that has transpired. That strange, unsettling sensation creeps over him again as the raging skeleton before him begins to transform into a human figure. He curses the cruel repetition of this fate, then drives his weapon upward with immense force, piercing through the roof and sending out a beacon for the guards to see. Carlton, who had been nearby, immediately notices and urges everyone to move. One of the thugs remarks that the soundproof barrier has collapsed. At that very moment, Carlton bursts in, accompanied by heavily armored guards. He is taken aback to find Jaehwan present and demands an explanation. Juan remarks that Carlton has arrived just in time, for the brute before them is breaking the very laws Carlton values so highly. Juan admits he doesn't recall the exact statutes, but perhaps it falls under Gorgon criminal law, chapter 276, 4 or something along those lines. Regardless, he suspects this man is scheming with the mayor, using the bar as a base to destroy their world. Mino interjects, accusing Juan himself of harboring such intentions. Carlton, however, responds with authority, citing Gorgon criminal law chapters 194, 4 and 124, 6, and declares that everyone involved will be arrested without a warrant for crimes of destruction and kidnapping. As the group attempts to retreat, Carlton activates silver restraints, binding 2 of them instantly, before summoning his weapon. Jaehwan charges with his sword, clashing against Carlton in a violent strike that sends shockwaves through the bar. Yet as the battle continues, Jaehwan feels himself steadily overwhelmed. His blade begins to fracture, and with one final desperate assault, he is ensnared by Carlton's restraints and slammed to the ground. Defeated, he surrenders. Carlton reflects on what he has heard, that Jaehwan is as naive as he is righteous, and finds it all too true. But then, in an unexpected twist, Jaehwan hurls a small orb behind him. It bursts, filling the bar with thick, choking smoke. Outside, he mutters regretfully about having to unleash the black cloud here. One of the thugs panics, noting that their youngest member inhaled some of the black cloud. Jaehwan scolds him, reminding him that he had been told to wear his mask properly. Perhaps the boy will survive if he only inhaled a little, but only time will tell. A voice cuts through the tension, mocking their recklessness. They were bold indeed to use the black cloud without the clan leader's permission. The speaker reveals himself, the elder of the Forbidden Heaven clan, the infamous lustful demon, Huang. He questions whether the Witch of Massacre was truly so powerful, and demands to know why she was not captured and delivered to him as promised. Jaehwan explains bitterly that it wasn't her, it was Carlton who ruined everything. Intrigued, Huang smirks, pleased by the thought. If Carlton was inside, then surely he had inhaled the black cloud by now. This, he says, will be entertaining to witness. But then, to Huang's astonishment, he spots Juan carrying Mino out of the smoke. He demands to know who this stranger is. Without hesitation, he thrusts his weapon forward, obliterating the massive tree they had been standing on. Jaehwan stares in disbelief. How could Juan be completely unharmed after inhaling the black cloud? Such a thing was unheard of. Even a deer whisperer, without antennas, could never have emerged so unscathed. Juan eyes the group coldly, wondering aloud if they are merely a cleanup crew. He finds their presence irritating. Gathering his strength, he admits he hadn't planned to reveal this power so soon, but circumstances leave him no choice. He unleashes Garnak's majesty. The blade erupts with the spectral form of the beast it was forged from. In an instant of sheer terror and confusion, the newly arrived foot soldiers are carved apart, torn to pieces before anyone can even perceive his movement. Faced with this display, Huang recoils. He wants nothing more to do with this terrifying figure. Retreating swiftly, he mutters that he will leave the matter to those who are, surely, more capable of handling it. Genya spits out the words, calling him a rat bastard, and then looks over at the thugs surrounding him. A grim thought runs through his mind. This is how it all ends. This moment is the conclusion of his entire life. Jaehwan coldly states that there's no way for him to survive. His only option is to answer the question, "Where is the mayor you're hiding?" Genya responds with defiance. If he were to reveal that information, surviving this encounter would be pointless. Once that person finds out, he'd be better off dead, and he is absolutely certain of it. Curious, Jaehwan demands to know who this mysterious figure is. With no way out and driven by desperation, Genya pulls out a spirit stone and swallows it whole. Jaehwan's eyes widen in surprise. Mino's words echo in his mind that everyone here looks like they're eating drugs. But that's a misunderstanding. These aren't drugs. They're consumed to reduce soul pollution, since nobody wants to truly die. Suddenly, Genya's body distorts and mutates into a grotesque form, towering above the others. His scream echoes like something inhuman, and now he has fully become one of the dead. With monstrous claws, he slaughters those around him. His perception shifts. He can finally see the true world, the reality he has been trapped in all this time. What value does dignity hold in a world like this? What had he really feared all along? Now he was free, unshackled from the confines of flesh and fear. But his liberation is cut short. He feels the menacing glare of Cheyenne from behind. Genya whirls around, attempting a sudden strike to catch him off guard, but he halts, bewildered. What is a human doing in the world of the dead? Jaehwan confronts him, asking what he has become, though the exact answer hardly matters because he can still be killed. With a decisive strike, Jaehwan channels all his strength into a single thrust, severing Genya's head clean off. In his last fleeting moments, Genya recalls fragments of his past life. A tear slides down his face as a thought crosses his mind. Is it really raining again? And with that, he fades away forever. Jaehwan stares at the body, pondering what exactly that creature was. But there's no time to linger. He needs to find someone among the survivors from the bar who can lead him to the mayor. Alone once more, he leaves the battlefield behind. When he arrives where the wounded are being treated, he sees Mino in critical condition. Carlton, barely clinging to life, urges that they alert the inner fortress. Mino weakly grabs Jaehwan's cloak, pleading for him to kill her while she still remains herself. He looks at her closely and realizes she truly is human. His comprehension doesn't work on her. His questions falter whenever she's near. Why then would the dead collapse? Still, in the path he is walking, there is no place for hesitation. If this is her wish, he must grant it. But before he can act, Claire seizes his hand and begs him to wait. There might still be hope. A soldier rushes in, urging Claire to take Mino to the medical facility immediately. Claire pleads again, imploring Jaehwan not to do anything. At the makeshift medical camp, the doctors examine Mino, noting how her condition deteriorates rapidly. Her dedication has already advanced far. Outside, sudden commotion draws Jaehwan's attention. Alarms blare across the fortress, urging immediate evacuation. People panic, asking soldiers where to run. But one unfortunate man approaches the wrong guard, already turned into one of the dead. The creature slaughters him without hesitation, and soon more dead pour in, tearing through everyone they can reach. Then, in the chaos, a group of figures leap from the sky and crash down onto the dead, ready to fight. They begin slaughtering everyone in their path, and at the center of it all stands their leader, a man with long hair, wielding a distinct blade unlike any other. Claire observes him closely and realizes this must be the individual Mino had warned her about, the one who openly declared his rejection of all rules within this place. He intends to judge the entire world by his own standards, deciding for himself what it truly means to be human. Claire reflects on this type of person. She has encountered someone like him before. People do not remain here and adapt out of ignorance. They do so because they have no other choice. Jaehwan interjects, claiming that the others simply lack the courage to move forward. Claire questions him, courage for what purpose? Jaehwan explains that true courage lies in striving for a definition beyond the one imposed upon them, something closer to the truth. Claire admits he is probably right, and such a pursuit does seem like something he would chase. Yet she cannot bring herself to follow that path. She lacks that kind of courage. What she does know, however, is that he is extraordinarily dangerous and must leave. Her thought contradicts Mino's words. Mino had told her not to abandon him, believing that people found hope simply by gazing upon him. For that reason, this world must not be forsaken, not yet. James then breaks the silence, asking how much medicine remains. A doctor replies gravely, nearly all of it had been used to stabilize the fortress master, leaving very little in reserve. Frustrated, James curses and orders his subordinates to bring whatever supplies remain. Jaehwan carefully studies their process of preparing the medicine powder ground from the horn of a horned beast. Jaehwan turns to James, asking if there is a way to bring Carlton back from death itself. James replies bitterly that if such a method existed, he would not be acting in such despair. Jaehwan refuses to give up. He shakes Carlton's body violently, striking him in desperation. Against all odds, Carlton stirs awake, his first words a plea for Jaehwan to kill him, insisting he is the only one capable of doing so. Jaehwan scoffs, remarking that in situations like this, people usually ask for help, not death. Even in his weakened state, Carlton mutters the laws he had devoted his life to. Jaehwan dismisses it as useless loyalty, yet admits it is worthy of respect. Still, he reflects bitterly. If there had been more men like Carlton from the beginning, perhaps he would never have been condemned to 40 years in that wretched tower. But Carlton's soul corruption surges to 94%. The process of deification has nearly consumed him. At that moment, the anti-demon suppression unit arrives, led by Jaehir, the captain of the extermination squad and a stage 5 adapter. James immediately understands the implication of Jaehir's presence. Jaehir cites Gorgon's special law, Article 1(4), declaring that Carlton and the other corrupted individual must be eliminated at once. He raises his sword and strikes toward Carlton. But before the blade can connect, Jaehwan intercepts it barehanded. He insists that Carlton cannot die yet. There are still questions that must be answered. Jaehir reels in shock, unable to comprehend how his attack was blocked. He demands to know who Jaehwan truly is. Yet, he warns, Carlton is moments away from turning into a dead. If a stage 5 adapter were to fall, the disaster would be immeasurable. Their mission is to ensure that never happens. Jan steps forward, suggesting that if Carlton is destined to become a dead, there might still be a way to save him. He produces a rare horn, stunning the medic, who gasps at the sight of it. With such an artifact, they might indeed have a chance. Without hesitation, Jaehwan crushes it into powder, nearly making the medic faint from the waste of such a priceless relic. The powder is administered to both patients. Miraculously, Carlton's deification halts. James trembles with relief, tears welling in his eyes. But Mino's condition is different. Her deification continues to spread, her strength too depleted from battle to resist it. Jaehir raises his sword once more, intent on finishing the job. But Claire steps forward, her voice firm. She demands that he summon Chang-ho, reminding him that the old master still possesses the power of dead slash. Jaehwan becomes intrigued by the dead slash Claire mentions, and she explains that if he uses it, the corruption will vanish. Jaehir interjects, pointing out that the divine physician is currently occupied with important matters inside the inner fortress. and it would be inappropriate to summon him for something so insignificant. Members of the squad restrain Claire, while Jaehwan firmly tells John to step aside. He refuses to compromise on this matter. Jaehwan steps forward, declaring that he will be the one to kill the woman, as he had promised her he would. He begins using his questioning technique on her, but Claire demands he stop immediately, insisting he has no right. Suddenly, the world around her fractures, and Jaehwan is pulled into a vast, white void where he finds himself alone. There, he encounters a frail, elderly man who looks over Mino with concern, muttering about the trouble she's gotten herself into. He assures her she has nothing to fear. He will help her. Then his eyes fall upon Jaehwan, and he is startled, asking how Jaehwan managed to enter his world. After studying him, the old man questions how someone with such a noble soul could harbor such a narrow mind. Jaehwan attempts to use his questioning technique on the old man, but it fails. Could this man be the very source of Mino's soul corruption? If so, perhaps her survival depends on his death. The two clash, but their strikes cancel each other out, surprising them both. Suddenly, the old man's sword shatters, and the world itself begins to crack. They are thrust back into reality. The old man curses Jaehwan for breaking his mighty blade, crafted from rare trihorn. Jaehwan, bewildered, simply stares. The old man reveals himself as Chung-ho, the despair divine physician. Jaehwan, astonished, asks why Chung-ho is here when he was supposed to be with the fortress master. Chung-ho brushes off the question, saying a beautiful woman is dying, and that matters more than who he's accompanying. He then turns to Jaehwan, pointing out that his dead/attempt was ruined. Such a technique can only be performed with a sword forged from trihorn or something greater. Noticing Jaehwan's sword, Chung-ho marvels at it, practically fawning over the weapon. Though Jaehwan interrupts him, he offers to lend the blade, but only if Chung-ho can truly save her. Chung-ho agrees with confidence. Surprised at how readily Jaehwan hands it over, Chung-ho assumes he must have great faith in his own strength. Still, there's no time to dwell on it. Returning to his own world, Chung-ho grips the sword tightly, eager to test its true potential. Jaehwan watches his technique, at first thinking it might be some sort of illusion, but realizes it is more akin to the questioning technique. As Chung-ho charges forward, Jaehwan realizes he's glimpsing the world through the old man's perspective. Before Chung-ho can complete his attack, he collapses. His spirit power is spent, drained earlier by his encounter with the fortress master. As the world around them crumbles, Chung-ho apologizes, admitting his failure. Jaehwan takes up the sword. Chung-ho warns him, calling him foolish for trying to imitate the dead slash without ever experiencing this world before. Attempting such a thing isn't courageous, he says it's reckless. Jaehwan silences him, declaring that for the first time in his life, he is using his power not for himself, but to save another. He begins thrusting the sword, conjuring in his mind the true image of Mino, playful yet stubborn, fragile at heart despite her training as an assassin, and someone loyal to a fault. Still, something is missing. He searches his memory one final time and adds the last piece: Mino is someone who trusts. They finally escape that strange world, and Mino expresses her gratitude to him for remembering so much about her. The corruption rate is gradually slowing, and the process of deadification has come to a halt. Chung-ho remarks that Jaehwan is far less narrow-minded than he first assumed. But the real question lingers: who exactly is he? That deadly thrust he displayed just now, why did he unleash it? Jaehwan is stunned, unable to believe what he just witnessed. Jaehwan's technique resembles that of the divine physician. Though he dislikes admitting it out loud, he acknowledges the truth. What Jaehwan performed was not a skill, which is why no ordinary adapters could replicate it. This can only mean one thing: Jaehwan is someone like him, an awakened. Awakened are beings who stand outside the system's rules. They are an exceedingly rare minority of humans who defied the system itself, yet miraculously gained overwhelming power. These individuals hold the ability to completely disrupt the balance of forces tied to chaos. Even within the Almighty Land, only a handful of awakened are known to exist. Jaehwan concludes that if Jaehwan truly is awakened, then he may possess the strength needed to save the Tower Master, whose life is invaluable. At that moment, the captain of the Dark Shadow Squad suddenly arrives, declaring he received authorization from the inner fortress. He is revealed to be a Stage 5 adapter. Jaehwan questions why he has appeared, as the Dark Shadow Squad usually has nothing to do with eliminating the dead. To everyone's surprise, the squad bows deeply before Jaehwan, paying their respects to him as the Dear Whisperer. The others are visibly shaken, realizing Jaehwan may be far more extraordinary than they first believed. They proceed to the inner tower, where Jiren greets Jaehwan directly, asking whether he truly is the Dear Whisperer that so many claim him to be. Jaehwan denies it immediately, though Jiren admits he expected that answer. The Divine Physician then observes the Spirit Stone in Jaehwan's possession. These stones are renowned for amplifying spiritual power and are traditionally used to confirm a person's origin within the Emerald Bug clan. Yet Jaehwan is clearly not from their lineage. So how did he come to possess such stones in the first place? Jaehwan explains calmly that he took them from their original owners who are now dead. Jaehwan presses further, questioning who would dare kill members of the 5 great clans. Jaehwan responds that he did, though he points out they struck first, leaving him no choice. Jiren reflects that while those clans are indeed greedy for resources, he wants Jaehwan to recount what happened after he entered Chaos. Previously in this series, everything went completely out of control. Carlton, the unshakable captain of Gorgon, tried to bind Jaehwan with his terrifying law skill, but the chains shattered instantly, leaving even his own soldiers speechless. From there, things spiraled. Inside the fortress, Jaehwan crushed priceless weapons like toys, revealed the impossible Pentahorn horn, and forged a weapon so powerful it started evolving on its own. But that was only the beginning, because in the bar, betrayal struck. Mino tried to walk away, only to be trapped by the Forbidden Heaven clan, and just when it seemed over, Jaehwan unleashed Garnak's majesty, wiping out enemies in seconds. And yet, the darkest twist came when Carlton himself began turning into one of the dead, forcing Jaehwan to make an impossible choice. This was the moment where loyalties broke, secrets came to light, and the legend of an awakened truly began. If you want to see the full uncensored chaos of the latest parts, the links are waiting for you in the description. Jaehwan recounts everything plainly. By sheer coincidence, he was drawn into chaos. Once inside, he happened upon spirit stones belonging to the Emerald Bug clan. By chance again, he entered this fortress, only to be swept up in yet another incident. That encounter led him to the Divine Physician, where he witnessed the dead Slash and managed to grasp its essence after seeing it only once. Chung-ho remains skeptical, questioning whether anyone can take such coincidences at face value. Jiren, however, states that he does believe Jaehwan. To gain another's trust, he explains, one must first extend trust themselves. That is the way of things. He then asks Jaehwan if he may pose a few more questions. Jaehwan agrees. Jiren hesitates before speaking. He states that Jaehwan's current body is alive and well. Isn't that correct? Jaehwan's eyes widen in shock, realizing Jiren has seen through him. The truth is revealed. Jaehwan rejected the main game entirely. By destroying the Tower of Nightmare, he broke free, leaving his soul form to wander here. That may explain why the illusion tree mistook him for a dead man and cast him into chaos. But his physical body remains safe, back on Earth. Jaehwan, still stunned, demands to know how Jiren discovered this. Jiren replies that Jaehwan himself gave it away. He said he was drawn into chaos purely by chance. And that, more than anything, exposed the truth. There is no one in all of chaos who would describe their own death in the way he just did. Yet, could the reason he hides his true identity be because he is being hunted or threatened by someone? Jaehwan raises the question, and Jiren replies vaguely, perhaps yes, perhaps no. Jiren observes that his guess must have been close, but the truth is, there is something shameful he must confess. For the past 4 days, he had ordered subordinates to keep watch on him. Jaehwan says he already knew, having captured one of them earlier. Jurin admits he expected as much, acknowledging that Jaehwan is far stronger than they had anticipated. Even so, his men managed to gather information. Opening 4 tabs, Jurin presents his findings. Jaehwan's danger level is rated at SS rank. His power is immeasurable, and the destruction he has caused is valued at 380 million horns worth of damage to the fortress. Jurin asks if he realizes what others call someone like him. Chung-ho casually remarks that people think he's insane, while Jaehwan wonders aloud whether he is a hero or a villain capable of tipping to either side. Jurin then explains that to some, he may appear as a savior, while to others, he seems nothing more than a madman. Regardless, he has already earned countless nicknames. To Jurin, people like Jaehwan are called protagonists. Such figures possess one defining trait: fame. Yet Jaehwan is curiously obscure. Someone has deliberately erased his presence from the public eye, hiding his name with clear hostility. If not for this unseen force, he would never have struggled to enter the fortress at all. He is a protagonist hunted by an immense and mysterious power who, by sheer coincidence, managed to escape into chaos. Jaehwan reflects on Jurin's words. Could it be the monarch of pitch darkness who pursues him? One of the 12 monarchs of the Almighty Land, but just how powerful are these monarchs truly? Jurin admits he dares not ask who Jaehwan really is, nor will he demand compensation for the devastation he caused. Instead, he assures him that Gorgon Fortress will grant protection. Jaehwan questions whether this fortress is strong enough to stand against a monarch of the Almighty Land. Jurin responds with a question of his own. Is it truly one of the monarchs who is chasing him? Jaehwan replies that there is a high possibility. Jurin smiles grimly, saying this is good news. If Jaehwan speaks the truth, then the monarchs will be unable to interfere with anything that happens within chaos. Jaehwan narrows his eyes and asks what they want in return, since nothing in this world comes without a price. Jurin bows his head and asks only one favor: to save the fortress master. 2 hours later, they descend into the lower levels. The Dark Shadow Squad captain reports that both the North Inspection Gate captain and the woman are recovering in the treatment center. He hesitates, asking if they are certain about moving them to the training grounds rather than the VIP chamber. Chung-ho insists. They must go to the training grounds, for there, he and Jaehwan will settle the matter of which is superior, his thrust, or Jaehwan's slash. Then he asks a pointed question: has Jaehwan cleared the Tower of Master? This immediately catches Jaehwan's attention. He demands to know if Chung-ho has information about it. Chung-ho smirks, admitting he knows a great deal, but he will only answer if Jaehwan defeats him. Only then will the answers be his. That was likely impossible for him. After the fight, Chung-ho, still lying on the ground, demands another rematch. The training grounds are littered with his presence, as Hwan has already thrown him around countless times. Hwan tells him that the match is over, but Chung-ho refuses to accept defeat. He insists he hasn't yet unleashed his ultimate technique. Yet Hwan knows that using such a technique would kill him, and he is simply worried for his opponent. Curious, Hwan asks how old he is. Chung-ho responds that if he had to guess, he is around 60. Hwan then remarks that he himself is over 1,000 years old, and that 60 short years of swordsmanship could never compare to 1,000 years of experience. Hwan wonders aloud if Chung-ho truly has been wielding his blade for 1,000 years, because judging from his skill, it feels as though it has only been 10. Enraged by the insult, Chung-ho soars into the air once again, determined to prove him wrong. He summons the figure of a mighty beast through his sword, preparing his strike. Hwan braces himself and thrusts forward. Their blades collide, releasing a brilliant blue shockwave that sends both warriors flying backward. Chung-ho admits that Hwan is not bad at all, but Hwan grows frustrated, realizing he is being pushed back far more than he expected, even when using only a simple thrust. Intrigued, Chung-ho asks about Hwan's technique, remarking on how refined it is. Hwan casually replies that it's nothing more than a normal thrust. Chung-ho scoffs at the name, calling it arrogant because if such a simple name is given, then surely an even stronger technique must exist. Hwan smirks and confirms that such a technique does indeed exist. As he begins to charge it up, Chung-ho grows wary. What is this man about to show him? His expression shifts into fear as Hwan's aura starts to resemble that of the dreaded King of Chaos. The memory of that horror floods back into Chung-ho's mind, something he had tried desperately to forget. Could he really withstand an attack that mirrored the strength of the king himself? No, of course not. Nothing could truly compare. But even this level of power would be enough to obliterate the Gorgon fortress from within. As Hwan prepares to unleash his devastating strike, Chung-ho immediately concedes, surrendering the match before the destruction could occur. He acknowledges his defeat. Far away, in the 5th region of the Almighty Land, the domain of strong steel inside a towering fortress, a man questions what has happened with pitch darkness. Another explains that, from what he has learned, the current monarch of pitch darkness is attempting to establish contact with chaos. Strong Steel's ruler, the unbending monarch Hae-u, demands to know why. After all, every monarch of the Almighty Land had already signed a secret pact never to interfere in the affairs of chaos. The subordinate, trembling, insists the situation is more complicated than it seems. He urges Hae-u to look at the screen before drawing conclusions. Glancing at it briefly, Hae-u sees footage of the man who challenged the 99th floor alone. He dismisses it at first, reminding his subordinate that the video had been edited. But the subordinate clarifies this figure shown in the video is said to have entered into a contract with the 9th region's monarch of pitch darkness. This revelation captures Hae-u's attention. Narrowing his eyes, he asks the pressing question, where exactly is this so-called product now? The subordinate trembles once more, explaining that the man had likely refused to complete the tutorial. Instead, he shattered the tower's ceiling and escaped into chaos on his own. Ho frowns, remarking that the cultivator stationed on the 100th floor should have been monitoring him. How could such a disaster occur under his watch? The subordinate hesitates, then admits that the fugitive killed the cultivator. Ho narrows his eyes, asking if this is meant to be some kind of joke. But the subordinate insists he couldn't believe it either. Yet the monarch of pitch darkness has personally confirmed the report. Ho leans back in thought, suspicion clouding his face. Could that wretched monarch truly have ties to chaos? The subordinate adds that their investigation uncovered something unusual. The monarch of pitch darkness has been entangled with chaos for quite some time. In fact, several of the 10 clans within chaos maintain constant, direct contact with him. Staring at the great tree before him, Ho mutters to himself, wondering what schemes pitch darkness is weaving. Turning back to his subordinate, he orders that a letter be sent to secure his entry into chaos. The subordinate, startled, asks if he truly intends to involve himself in such matters. Ho shakes his head. He will not interfere, not yet. For now, he will merely observe. He must know precisely what is unfolding inside. He then commands that 10 elite warriors of the Gold 1 grade be dispatched, along with Haein. Looking off into the distance, Ho silently wonders how Chung-ho is faring within chaos. That man could have achieved greatness, were it not for his insufferable temperament. Still, perhaps now he has settled into a quieter life. The scene shifts back to Chung-ho, who clings desperately to Jaehwan's sword, refusing to let him unleash his devastating strike. But Jaehwan calmly tells him to let go. Reluctantly, Chung-ho obeys, then stares in disbelief. What kind of man could reach such strength after merely 40 years of training a single thrust? Jaehwan answers matter-of-factly, around 10 billion thrusts, give or take. Chung-ho scoffs at the absurdity. To achieve that number, he would have needed to strike 8 times a second, every day for 40 years, without pause, not even for food or sleep. But Jaehwan simply replies that he can thrust 100 times in a single second, far beyond such meager calculations. Golden energy begins radiating from him, and Chung-ho's eyes widen. It is the same otherworldly force he sensed when they first met, not pressure, but a hostility so sharp it could drive ordinary people into unconsciousness. That hostility is directed not at him, but at the entire world. To his horror, Chung-ho realizes this youth has become the thrust itself, striking relentlessly, even now, with every passing moment. Jaehwan reminds him that Chi-hen had already spoken of his 10 billion thrusts. He then casually recalls the contract they both signed before the duel. The loser must grant the winner's wish. Holding up a piece of paper, he begins to read aloud Chung-ho's plea, but Chung-ho hastily interrupts. He already heard him. There's no need to continue. Nervously, he asks if Jaehwan intends to make him a subordinate. Jaehwan shakes his head. He has no such intention. All he wants are a few honest answers. Nothing more. Chung-ho exhales in relief, agreeing to answer. But first, he suggests they take a walk outside. Jaehwan begins by asking what exactly the Tower of Master is. Chung-ho replies that Jaehwan should at least know that one of the mayors was responsible for creating the Tower of Nightmares. He explains that the towers built by mayors are ranked from F to S. Yet, among these mayors, there are some who pay little attention to such rankings. A master is different, someone who was already capable of constructing S-rank towers even while still an apprentice, quickly rising to prominence as a legendary craftsman. Still, not every tower built by a master qualifies as a true Tower of Master. Some are created with no intention of fostering cultivation at all. Only those rare, unique towers are recognized by that title. Curious, Jaehwan asks why masters would bother to create such towers in the first place. Chung-ho admits that no one truly knows what goes through their minds. Masters, he says, are individuals who pursue the ultimate truths of the world itself. However, one fact is certain. Those who manage to clear a Tower of Master occasionally awaken to new powers. Jaehwan then asks if Chung-ho himself came from such a tower. Chung-ho nods, explaining that he hails from the 4th Tower of Master, a place called Melville. That tower was known as Moby Dick, a world where an enormous white whale would rise from the waters on the 1st floor and relentlessly hunt humans every single time it surfaced. Though such a challenge would be trivial for him now, at that time, it was nothing short of a global disaster. Countless martial artists of Miram perished there, and clearing it was regarded as a miracle. Studying Jaehwan, Chung-ho remarks that he too carries the air of someone who has survived a Tower of Master. The question, however, is, who was the creator of his tower? When Jaehwan reveals that it was Mulark, Chung-ho is visibly astonished. He had never expected anyone to survive one of Mulark's towers. Jaehwan asks if he knows him, and Chung-ho confirms that he does, saying that they had once traveled together. Intrigued, Jaehwan requests an explanation. But Chung-ho tells him that the story is too long to share here. If he wants to hear it, they should continue elsewhere. The two move to an open bar, where Claire greets them and hands over skewers of unicorn meat. Chung-ho asks if she plans to keep running her food stall for the time being. Claire replies that someone present whose name she pointedly refuses to mention was responsible for destroying her bar. Chung-ho laughs, saying it's remarkable that she managed to reopen so quickly after all she endured in the past. Her love for money is undeniable. Jaehwan looks around at the food, the drinks, and the people, but hesitation clouds his face. Chung-ho notices and remarks that something must feel strange to him. After all, it hardly feels as though they're truly alive. Yet food and drink still exist in this place where no one experiences hunger. Draining his cup, Chung-ho explains that chaos was once a blessed world. It was a realm where souls, weary from the endless wars of the almighty land, came to rest. Here, they were freed from strife, given peace, and granted new life. Warriors abandoned their weapons, and wandering minstrels sang songs of harmony instead of war. Jaehwan then notices a group of drunkards quarreling and assumes it's the alcohol. But when he takes a sip of mead himself, it tastes like nothing more than water. Chung-ho clarifies, in this world, no one can truly become drunk. Just as they never feel hunger or age, drunkenness is nothing but an act. Yet even within such a paradise, he adds, humanity began to crave the very things they were freed from. They longed for real life, the kind where death was always a possibility, and began to behave as though they were truly living it. A life where hunger could kill, where drinking mead meant drunkenness, and where they carried tangible bodies with hearts that beat inside them. But then, unexpectedly, drunkards began to emerge. From there, an expedition was born, one that dared to chase impossible dreams and unite people in rediscovering what it meant to live. This became known as the Abyss Expedition. Jaehwan questioned why anyone would venture into the abyss in the first place. Chung Ho answered, they sought the fruit of resurrection. This fruit, he explained, grows from the branches of the illusion tree deep within the abyss. Jaehwan was captivated by the thought. Could the dead truly be brought back to life? Chung Ho affirmed it. This fruit was the only means by which the fallen of this world could ever return. The Abyss Expedition was formed solely to pursue it. At that time, he himself had already awakened, and was at the age where fear no longer bound him. Hwan then asked if Malark had been part of that expedition. Chung Ho confirmed Malark wasn't just a member, he was the leader. He recalled their first meeting vividly. Malark had commended him for becoming an incomplete awakener without discarding his emotions, calling it a rare and remarkable path. But when Malark praised him, Chung Ho only told him to save such words for someone else. Malark wondered if he was upset because of cultivation. In response, Chung Ho threw his sword and demanded to know why someone like Malark, a mere mage, would choose to descend into the abyss when most of his kind locked themselves away, building towers. Malark had no answer except to admit that an apology would be meaningless. The burden of his choices, he said, was something he would carry for the rest of his life. Chung Ho was stunned to hear that Malark actually regretted creating those towers. Yet Malark insisted it was true, whether or not he was believed. That was the reason he had gone to the illusion tree, the reason he sought the abyss to destroy the tower that would end all cultivation. That was why he joined the expedition. Jaehwan then asked whether the expedition had succeeded. Chung Ho admitted he could only reach the abyss's entrance, having fallen behind along the way. But it seemed Malark had climbed the illusion tree itself, for countless fruits began to fall from its branches. Thanks to this, every member of the expedition carried an abundance of fruit back into chaos. Jaehwan pressed him. If that were true, why was this old man still in chaos? Claire cut in, reminding him to get the facts straight. That expedition had ended in failure, and Chung Ho knew it better than anyone. Chung Ho explained further. They had succeeded only in obtaining the fruits. On their way back, however, enemies were waiting at the abyss's entrance. The monarchs and patriarchs of the almighty land stood there. Though the expedition members had no courage left to re-enter the abyss, even their strongest, the 4 fortress masters and 10 faction leaders, were hopelessly outmatched. The difference in strength was overwhelming, the gap between them undeniable. And so, the fruits were stolen. Those foes used the stolen fruit to resurrect themselves each time they died, and they had been doing so for more than 900 years. It was as though they had built another world for themselves, a place known as the Resurrection Palace. There, the monarchs and the 5 great families took turns reviving their dead. Their survival was predetermined. They alone were granted the chance to live true lives, while the rest of the world remained denied of that gift. Jaehwan realizes this must be the reason why everyone in this place carries such a heavy lethargy. They all know the life they longed for, their true fruit, had been stolen away from them. He wants to ask more about Malik, but Claire stops him, saying there's no point since Malik is already passed out drunk. Still, from what she has heard, after the expedition ended, Malik simply vanished. Nobody ever saw him again. It was as though he had disappeared from the world entirely. Soon after, James approaches and expresses his gratitude, saying that without Jaehwan's help, his captain would surely have died. Jaehwan had almost forgotten about him until James reminds him of something important. The next time he enters Gorgon, he should use the North Gate. There, no identification is required though, of course. This must be kept secret from the captain. With that, James departs. Not long after, Jaehwan urgently calls for the divine physician. His tone carries deep distress as he warns that they are facing serious trouble. Everyone rushes toward the source, and Jaehwan can feel the oppressive energy filling the air. Judging by its intensity, he realizes the fortress master must already be in the throes of death transformation. The spiritual pressure radiating outward is far stronger than anything he had encountered from the dead he fought before. It's emanating not just from the fortress, but from beneath it. This triggers Jaehwan's memory of Urian's request. He recalls Urian's promise that Jaehwan would not be held responsible for the damage he caused within the fortress, and that he would even receive protection should the need arise. In exchange, all that was asked of him was a single favor: to save the fortress master. Jaehwan now understands that the fortress master is undergoing deadification. Jaehwan confirms this, explaining that the master suddenly lost control and went berserk. What's unusual, however, is that it normally only happens once a week, but today it came without warning. Jaehwan makes it clear that he's telling Jaehwan all this in advance so he won't misunderstand. The fortress master is, in truth, a good man. Before his curse began, he was nothing short of a legend, one of the few who had journeyed on the Abyss expedition alongside Malik and the divine physician. This revelation makes Jaehwan pay even closer attention. Jaehwan then asks if he, too, can wield the dead slash. With the divine physician in his weakened state, could Jaehwan not take his place? But Jaehwan refuses outright. He insists he only copied what the old master once demonstrated, and he is nowhere near that level. Perhaps, had he studied under him properly, it would be different. Before more can be said, the ground begins to tremble violently beneath them. Jaehwan immediately recognizes what this means, his face darkening with dread. A surge of dead energy erupts from within the fortress, unleashing a massive shockwave that blasts outward. Jaehwan shields himself from the force, but in that instant, he notices two figures standing atop the fortress: the Disruption Tower Captain and the Despair Tower Captain. They greet one another with cold familiarity, remarking how long it has been since they last met. Jaehwan catches the whispering voices they are speaking about him. They know that the one carrying the divine physician is also capable of using dead slash. Jaehwan urgently pleads with them to step aside, reminding them of the dire matter at hand, though deep down he suspects they are already fully aware. They descend, pointing out that what Jaehwan is asking is a serious problem since they already have orders that must be fulfilled. Jaehwan demands to know whose orders those are, and with a stern expression asks if they truly intend to defy the will of the heavens like this. Their response is cold. The only heaven they recognize and worship is the forbidden heaven. Without hesitation, they charge forward, leaping into the air to attack. Jaehwan notices their incredible speed and shoves Jaehwan aside just in time. Both assailants land together, their impact shaking the ground with a violent explosion. Jaehwan alone blocks them with his blade, holding them back. Jaehwan watches, impressed, noting that Jaehwan is holding his own. Jaehwan, however, is unsettled. He hadn't expected members of the Forbidden Heaven clan to be inside the fortress. They had grown far too strong for mere outer fortress residents. Still, does this new strength blind them to the reality of who they're facing? The two sneer that Jaehwan shouldn't underestimate them. They are no longer the people he once knew. Jaehwan warns them to reconsider, telling them that if they turn back now, the fortress master will surely grant them forgiveness. One laughs bitterly, saying if he's talking about the fortress master currently imprisoned below, he can forget it. That thing isn't even human anymore. It has no control over its own strength, no grasp of right or wrong. That is not the same heaven they once served. Then they challenge Jaehwan as captain of the extermination squad. Why does he still serve a being he once swore to destroy? Jaehwan meets their eyes with unwavering conviction and declares that he truly believes the Tower Master will return to what he once was. But before he can say more, another opponent suddenly appears behind him and swings a hammer down at his head. The blow lands before Jaehwan can react, slamming him into a wall. They remark that if only he had been wiser, none of this would have been necessary. Isn't that the truth? Jaehwan struggles to his feet, thinking, these two are merely stage 4 adapters. There's no way they should be able to push back someone like him, a stage 5 adapter, even with numbers on their side. So how are they inflicting this much damage? Their speed and strength are beyond calculation. This isn't natural growth. It feels almost like the boost granted by dedication. Something is terribly wrong here. The fight is becoming far too dangerous. He urges Jaehwan to leave while he still can, but Jaehwan refuses. Instead, he hurls Chung-ho still unconscious at Jaehwan, calling it revenge for pushing him earlier. In that moment, the disruption team captain shifts his focus and asks Jaehwan if he can truly perform the dead slash, the same legendary technique as the divine physician. Jaehwan cuts in, asking what that matters to them. The two captains communicate telepathically, which Jaehwan can clearly see. They conclude that the man before them must be a non-adapter, speaking nonsense. With such a frail physique and a mere short sword, what could he possibly achieve? He wouldn't even land a proper punch. But then, in a blur, Jan appears behind them and calmly asks if they mean a punch like this. Before the disruption captain can respond, Jaehwan's fist smashes into his cheek, sending him crashing into the wall. The despair captain reacts instantly, but Jaehwan cuts him off, pointing out how many openings they leave exposed, leaving themselves practically defenseless. He drives his fist into the disruption captain, the force cracking his helmet. The man staggers back, but still manages to retaliate, slashing down with his blade. Jaehwan dodges effortlessly. The captain spins his spear to create distance before charging again, forcing Jaehwan into retreat. Jaehwan studies him, realizing something. This man is far stronger than before, but where does this sudden surge of energy come from? Is it revenge? Hatred? No. Looking closer, Jaehwan sees the truth. What fuels him is not vengeance or rage, it is fear. Pure fear. And in their condition, betraying others is sheer madness. K1 steps forward, sneering. He tells them that Jaehwan is no savior. The real savior, he says, is that tiny old man. However, killing them both would be an entirely different matter. He leaps high into the air, descending like a hawk upon his prey. Deep within the fortress's inner chamber, Yurin and another companion stand beside the fortress master, concern etched across their faces. Yurin speaks with urgency, reminding them that it has not even been a single day since the dead slash was used on him. So why, then, is the dedication still advancing? The divine physician himself came that morning and confirmed that the condition had calmed. Yet now, without warning, it has erupted again. Yurin can hardly accept it. Just when they had finally glimpsed a sliver of hope, everything turned against them. If the fortress master had managed to endure for only one more month, they might have been able to lift this damned curse. Earlier, Chung-ho explained the grim reality. Jaehwan's dead slash is merely an imitation of the true technique, and unlike the girl Mino, whom he once saved, the fortress master carries a corruption that has seeped deep into his very essence. By all rights, a normal man would have long since become one of the dead. In that sense, they are fortunate he has survived this long. But with one more month, Jaehwan's technique might have proved invaluable. It has never been tested, but perhaps, just perhaps, two people could combine their dead slashes in unison. And if it is him they are speaking of, he might even be able to manage it alone. Yurin bites his lip in frustration, thoughts boiling. There are people here who know of Jaehwan. But damn it all, he is certain traitors have been within these walls since the very beginning. He recalls the fortress master's warning. Those who can control the corruption of their own souls have begun to appear. Yurin had asked how this was possible, since only the Emerald Bug clan was ever known to possess such an ability. The fortress master confirmed it himself, which is precisely why he insisted on investigating personally. Yurin tried to dissuade him matters of soul corruption are perilous above all else. He argued that the other captains would gladly accompany him, but the fortress master only remarked that it seemed Yurin did not trust him. He reminded him that he was one of the few to survive that battlefield. Though they lost much there, he would never abandon his duty to safeguard the lives of those within this fortress. But when he returned, he bore not only deep corruption but also eyes filled with horror, as though he had seen something no man should. And that was when they appeared, shadowing him from the moment he stepped back inside after wandering the outer fortress, where his infection had first begun. Looking back now, it all seems too perfectly arranged. Was it truly Manhwa who orchestrated all of this? He urges everyone to remain calm. The situation is dire and demands caution. Yurin insists that they cannot proceed until the divine physician arrives. Manhwa, however, warns that if they delay any longer, the fortress itself will collapse. Yurin counters sharply. They cannot possibly perform the dead slash without the divine physician's presence. Is Manhwa planning to kill the fortress master outright? Manhwa grimly admits that even if they were all to attack together, they could not hope to win. Yurin already knows this, which means they have only one option left: the dead seal. At this, Yurin breaks into a cold sweat. That is their absolute last resort, meant for a time when no other hope remains. But Manhwa presses harder. If they delay, there will be no fortress left to save. At the very least, the dead seal could suppress the master's spirit power. That much is still possible. Yurin objects again. They do not even have the spirit stone required to power the seal. What, then, are they supposed to do? Manhwa smirks bitterly, saying everyone already knows the truth, so Yurin should stop pretending otherwise. From the corridor, the Dark Shadow Squad captain steps into the chamber, carrying a box. Yurin's eyes widen in shock. Even the Dark Shadow Squad captain trusted within the inner administration has revealed himself as a traitorous dog. That box contains what Jaehwan once possessed, the Spirit Stone. Manhwa declares that the very future of Gorgon is at stake. How dare anyone try to conceal such a thing? He knows all too well the devastation that would follow if the fortress master truly completed his deification. Surely, no one intends to unleash such a colossal dead within this peaceful fortress. He has seen firsthand, countless times, the sheer danger posed by even a mid-sized dead. A gigantic one, born from the fortress master, would spell calamity, tearing apart everything in its path without mercy or reason. Would he really risk such destruction, condemning countless innocent lives? Yurin reflects grimly on the situation. The fortress master is losing control, the divine physician is nowhere in sight, and Manhwa's words carry undeniable weight. Yet, even with the Spirit Stone, what could they do? The Dead Seal technique is a tightly guarded secret, known only to the Emerald Bug clan. Manhwa assures him not to worry. He has already brought in people capable of using that infamous technique. They may not belong to the Emerald Bug clan, but they will serve just as well. Yurin feels a gnawing unease. If they attempt the Dead Seal, the Fortress Master's spirit power will also be bound within the Spirit Stone. He is certain of it. With no rightful successor in Chaos, whoever gains possession of that stone would inherit the Fortress Master's spirit power and become the next ruler of Gorgon Fortress. If it were to fall into the wrong hands, the result would be catastrophic. Suddenly, his eyes widen in horror. Someone picks up the Spirit Stone with bare hands, something only the Emerald Bug clan and Jaehwan should be able to do. Yurin recalls the Fortress Master's warning. Individuals capable of controlling soul corruption had appeared. This must be them. Could everything the Fortress Master's corruption, his descent into madness, have been orchestrated all along by the outer administrator? Yurin shouts to his allies to seize the intruder, but none of them move. Not a single one even acknowledges him. He collapses to his knees, the weight of betrayal crushing him. They were all in on it. There is nothing left for him to do. For the last time, he apologizes to the Fortress Master. Their complacency and incompetence have failed Gorgon. He weeps, overwhelmed with guilt. But at that moment, the ceiling above shatters. A torrent of blue light crashes down, shaking the fortress to its very foundation. All eyes turn upward in shock, while Yurin feels a spark of hope ignite once more. The Shadow Squad captain steps protectively in front of Mayhan, clearly irritated. From the breach, Jaehwan and Jaehwan descend, carrying the still drowsy Chung-ho. Mayhan demands to know who they are and how they dare trespass here. Jaehwan silences him, calling out his foolishness, and hurls two defeated leaders before him. Their betrayal is already exposed, their crimes laid bare. The Disruption Team captain, consumed by despair, apologizes, then detonates himself on the spot. Jaehwan, furious, demands to know what has just happened. Mayhan coldly explains that the man likely chose death over disgrace. How could anyone be blamed for deciding to end their own life? To Jaehwan, such reasoning is absurd. He rallies the others, urging them to come to their senses. This has become outright rebellion, and if the Dead Seal is completed, every part of the Outer Administrator's scheme will be realized. Suddenly, 4 men close in around him. One apologizes, declaring that this is the will of the Forbidden Heaven clan. All Jaehwan must do now is remain still until the seal is complete. Jaehwan calls them cowards, and Jaehwan takes note. He recalls that in return for saving the Fortress Master, he had once been promised protection. But that promise was meaningless. Gorgon can no longer defend itself. The terms must change. Jaehwan declares that he will save the Fortress Master and slaughter every traitor in the room. In return, all he asks for is the frail old man, so he can re-establish the Abyss Expedition. His words stun everyone, most of all Mayan. Mayan sneers, dismissing the idea as the delusion of a fool. He recalls the tale of a man who slew Ya with a single strike. At first he thought it a lie, but now he believes it true. If so, then they must go all out. Jaehwan grips his sword, and Mayhan commands his forces to attack. In moments, Jaehwan and Jaehwan are surrounded. With a few swift thrusts, Jaehwan clears the attackers and severs the Shadow Captain's hand. Yet more enemies rush in, an endless wave. Jaehwan halts, watching as they gather. With a single thrust, he wipes them all out. The strike is so overwhelming that even Mayan, desperate to block, can only deflect it. The attack smashes into the ground near the Fortress Master, leaving a massive crater. Mayan stares in horror, realizing that if the strike had landed on him, he would not have survived. Yurin and Jaehwan are equally stunned. Outside, whispers spread rumors that the rebels plan to unleash the Black Cloud upon all of Gorgon. John rages when he learns of it. He declares himself the fortress's outer administrator and the first elder of the Forbidden Clan. He cannot understand why Emhan seeks to corrupt souls, but he admits he likes men like him. Emhan notices John gathering power and orders his soldiers to bring him down at any cost. As they charge, Jaehwan speaks coldly. He is grateful. Knowing people like them exist convinces him that the world is worth destroying. He unleashes his power, a thrust without a single color, shifting endlessly. It tears through the heavens, fracturing into countless smaller strikes that rain down in a storm of radiant light. Jaehwan urges Yurin to rise, but Yurin is entranced. This, he realizes, is overwhelming hope, the very hope the Fortress Master always claimed they needed. Hope that does not bend or falter, even in the face of annihilation. The Fortress Master himself can hardly believe that this embodiment of hope comes from a man who speaks only of destroying the world. Rubble fills the battlefield, and most of the rebellion is crushed. Mayan survives, though his arms and legs are severed. Helpless, he calls Jaehwan a monstrous beast. But he is too late. Gorgon is already doomed, and the Fortress Master with it. Jaehwan silences him permanently, then asks Jaehwan if the old man is still asleep. Jaehwan replies that he will not wake, no matter what. Jaehwan grabs the old man and slams him into a wall, forcing his eyes open. At once, the Fortress Master begins to convulse. The very deadification they had all struggled to prevent has begun. The system blares a warning. The Fortress Master's soul corruption has surpassed 99.9%. The only action left is to calculate the danger level. The others exchange uneasy glances, trying to make sense of the chaos. Jaehwan calls out desperately for the Fortress Master, but no reply comes. The system interrupts, stating the estimation cannot be completed in time. The conclusion is grim: this will be an immense catastrophe. Sirens scream across Gorgon, urging immediate evacuation. Panic spreads as people rush toward the exits, guided frantically by the guards. But a heavier question lingers: what exactly is happening inside that fortress? Chung-ho orders Jaehwan to escort Jaehwan out while he handles what must be done. Jaehwan joins him, not because his strikes will save lives, but because his strength can clear the path forward. Jaehwan questions why he was given a new sword, and Chung-ho snaps back, reminding him that he broke the last one. Enough talk, the time for action has come. They step into the spirit world within the Fortress Master, and without hesitation, Chung-ho strikes with all his strength. The attack forces memories to resurface, nights of drinking until unconsciousness, moments of fleeting joy, and the bonds they once shared. Chung-ho explains that dead engraves memories forgotten through deadification. If the dead hold tightly to cherished memories, loved ones, treasured times, they may resist the worst outcomes. But then, Chung-ho's face darkens. The memories shift into violent images of war and death. Doubt strikes him: was this truly the Fortress Master? The figure turns, its eyes ablaze with hatred, rage, and bloodlust. Chung-ho denies it, insisting this cannot be the Master. Yet as he stares, his own eyes reflect the same madness. The ground trembles violently. Chung-ho realizes something has gone terribly wrong. This being is no longer the Fortress Master, it's far deadlier. The body convulses, breaking its restraints, rising into the air. Its eyes darken, then flare red. Fingers elongate unnaturally. A shadow spreads across its back, and a sinister crest etches itself into its forehead. The possession is complete. Chung-ho watches in horror. This creature is not the Fortress Master, it is someone he knows. The figure descends slowly, and the instant its feet touch the ground, a crushing pressure pins them in place. It speaks, mocking them. Never would it have expected to descend into this world through such a vessel. Even one as powerful as the Fortress Master has become nothing but a dead. The figure recognizes Chung-ho and grins viciously. "What's an incomplete awakened like you still doing in chaos? Didn't you find what you were looking for in the abyss 9 years ago?" Chung-ho trembles. This is the Master of the Dead Palace, ruler of the chaos, the soul being capable of opening the door to the abyss. His name, the Soul King Catastrophe. Jaehwan attempts to strike with question, but the attack does nothing. Catastrophe is like a dead, yet something far beyond. With a flick of his finger, he shatters Chung-ho's established world, replacing it with a bleak, merciless domain under his control. He sneers, asking if Chung-ho stays only to defend this worthless, crumbling world. Chung-ho is left speechless. One casual flick was enough to erase his world entirely. Catastrophe turns his gaze to Jaehwan, intrigued. A human who retains his heart even after complete awakening, curious indeed. Chung-ho realizes the truth. This power is dead descent, used upon the Fortress Master's body. But if this is merely a clone, how can a clone radiate such suffocating power? The pressure threatens to crush even him. Jaehwan steps forward. If Chung-ho has failed, then it's his turn. He declares his intent to kill that thing here and now. Catastrophe laughs in amusement, his grin widening. "Oh, do your words hold weight, human?" He twists his neck into a crooked angle and remarks with eerie amusement that Jaehwan is truly an interesting person. Chung-ho steps in, trying to stop Jaehwan, insisting there's nothing they can do right now. Not even the Great Mueller could match the strength of the Soul King. Even if this opponent is just a clone, rushing headfirst into battle is reckless. But Jaehwan urges him not to be so afraid, he's confident he can win. Chung-ho looks at him, baffled by how this child can remain so calm when facing something that seems utterly impossible. Catastrophe bursts out in loud, maniacal laughter, his mouth contorting unnaturally wide. Suddenly, he freezes. His body convulses, dark energy spilling from him, and then he pulls a sword from his gaping mouth. Mocking Jaehwan, he says that if he truly means what he claims, then he should give it his best shot because he wants to see just what a foolish awakened being, still clinging to a human heart, can really do. Chung-ho's eyes widen in shock. He recognizes the weapon immediately, the Void Sword. This cursed blade was powerful enough to wipe out half of the previous expedition squad with a single strike. The fact that it's being wielded again is terrifying. Catastrophe charges forward. Jaehwan barely dodges the slash. Observing him, Jaehwan claims he's seen eyes like his before, eyes that seek the abyss. Isn't that his true aim? Chung-ho is startled by the revelation. They know so little about this enemy, and yet, could it really be that he's seeking the abyss itself? Catastrophe sneers. To think people still exist who desire to reach the end of the world, he had believed otherwise. But Jaehwan is far too weak, not even comparable to Mayor Milark from 9 centuries ago. With a vicious strike, he aims for Jaehwan, who narrowly avoids it, countering with a thrust that severs one of Catastrophe's arms. Jaehwan believes he's gained the upper hand, but Catastrophe merely regenerates the limb and, seizing Jaehwan's moment of shock, darts to his side, striking him in the arm. The rest of the blow misses, but the wound is inflicted. Jaehwan retaliates, driving his weapon into Catastrophe's torso, yet the enemy doesn't even flinch. Instead, he presses forward, attempting to finish Jaehwan with a devastating strike. When the dust clears, only Jaehwan's cape remains, having been used as a decoy while he retreated. Catastrophe begins explaining the nature of his corruption. It is a disease that accelerates time itself. A single wound from the Void Sword ages the body by centuries, even millennia. Souls unable to withstand such a burden decay into ruin. Jaehwan, unfazed, declares that this will not stop him. Striking at his own decayed flesh and soul, he vows to rip away any part of himself if that's what it takes. Catastrophe is astonished by his willpower. Cutting away his own aged soul is an act of sheer mental fortitude. But in the end, he mocks that such resolve is all Jaehwan possesses, and it will never be enough to defeat him. Suddenly, shards burst from Catastrophe's chest and mouth. To Jaehwan's shock, they form into countless void swords, all hovering, ready to strike. Catastrophe mocks further, noting that Jaehwan's weapon kept in its crafted sheath is nothing more than a replica forged by the mayor's tower. Impressive, perhaps, but still just a toy. The swarm of blades launches forward. Jaehwan defends desperately, but several swords slip through, piercing his leg and arm. Chung-ho screams at him, urging him on. Without hesitation, Jaehwan drives his weapon into his own body to halt the accelerated aging. But Catastrophe doesn't relent. Their blades clash violently, unleashing a massive shockwave that hurls Chung-ho back. Catastrophe warns that if Jaehwan continues fighting like this, his soul won't endure much longer. Jaehwan sneers but knows he's right. He can't keep cutting himself apart forever. Despite his efforts, he can't detect Catastrophe's weakness. Strange particles distort the air, clouding his vision. His mind drifts back to Chung-ho's earlier words, the explanation of this place, the world they are trapped in. The White World. It is a world where he resurrects memories of those long lost, shaping them through the force of imagination. Every awakened carries their own distinct realm, born from a single keyword they receive upon awakening. This keyword embodies their deepest desires and emotions, and from it, their world is formed. The stronger the awakened, the more beings they can draw into their creation. Hwan wonders if this is truly possible and decides to test it. He clashes weapons with Catastrophe, then uses the impact to push himself back, creating distance. His eyes glow as he summons his own world, the moon. Chung-ho gazes at the scene and declares that this is hell. The world Hwan has manifested, one he has lived in and embraced, is nothing but pure torment, a reflection of hatred and loathing. Catastrophe is elated, reveling in the beauty of his opponent's ideal world. Without hesitation, Hwan drives forward, striking with full force and pinning him to the ground with his sword. Now that the obstructive particles clouding his vision are gone, Hwan can focus solely on ending this battle. But Catastrophe retaliates. Gigantic tentacles erupt from his body, ensnaring Hwan. Recklessly charging in, unaware of the futility of his actions, Hwan is slammed into the ground. The earth shatters beneath the crushing force, reduced to rubble as Catastrophe presses him down further and further. Towering above, Catastrophe proclaims himself as one who will never abandon his hatred. He admits it has been a long time since he has encountered such a fascinating existence. With a sinister calm, he wrenches the sword from his chest and levels it toward Hwan. "All journeys must end," he says, "and this has been a most entertaining one." The blade plunges toward Hwan's head. Previously, Jaehwan's secrets finally came crashing down. Turns out, he isn't even dead. He rejected the main game, shattered the Tower of Nightmare, and escaped into chaos itself. But that's just where things started getting insane. Jurin exposed him as an SS rank threat powerful enough to destroy a fortress worth 380 million horns. And while everyone debated if he's a hero or a monster, a darker truth surfaced: the Monarch of Pitch Darkness is after him. But here's the twist: even the monarchs can't enter chaos. So why is the fortress master dying? And what the hell is the dead slash that could destroy everything? If you thought Jaehwan's battle with Chungho was wild, wait till you see what's coming next: the rise of the Soul King, Catastrophe. And hey, if you missed the earlier parts of this crazy story, all the full videos are linked in the description below. Go catch up before the next part drops. Trust me, you'll need the context for what's about to unfold. The blade plunges toward Hwan's head, but at the very last instant, Hwan awakens. His eyes blaze gold. With a sudden surge, he drives his sword upward, cleaving Catastrophe in half, severing his head with precise perfection. Yet Hwan knows this is only the beginning. He rises, ready for the true fight. Catastrophe laughs at the futility, mocking Hwan's struggle as pointless. His body begins to regenerate, grotesquely reforming from his severed head. His figure twists into a monstrous shape with elongated limbs and a distorted neck, towering above Hwan. The crest on his forehead expands, and Hwan instantly recognizes the danger. The monstrosity strikes. Hwan dodges the first blow, but the assault is relentless. With a brutal sweep of his other arm, Catastrophe sends him flying. Hwan crashes into a wall, blood bursting from his mouth. Catastrophe slashes through the rock where Hwan was pinned, but Hwan has already slipped away, circling behind to prepare a devastating thrust. Their blades meet in a storm of blue and red light. Catastrophe speaks as they clash, his voice echoing with disdain. For millennia, countless beings have tried to shape worlds. They climb the illusion tree in search of answers, chasing their empty questions. Are you the same? What is it you seek here? He presses his blade harder against Hwan, nearly overwhelming him until the weapon halts. A blue aura surges from Hwan's sword. At last, Catastrophe claims to understand. The world itself is your question, isn't it? Though Hwan manages to block the strike, the impact drains him, blood trickling as his body falters under the strain. Catastrophe's interrogation continues, his tone sharp and mocking. What is it you want from this world? Is it destruction, annihilation, extermination? Judging by this realm of yours, you long for the end. That is the true name of this place, the end. How arrogant, for a mere human to fashion a world so bold, to challenge the worth of the illusion tree itself. Such arrogance cannot go unpunished. Even the wisest men dare not question the illusion tree or its very existence. With ruthless intent, Catastrophe swings wildly, pressing Jaehwan into a dangerous position. But Jaehwan calmly observes that his opponent does not truly understand what he is saying. Catastrophe sneers, claiming that if Jaehwan's words were true, then what he is doing cannot be called questioning at all. Jaehwan, standing below, reflects that this feels eerily similar to his past encounter with Beastrain. A realization strikes him his opponent is nothing more than a clone possessing the Fortress Master's body. That means he has an opening. Planting his feet firmly into the ground, he channels all of his strength into a single, devastating thrust. Caught off guard, Catastrophe has no chance to dodge. The blow lands, tearing a massive hole through the fortress wall. Though wounded, Catastrophe slowly regenerates, mocking Jaehwan's persistence. Did this mortal truly believe he could ever kill him? How laughable. Prideful, weak, and foolish such effort is meaningless. Bored, Catastrophe decides to end the fight and lunges forward, intent on devouring him whole. But Jaehwan stands tall, golden eyes blazing with defiance. Just as Catastrophe closes in, Jaehwan leaps high into the air. Golden orbs ignite around him, forming a radiant line that points the way to victory. With renewed determination, he dives forward, driving his blade straight into Catastrophe's back along that guiding path. Shock floods the monster's face, for this is no ordinary strike, but a technique known only as crack. Jaehwan forces his sword deeper, and a massive blue explosion erupts. Defeated, Catastrophe concedes, vowing to wait for him at the entrance to the abyss, the place of endings. Then his form vanishes, and the waters calm once more. Exhausted, Jaehwan and the Tower Master sit in silence, recovering from the most grueling battle of his life. Even in victory, Jaehwan reflects. His strongest thrust, a technique that once overpowered countless enemies, was nearly useless against a single truly powerful foe. Its wide radius may scatter weaker opponents, but against a singular force like Catastrophe, it served only as a distraction. He realizes thrusting alone will never be enough. A new technique must be forged if he is to stand against greater threats. As dawn breaks, the others check on Chung-ho, who has collapsed, though not from drink this time. Suddenly, the Fortress Master calls Jaehwan closer. Despite being long dead, he explains, his spirit has been observing everything with great interest. He thanks Jaehwan for facing the Soul King and grips his arm tightly. After centuries of rule, he believes it is finally time for Gorgon to change. Through that grip, he passes his power a surge of energy shaped like a serpent or dragon. Jaehwan feels a warmth flooding his body, filled with memories and bonds he never realized he carried. Before fading, the Fortress Master leaves him with a final reminder: never forget what it means to be human. As Jaehwan emerges from the rubble, new patterns glowing across his arm, the guards gather and bow before him. Yurin, tears in his eyes, acknowledges the will of the fallen master. If this was his final wish, then it must be honored. Lowering his head, he greets the new Fortress Master, Jaehwan. Kwan is left stunned, simply staring at them in disbelief. 2 days later, life begins to settle again as the people return to rebuilding with whatever resources they can gather. Inside the office of the Fortress Master, Jaehwan sits uneasily. He cannot bring himself to accept the title, repeating yet again that he never intended to take on this role. Yurin, however, reminds him of the promise they made. He shows him the conditions once more. The task had been to save the Fortress Master, an outcome now impossible to achieve. Jaehwan bristles at the implication. Are you saying I must take responsibility for his death? Yurin calmly replies that, in a way, yes, that is what it means. Desperate to twist the logic in his favor, Jaehwan argues that since the former Fortress Master died, but he himself survived, the condition should still count as fulfilled. Yurin smiles knowingly. That is correct, but it also means you must continue upholding that promise from now on, as the new Fortress Master. Shihan protests, lamenting the crushing weight of responsibility. He insists he has no time for this, his path lies upward, toward the abyss. Couldn't he pass the role to someone more suited? Yurin shakes his head. Such a thing is impossible. Gorgon, the very pattern left by the former master, would never acknowledge another. The realization dawns on Jaehwan. Had Gorgon truly chosen him? Yurin confirms. The role of Fortress Master cannot simply be handed down. It only changes hands when the current master dies, just as it did recently. With that, Yurin places several documents before him, explaining they contain rules, guidance, and notes that will help him fulfill his duties. Reluctantly, Jaehwan flips open a file. It's filled with strict laws, including many that forbid any disrespect toward the Fortress Master. So that's why the people only ever spoke well of the previous one. Yurin adds that there are also useful items stored in the drawer, then excuses himself to return to organizing books, offering his help if Jaehwan ever requires it. Curiosity gets the better of him, and Jaehwan searches the drawer. Among the items, he discovers a crumpled piece of paper written by the 17th Fortress Master. To his shock, it begins to reshape itself and speak. The voice congratulates him, acknowledging him as the new Fortress Master. It reassures him not to worry too much about ruling, for the essence of a good Fortress Master is not toil, but knowing how to enjoy life, to play, to celebrate, to party. Security belongs to one branch, administration to another. He should not overburden himself. This message, passed down through many Fortress Masters, carries weight. The letter warns of the dangers of greed and overwork. Many Fortress Masters, including the one before him, had their souls corrupted because they pushed themselves too far. The paper urges him to avoid changing the world, because change here is impossible. What Gorgon truly needs is not transformation, but the endurance to survive a little longer. Peace for the many outweighs change for the few. Its final plea is clear: do not be greedy, do not force change, and above all, do not lose yourself. In chaos, the best Fortress Master is one who does nothing at all. Jaehwan takes time to reflect. At last, he begins to understand what the Fortress Master truly is in this world: an existence meant to erase the hope of change, to preserve life for the majority by denying it to the few. Yurin re-enters the office and notices Jaehwan deep in thought. "What weighs on your mind?" he asks. Jaehwan responds quietly but firmly. After careful thought, he has decided. He will rid himself of the position of Fortress Master. Yurin, unsettled by Jaehwan's cryptic words, presses him to explain. Jaehwan doesn't answer directly, only insisting that they must begin now. He then asks Yurin what the role of a Fortress Master truly means to him as an individual. Yurin pauses to reflect before replying. To him, a fortress is nothing more than a fort, a military stronghold with one clear purpose: to protect its people from danger. Jaehwan pushes further, asking, "If the enemies cease to exist, what then? Would this still be a fortress?" The question forces Yurin into a realization. If there were no enemies, then the very purpose of the fortress would vanish, and the position of Fortress Master would lose its meaning. Still, he argues that such a situation could never happen. A fortress without enemies is impossible. But Jaehwan disagrees. He declares that he will unite all of chaos under one banner, bringing about that very possibility. In chaos, death is marked not by funerals, but by the soul farewell procession. This ritual sends off the dead for good. Unlike ordinary funerals, which honor and remember the departed, this rite erases them from memory. During the ceremony, people speak of the deceased, share stories, and once it concludes, that person's name is never spoken again. It is the final gift chaos grants those who leave it forever. Yurin begins the ritual, addressing those gathered. He reminds them of the old Fortress Master, Amal Grosk. They cannot bury him, for nothing remains: no body, no soul. He has vanished entirely, becoming nourishment for the illusion tree, leaving behind only memories. That is precisely why they must forget him. For the last week of the ritual, they will speak of him fondly, recounting his deeds until the final trace of him fades away. In the corner, Jaehwan listens quietly. At last, he learns the name of the man who entrusted him with this position. He hears the thoughts of others. Too many doubt him. To them, he is too young, only 60, far from experienced. A woman standing nearby notices his expression, sensing his urge to fight them all, and she smiles knowingly. Another figure approaches, asking directly if he is the new fortress master. At that moment, Chung-ho steps forward beside the woman, remarking that she is late. He calls her the vice leader of the priestess clan, then adds with a sly grin that the old fox from the Sont clan beat her to it, already greeting the new master. Intrigued, the woman asks Jaehwan which side he intends to take. Chung-ho cuts in again, saying there will be a time when Jaehwan makes his stance clear. Then Yong Ilhan, the vice leader of the Sont clan, smirks and asks Jaehwan his age. 60, Jaehwan answers. Ilhan finds this odd, wondering aloud if perhaps Jaehwan is from a secret institution in Gorgon or even the son of the old fortress master. The comment disgusts those around them, who see it as deeply disrespectful to the late Amal Grosk. Unbothered, Ilhan shrugs it off, saying it doesn't matter, and that he looks forward to working together. But in truth, his thoughts are darker. He remembers his humiliation 10 years ago, when he tried to establish a branch in Gorgon. Bribing guards to slip in, he was caught by a gate captain and dragged before the fortress master. Amal Grosk rejected him outright, furious at the chaos he had caused. Both the old master and the gate captain had crushed his ambitions in an instant. Now, Ilhan sees his chance at revenge. The heavens themselves must have arranged it a mere child of 60 sitting as fortress master. They shake hands, and Ilhan discreetly casts his most powerful illusion spell. The magic pierces Jaehwan's mind, dragging him into the 8 gates of hell, where fire rages endlessly and a colossal dragon launches its assault. Those watching notice Jaehwan sitting motionless and immediately suspect foul play. They whisper that Ilhan must have invoked the 8 gates of hell, a cruel and shameful act, especially against someone so young. Ilhan grins, imagining the boy already being consumed by the flames of the Crimson Dragon, Tiamat, within the illusion. Soon, he believes, Jaehwan will break, screaming in agony, reduced to nothing more than his obedient dog. Jaehwan remarks that chaos has a peculiar way of shaking hands. Since that's the case, it's his turn now. He channels the same magic, forcing Ilhan to glimpse the true world and the ever-watchful Moon Eye. Ilhan's eyes redden, his body trembling as he screams in terror. Jaehwan calmly explains that normally, such disrespect toward the fortress master would warrant execution. But this time, he'll let it pass. Ilhan should be more careful when they meet again. Chung-ho finds the outcome dull, while the woman beside him is clearly shocked. After this, Jaehwan prepares to address everyone. As he steps onto the stage, Chung-ho senses that something ominous is about to unfold. Jaehwan begins, admitting openly that he knows nothing about Amal Grosk, neither his work, his life, nor the kind of man he was. And truthfully, it isn't his concern. What matters now is that the people before him are dissatisfied with their new fortress master. Jaehwan acknowledges their frustration. He has little spiritual power, is still young, and, truth be told, stumbled into the position by sheer chance. He never wanted the title, and they never wanted him to hold it. So the question becomes what would make everyone satisfied. After a brief pause, Jaehwan declares his solution. If anyone can defeat him in single combat, they will take his place as fortress master. This bold statement draws laughter from Kaiman, leader of the Southern Sea Clan. He admits it's a refreshing change but asks if there are conditions. Jaehwan confirms there is one. The challenge period lasts for a month. If no one succeeds, every challenger will be conscripted into the Abyss Expedition Squad, set to depart in 2 months. Yurin reflects on Jaehwan's words. He had trusted him since the day he saved Gorgon from the Forbidden Heaven clan and had already accepted him as Fortress Master, even when Jaehwan made outlandish claims about uniting chaos. Yurin believed that, despite his unease, Jaehwan would never act against the fortress itself. But that belief begins to waver when Jaehwan bursts in one morning, shouting that matters are spiraling out of control. Fed up, Yurin storms into the office, demanding to know how long Jaehwan intends to neglect his duties. But instead of Jaehwan, he finds Carlton there supposedly still recovering in the medical ward. This discovery fuels Urin's rage further, and he bellows Jaehwan's name, his voice echoing throughout the fortress. Meanwhile, below the fortress, Jaehwan trains using statues modeled after Carlton. Chung-ho considers it a waste, remarking that many women, especially those from the ward, would want to keep such statues. Jaehwan brushes it off and tells him to pay attention to a new technique he developed. He gathers a swirl of green energy, catching Chung-ho's interest. His stance is softer, the blade guided with precision. It looks inspired by Chung-ho's own slash. Chung-ho jokingly suggests it should be called the Chung-ho thrust. Jaehwan teases back, asking if he'd like to experience the thrust firsthand. Infuriated, Chung-ho unsheathes his sword, accusing Jaehwan of becoming increasingly arrogant. But before he can react, Jaehwan unleashes the technique. The attack slams into the wall above them, cutting Chung-ho off mid-response. As Chung-ho prepares to retaliate, the ground shakes, and something heavy crashes down before them, the leader of the Lightning God clan, Wu Yang. A few minutes earlier, Yang and his subordinates had been crawling through the basement, positioning themselves directly above Jaehwan. Yang prepared to strike, his ambition clear. He wanted to seize the title of Fortress Master. Assassination, to him, wasn't cowardice, but the purest form of combat. However, before he could make his move, Jaehwan's technique blasted him out of commission. When Yang eventually regained consciousness, Chung-ho was suddenly in his face, startling him. Confused, Yang demanded to know why he was there. Chung-ho smirked, calling him a weasel, saying he had always known Yang would eventually pull something reckless. Yang's attention shifted to a young man nearby, and he asked who he was. Chung-ho told him plainly that was the new fortress master. Shocked, Yang muttered that it made no sense. He had never heard of this man, not in chaos, nor in the almighty land. With a weary sigh, Chung-ho admitted that none of it made sense, that everything about this new master defied logic. Yang was taken aback by his words, but his pride refused to let go. He demanded a rematch, insisting he still had strength left. Jaehwan accepted, telling him to step forward if he truly wished to fight again. Yang charged with incredible speed, but Hwan evaded easily. Yang smiled, following up with a spinning strike. Yet Hwan slipped past once more, irritating him. Frustrated, Yang gathered his energy, forming a massive sphere of power. He swore he would obliterate Hwan in a single blow. But before the technique could land, Hwan teleported behind him, mocking the attack for taking too long to charge. And with that, Yang was defeated. Later, Yang reported back, claiming he, the leader of the Lightning God clan, had only narrowly lost just as he was ordered to. Chung-ho congratulated him, knowing this would draw many more challengers to the new fortress master. It had been 100 years since Yang's fate had been sealed under the Yuan clan of the Almighty Land. Once, he was nothing but a slave, toyed with at his master's whim. This cruel fate began after he cleared the tower he and his comrades condemned to servitude. Over the decades, one by one, his friends vanished, sent to battlefields, sold off, or beaten to death. After a century, most were gone, existing only in his memories. Yet Yang survived. At last, after 100 years of submission, he was formally recognized as a servant of the clan. But that very day, something within him snapped. A voice screamed at him to rebel, to defy the masters he had served. He listened. That night, he betrayed their trust, slipping into the clan's forbidden vault and stealing the Lightning God art. The moment he learned it, his body reverted, youthful and brimming with vitality. This was the hidden treasure of the Yuan clan, the power they had sought to keep buried. But his theft carried a cost. For over 20 years, he was hunted relentlessly, until finally he died like a dog. Yet fate was not finished with him. Summoned into chaos, he rose to become one of its 10 clans, the 9th. And now, he faced the bitter truth. A man not even 100 years old had already surpassed him, becoming Fortress Master. Even Chung-ho, who rarely revealed emotion, couldn't help but smile at this new master, a smile Yang had never seen, even during the Abyss expedition when Chung-ho confronted true despair. Still, Yang sulked, unable to accept the unfairness of it all. Chung-ho told him he was fortunate, meeting this man before truly knowing despair. Yang's face twisted in denial, but Chung-ho had one more thing to tell him, something that might just shatter his disbelief. 1 week before his arrival, Gorgon was nearly overtaken by the Forbidden Heaven clan. Yang is stunned by the revelation and waits for an explanation. Chung-ho admits he doesn't understand how Gorgon's internal knowledge fell into enemy hands, but it seemed they were preparing for a long-term occupation before they could inflict real damage. However, Jaehwan saved Gorgon with a devastating strike, even repelling the Soul King, who had descended by possessing the Fortress Master's body. That, Chung-ho says, is the only true deed of the current Fortress Master. Yang is shaken by these achievements and scolds him for not revealing the truth earlier, instead letting him suffer through needless defeat. At that moment, the doors burst open. The Fire King clan leader, Kang Huang, storms in, demanding a duel with the Gorgon Fortress Master. He apologizes for arriving with the Sea clan leader, but insists on fighting first. Jaehwan dismisses the suggestion, telling them both to come at once. He's practicing a new technique and doesn't want to waste time. The challengers are shocked, and Chung-ho mutters that things are about to get ugly. Huang steps forward, warning that Jaehwan will regret his arrogance, then charges with full force, hurling flames across the room. Jaehwan dodges with ease, and the blast scorches the wall, drawing Chung-ho's furious screams. Steel clashes as their swords meet, and Huang sneers, asking if Jaehwan fears the flames dancing along his blade. Jaehwan calmly denies it, then launches a crushing punch that ignites the moment it connects with the sword. Huang barely manages to block, but the impact opens him to Jaehwan's finishing blow. "Tell me later if you fear my thrust," Jaehwan says before striking with such force that he blows a massive hole through the fortress wall, sending Huang flying. The Sea clan leader quietly douses the scattered flames, assuring the others that Huang will survive. Jaehwan questions why he didn't step in, and the Sea clan master replies that he simply hates heat. Now, however, with the flames gone, they have space to fight. The room darkens, and the two warriors lock eyes. Jaehwan reflects that until now he has faced fire and lightning, but now comes water. It reminds him of a certain monster-catching game, but this opponent feels far sharper than the rest. The Sea clan master charges with a precise thrust. Jaehwan blocks, the clash forcing both men apart. Unlike the reckless challengers before, this one fights with calculation, not blind aggression. He strikes again, but Jaehwan evades and soars upward, preparing a devastating attack. The Sea clan master barely dodges, staring at the crater left behind. If he had taken that hit, he admits, he would have been crushed completely. Accepting defeat, he withdraws. Jaehwan demands to know why he surrendered without showing his full strength. The Sea clan leader explains that even without his full power, the outcome is clear. Instead, he proposes they turn their attention to the Abyss expedition. Just then, Huang staggers back from the rubble, raging at Yang for downplaying Jaehwan's strength, claiming he was set up to be humiliated. Chung-ho snaps that he lost because of his own weakness, not Yang's words. Yang mocks Huang lightly, reminding him that since both challengers were defeated, they are bound to join the Abyss expedition without complaint. The Sea clan leader calmly reveals that he had already intended to join. This shocks Yang, but Huang immediately understands why. The Sea clan master had once been the closest companion of the previous fortress master, Amal. When Amal led the first expedition centuries ago, Kamen was too weak to accompany him. The expedition returned broken, with most of its members gone, and Kamen was the first to witness their downfall. That was 900 years ago, and ever since, he has been waiting, sharpening his sword for this chance. Kamen admits he was planning to enter the Abyss soon regardless, but this moment makes it perfect. Chung-ho starts to argue, but realizing Kamen's ambition, He turns instead to Huang and asks what his decision will be. He knew he had lost. Accepting that as a man, he had already come to terms with leaving. Chung-ho asked Yang about his decision, and Yang simply said he had made up his mind. Without warning, Yang suddenly dashed toward Chaeyeon, stunning everyone. Chung-ho shouted for him to stop had he truly lost his senses. Jaehwan prepared to strike, but instead of attacking, Yang dropped to his knees and bowed with all his strength. The onlookers were even more bewildered. Yang declared that from this moment onward, he, Yang, leader of the Lightning God clan, would swear absolute loyalty to the Gorgon Fortress Master. Hwan regarded him coldly, saying such devotion was unnecessary. But Yang insisted, even if it meant dying, he would pledge his loyalty. Jan reminded him he was already a dead man. The words nearly broke Yang, yet he pressed on. Even so, he begged to be accepted as part of the family, willing to serve as nothing more than a captain. Chung-ho scoffed, questioning what family he spoke of, while Yang vowed never again to steal martial manuals, something he had a poor history with. Chung-ho snapped, reminding him that he was still the Lightning God clan's leader. How could he abandon his duty? In a heavy voice, Yang admitted there was no clan left to lead. Only 7 survivors remained. The Lightning God clan had been annihilated a week ago. Chung-ho froze, shocked, and pressed him. Was it true? Yang confirmed it. Chung-ho then laid out the grim reality. Yang's clan was gone, and with it, his chance at the Fortress Master's title. He had gambled everything on the one-on-one challenge with Hwan and lost miserably. Now, stripped of options, he sought acceptance here. Yang admitted all of this openly, without shame. Still, Chung-ho found it strange. News of such a catastrophe should have already spread. Kimin agreed even with the distance between Manticore and Gorgon, word wouldn't take a week to arrive. Yang then pointed out that Jaehwan had earlier saved the fortress. Wasn't that the case? Chung-ho reminded him he had already mentioned defeating intruders from the Forbidden Heaven clan. At that moment, the pieces fit together. The others gasped, so the Forbidden Heaven clan had infiltrated Gorgon. That explained the chaos they'd noticed. Chung-ho concluded that Yang's clan had fallen to them as well. Yang confirmed it, adding that not only his clan, but also the Dark Forest clan and even the Heavenly Dragon clan had been destroyed. The revelation left Hang reeling. Could this mean Manticore Fortress had already fallen? Yang confirmed grimly. Manticore had been seized by the Forbidden Heaven clan. Chung-ho pieced it together. Information could not have been silenced for a week unless the fortress itself was under control. That meant the Forbidden Heaven clan had seized the skill system and blocked messaging across the region. Hang was horrified. 3 of the top 10 clans, obliterated overnight by one enemy. Kimin muttered that he had heard whispers of the Forbidden Heaven clan's growing strength, but never imagined this scale. Chu wondered aloud if the ranking system meant that the lower the number, the stronger the clan. Yang glared at him, mocking his late realization despite being a fortress master. That insolence enraged Jaehwan. His fury radiated like a storm, his aura so terrifying it sent shivers through them all. Yang at first tries to dodge responsibility with excuses, but ultimately chooses to apologize. He then carefully explains how the situation works, which manages to calm Jaehwan down. He reveals that within the entirety of Chaos, there are 4 fortresses, each governed by 10 clans. While this should be common knowledge, not all clans are equal in strength, and thus they are ranked from 1 through 10. Rank 1 belongs to the most powerful clan, while rank 10 is the weakest. In theory, the difference between the top and bottom should be overwhelming. Yet the reality is shocking. The Forbidden Heaven clan ranked last at number 10 has utterly crushed rank 9, Lightning God, rank 3, Dark Forest, and even rank 1, Heavenly Dragon. They seized Manticore with ease. Yang admits he lacks hard evidence, but he is convinced that a hidden force is supporting them from the shadows. Jaehwan reflects on the Forbidden Heaven clan. At first, he dismissed them as nothing more than a group that happened to control the mayor. But they went beyond that. They attempted to seize Gorgon and succeeded in taking Manticore. If they are willing to conquer fortresses, perhaps their ambitions align with his own. Still, a question lingers in his mind. Is the mayor of Manticore working with the mysterious figure someone once warned him about? The only way to know for certain is to investigate elsewhere. Meanwhile, in a vast hall, a man seated upon a throne decapitates a subordinate, frustrated that they failed to obtain the guardian horned beast. This man is none other than Lim Jin Hong, leader of the Forbidden Heaven clan. As the bloodied head rolls on the floor, two men approach to deliver reports. One informs him that the leader of the Heavenly Dragon clan has been captured, his limbs severed. Another explains that the Dark Forest clan leader still resists with a handful of men, but will fall soon. Jin Hong toys with the severed head in his hands, clearly amused, and asks about the Lightning God clan leader. One subordinate hesitates and admits they have not yet captured him. Instantly, Jin Hong drives a knife into the man's shoulder, dropping him to the ground. The other quickly apologizes for the failure, and Jin Hong waves it off but presses further. Do they at least know where the target has fled? The answer is likely Gorgon. Jin Hong finds it strange that the clan leaders united so quickly after Manticore's fall. Speaking of Gorgon, he recalls hearing rumors about some lunatic gathering people for another Abyss expedition. The idea strikes him as madness yet also familiar. He considers the elder Mayan, who devoted immense effort to collecting foundation stones in preparation for Manticore's conquest. Despite all that, Mayan still failed. As Jin Hong muses, a massive screen materializes before him, showing an image of Jaehwan. There's something oddly familiar about the boy's appearance, though Jin Hong cannot pinpoint what it is. Before he can dwell further, a message arrives from the Monarch of Pitch Darkness. The monarch commands him to hunt down an escaped product that fled from a tower. Jin Hong bristles at the order, irritated by being treated like a subordinate, but he has no choice. He instructs his men to spread word that the message came through them first. Still, the matter gnaws at him. How could a mere product, supposedly trapped in a tutorial, have slain a cultivator and then gone on to wreak havoc across all of chaos? Disgusted, he buries another knife in the skull of the already wounded man. None of it makes sense. The remaining subordinate cautiously asks what should be done about the Lightning God clan. Jin Hong dismisses the concern. Leave them be. Let every clan leader gather at Gorgon. It will only make their downfall easier, for soon Gorgon will be reduced to ash by an army of the dead. He recalls the foul, corrupted energy that leaked from Gorgon weeks ago. There is no mistaking it. It was the energy of the Soul King, Catastrophe. The force vanished quickly, but what makes it terrifying isn't the descent itself. It's the fact that the dead can summon more dead. The fools in Gorgon are about to learn firsthand why Catastrophe is named a disaster. Back in the training chamber, Yang and the group discuss the possibility of a secret benefactor behind the Forbidden Heaven clan. Yang speculates that one of the 12 monarchs of the Almighty Land could be involved. The others immediately dismiss the idea, insisting that the monarchs never interfere in the affairs of chaos. Hang mentions that he heard rumors of a war raging in the Almighty Land. Perhaps, he suggests, someone is exploiting the chaos. His idea: reach out to the Resurrection Palace. Kamen is taken aback. The Resurrection Palace is tied to the monarch and the 5 great clans. It is the institution responsible for managing the fruits of chaos. If one of the 12 monarchs is truly involved, then it would mean they've broken their sacred treaty. Chung-ho explains further, in exchange for the fruits, the monarchs and the clans swore never to interfere in chaos affairs. Hang insists they should make contact anyway, but Kimin resists. It's all speculation, and he despises asking for help. Worse, what if the monarchs and clans are united against them? Chung-ho turns to Jaehwan. With Manticore fallen and 3 clans defeated, continuing with their original plan would mean war. Jaehwan doesn't hesitate. These enemies must be fought eventually, so why not now? Chung-ho admits that Jurin revealed Jaehwan's plans to him, and he has reflected deeply. To unite chaos itself seems impossible. Forcing all clans into submission is a fantasy. On top of that, the Resurrection Palace is far stronger than any of the 10 clans combined. No matter how powerful Jaehwan becomes, he cannot shoulder this alone. A faint beam of light breaks through the ceiling. Jaehwan declares that this is precisely why he sought them out. He looks at Chung-ho with confidence, shocking him. Jaehwan concedes that he lacks experience and longevity, but insists it doesn't matter because Chung-ho is here. Chung-ho, flustered, asks when Jaehwan ever claimed he would join the expedition himself. Jaehwan fixes him with a steady gaze, asking if he truly doesn't want to. The question shakes Chung-ho, leaving him unsettled by the emotions he feels toward this so-called 60-year-old child. Turning to the group, Jaehwan clarifies his true goal. The Abyss expedition is only one part of his plan. First, he will unite all of Chaos. Then, he will destroy the Resurrection Palace, the thieves who stole the fruits over 9 centuries ago. Only after that will they march into the Abyss. What he needs most are true comrades willing to see it through. Anyone unwilling should leave now. Kimin challenges him, asking if he would attempt this even alone. Jaehwan answers without hesitation, yes, he will do it with or without them. Kimin presses hadn't Jaehwan just admitted he couldn't succeed alone. Jaehwan replies coldly that solitude has carried him this far, and he has grown used to it. The group falls silent, stunned. Then Kimin suddenly bursts into laughter. He finds Jaehwan's determination exhilarating and swears allegiance, vowing to follow him anywhere into the Abyss or against the Resurrection Palace. Yang follows suit, pledging himself as well. When they turn to Hang, he admits he hasn't decided yet. This disappoints Yang and surprises Kimin, but Hang retorts furiously that his hesitation is the only reasonable reaction in such a situation. How could they trust this man so easily without truly knowing him? To be honest, even he doubts his ability to lead an expedition into the Abyss. The enemies he intends to challenge are overwhelmingly powerful, and the risk is immense. Yet that's exactly why he wants this chance to prove that he is capable. Out of the clan leaders, 6 have already fallen. If the remaining 3 acknowledge him, he will also give his recognition and follow them anywhere. Jaehwan accepts this immediately without hesitation. However, he sets one condition: if he must recognize their strength, then they must also earn his acknowledgement. To decide this fairly, he proposes a tournament where their titles as clan leaders will be at stake. If all of them reach the quarterfinals, he will fully recognize them and then submit to their tests. Hang reacts with fury, but Kimin steps in, pointing out that the idea makes sense. After all, Jaehwan has no proof that these leaders are truly the strongest in Chaos, and titles alone aren't enough to rely on. At that moment, a surge of dark energy spills from behind a door. When it opens, Urine storms in, furious at what Jaehwan has plastered across the wall's flyers announcing the tournament preliminaries. In his view, the tournament has already begun. Later, inside the fortress, Urine sighs deeply. Jaehwan tries to reassure him, insisting that their fortress master must have a plan, otherwise he wouldn't have taken such bold action. But Urine is unconvinced. The situation has now spiraled. Powerful fighters from across Chaos, along with countless spectators eager to witness the battles, have crowded the gates. The outer fortress is overflowing, and the inspection teams can barely keep up with verifying identities. Carlton observes Urine's frustration and asks if it's dissatisfaction with Jaehwan's decision. Urine shakes his head. It isn't about that, it's about principle. Carlton then suggests that, in emergencies, the inner tower leaders could simply make a majority vote, which the fortress master would have to accept. Urine admits it's possible. With 3 newly appointed leaders, they currently hold more voting power than the others. These 3, Claire as Finance Tower Leader, Jaehwan as Security Tower Leader, and Carlton as Law Tower Leader, were chosen after tragedy. 4 of the 5 original Tower Leaders were slain during the Forbidden Heaven clan incident, and the last survivor was left critically injured. But Urine isn't convinced that Claire was a wise choice. To him, a bar owner hardly seems fit to control the finances of an entire fortress. Claire meets his doubt head-on, locking eyes with him. She accuses him of looking down on her since the day she was appointed. But she presses further, does he even understand the value Jaehwan's decision has created? If people gather, money naturally follows. Thanks to the tournament, Gorgon is packed like it hasn't been in years. When Urine admits he doesn't even know the tournament's location, Claire explains, it will be held in the northern outer fortress, in the market streets once destroyed by the Forbidden Heaven clan. The residents who lost everything have taken this chance to rebuild, repairing streets, setting up stalls, and now working as tournament staff. Urine realizes he never considered this angle, focusing only on the chaos it might cause. Claire reminds him that the financial losses from the Forbidden Heaven incident were astronomical 12.87 billion hen. With this tournament running just 2 days, her calculations project revenues exceeding 13.28 billion hen, possibly more. Her insight surprises him, but Claire simply shrugs it off. She handled vast sums of money in her former profession. This is nothing new. Whether Jaehwan intends to liberate them or plunge chaos into all-out war, one thing is certain: he will reshape chaos itself. Far to the south, in the Green Ocean, stands the Dryad Fortress, woven entirely from living roots and secretions of the colossal guardian beast known as Dryad. Its master, Aisha Linraftoft, senses something amiss and uses her top-level scouting skill. Her vision stretches across vast distances, revealing an approaching horde of the dead, all headed toward Gorgon. At the front of the horde marches one of the 3 great dead, the backwards walking Magritte. Its power is immense. It detects her gaze and stares back. The pressure is so overwhelming that blood seeps from her mouth. Reeling, Aisha immediately dispatches a messenger bird to warn Gorgon's fortress master. Meanwhile, in the northern streets of Gorgon, the tournament is in full swing. Shinmug, leader of the Limitless clan, observes that the pace is astonishing, already down to the pre-quarterfinals in just 3 days. Chungho approaches, explaining that such rapid progress is inevitable. Every participant is exceptionally strong, many having slaughtered countless opponents during the preliminaries. After exchanging greetings, Chungho notes Shinmug's remarkable growth in strength, offering praise. Shinmug returns the compliment, but admits he was surprised not to see Chungho in the competition, given his love for battle. He doesn't enjoy dogfights like these and prefers real matches. The fight below continues as Hang unleashes a powerful attack on his opponent. Thinking he has won, Hang lets his guard down only for his opponent to soar into the air and crash down with immense force. When the dust settles, the stranger stands victorious, and Hang is eliminated from the tournament. Mug recognizes the technique the stranger used, and Chungho agrees it's the Steel Monarch Hai Yu's own Azure Cloud mystic footwork. They wonder why one of Hai Yu's subordinates would be here, but it's only natural for monarchs to have an interest in this competition. Jai announces that the pre-quarterfinals have ended and the long-awaited quarterfinals will now begin. The next competitor steps out from the waiting room, the Savant clan leader, Jagal Mong. He greets Chungho with a blink, which irritates him, but Moguk tells him to let it go, reminding him that Mong is just a 4-year-old kid. Mong's opponent is Jaehwan. When they face off, Mong mentions that he's heard of Jaehwan's grand plans, but finds them impossible to achieve. Mug studies the fortress master carefully, wondering if he can defeat Mong given his youth. He notices Mong's energy is similar to Chungho's and asks if he might be his disciple. Chungho smiles, and in the next instant, the fight ends with Mong crashing into the wall. Chungho remarks that a monster like that could never have a master he's his own. Surprisingly still conscious, Mong recalls that when he entered the quarterfinals, he had no opponent listed. When he later discovered that he'd be facing the fortress master, he thought he had struck gold. He had joined this brutal competition to warn the fortress master about what's to come. It wasn't the first time this had happened. Others before had given people hope of reclaiming their lost lives. But hope that cannot be fulfilled only leads to something worse: despair. That's why Mong believes he must crush false hope before it spreads, sparing others from the despair he has endured for 400 years. He cannot, or rather must not, lose, because if he does, the past 300 years of his existence will have been meaningless. He recalls that the tournament was announced as a series of one-on-one battles, but the format was never specified. Jaehwan realizes that's true but wonders what Mong is getting at. Mong declares that he wishes to challenge him to another kind of duel, a battle of wits. He argues that it's only fair to fight on his own terms. The audience boos, calling him a coward afraid to admit defeat. Chung-ho sighs, saying he knew Mong would try something like this. Muguk notes that if it's a contest of wits, predicting the outcome will be difficult. Chung-ho adds that Mong will probably propose that dreadful strategy game favored by the military advisors. Jaehwan asks what kind of battle of wits Mong means, and Mong takes that as acceptance of his challenge. The arena shifts, transforming into a vast open field. The system announces, "Welcome to the military strategy formation world." It offers to show him the manual, recognizing him as a beginner. Mong explains that the formation world is simply a fancy title for this type of game. It was created by one of the 13 masters, a mayor named Maris, who took inspiration from a game called Frontier. The strategists of the Almighty Land enjoy playing it immensely. He also adds that he will give him some time since he has never played this type of game before. But Jaehwan refuses, saying it's simpler than he thought and that he already understands it. In reality, he recognizes the game that the mayor used as inspiration, a strategy game centered on a war between 3 races. Players must gather resources, train troops in real time, and destroy enemy buildings to win. He already knows a game exactly like this, the Frontier game from Earth that everyone played. He's probably played more than 10,000 matches in it. But who are these mayors to know about something like this? Mong asks if it's okay to use the Lost Garden terrain, and Jaehwan agrees. They both choose their races, with Jaehwan picking humans and Mong choosing undead. Mong thinks humans are the weakest race of all, so even though this kid seems arrogant, he's still just a novice. The undead race he picked grows stronger as the game progresses and has better units early to mid-game. His plan is simple: train a few workers, build up his base, and win by amassing a massive army. Before he can even begin, however, Jaehwan attacks with his villagers and easily destroys some undead units. Mong becomes furious and demands to know what Jaehwan is doing, why he's attacking with farmers. Then he notices that Jaehwan has built 3 watchtowers near his base, giving his units both protection and a strong advantage. Mong can't take out the watchtowers because the farmers, who have the highest stamina of all starting units, would interfere. Now he's completely stuck, unable to gather resources or build anything to recover. Jaehwan recognizes this as a common Korean strategy, known for its destructive power and efficiency. However, it's often criticized, especially when used in tournaments. The spectators cheer for Jaehwan, while Mong's entire sense of control crumbles. Enraged, he shouts that it's common etiquette not to attack within the first 10 minutes of a match. Jaehwan questions what he means, and Mong explains that players typically use that time to build and gather resources. Jaehwan replies that if it's not an official rule, then it doesn't matter what he does. Mong falls to his knees, biting his lip in frustration. He wonders who this man is, someone who defies logic, disregards convention, and refuses to follow any predetermined rules. There's simply no way to close the gap between their abilities. Mong realizes he can never beat him, but perhaps that's for the best. For 400 years, he's been waiting for someone who could finally fulfill their hopes. He admits defeat, bringing the first round of the quarterfinals to an end. As Jaehwan rests after the match, Muguk and Chung-ho come down from the stands. Chung-ho asks where he learned to play that strategic formation game, as he thought Jaehwan only cared about perfecting his thrusting techniques. However, since the spiral slash technique he used in battle was partly inspired by Chung-ho's own style, it's not entirely accurate to say he only focuses on thrusts. Jaehwan recalls what happened and asks what spiral/Chungho is referring to. When they first discovered the technique, Chungho had insisted on calling it spiral/ because he thought it sounded the best. But Jaehwan told him he only used thrusts. Chungho kept insisting, and that's when Kaiman came up with a better name. Since both thrusts and slashes kill their enemies, they should call it fatal spiral. Jaehwan notes that this was the name they settled on in the end, and Chungho is surprised he actually kept it instead of choosing a cooler, flashier one. Chu looks at Muguk and remarks that he seems very strong, suggesting they should spar for a bit. Muguk notes that his introductions are rather rough for someone so young, recalling that Chungho already warned him this man doesn't respect his elders and instead attacks them. Jaehwan sighs and explains that none of the old men present are weak in the slightest. They are all powerful. Strength comes with age. He adds that there's no real need to be polite to all these geezers. While Chungho scolds Jaehwan for his words, Muguk observes that for the first time in over 900 years since the Abyss expedition was destroyed, Chungho seems to be genuinely enjoying a conversation. Mulark had once been the captain of that expedition 9 centuries ago, a leader who gave hope and dreams to the chaos. Yet in the end, despite their desperate efforts, all that remains of that great leader is a symbol of despair and dust. Muguk wonders how Jaehwan would fare against Mullik. Could he even replace him? Based on the last fight in this journey, Jaehwan is extremely strong and might even surpass Mullik, given his vast potential. However, leadership requires more than strength, it demands character. Muguk feels no righteousness from Jaehwan, sensing instead the complete opposite of Mullik's gentle and mature nature. Moreover, he has felt a strange bloodlust emanating from him this entire time. Suddenly, Muguk senses an ominous energy behind him, an eye from the true world staring intently. He turns swiftly, but the presence vanishes instantly. He telepathically asks Chungho if Jaehwan isn't awakened. Chungho confirms that he is, noting that it took him a while to notice, but Jaehwan is completely awakened, through and through. Jaehai then announces that the next quarterfinal match is about to begin. Chungho tells Jaehwan, who immediately begins climbing the stairs to the arena. Chungho asks what he plans to do since it's not his turn yet. Muguk ponders what it means for him to be fully awakened, while Jaehwan remarks that all this waiting between rounds is just wasting everyone's time. Muguk wonders if Jaehwan has surpassed the third stage of awakening as the latter stands proudly in the arena. Chungho watches him with a puzzled expression, wondering what he intends to do this time. The contestants arrive, and Chan begins analyzing them. Among the participants excluding Kaiman and Yang, 3 new faces stand out. One in particular, a woman wielding a chain sickle, gives off an aura so mysterious that even Question cannot discern her nature. Chon wonders who she could possibly be. Jahir approaches and reminds Jaehwan that it's not his turn yet, asking what he's doing there. Reporters and news outlets rush forward, eager to hear what the Fortress Master will say. Taking Jai's microphone, Jaehwan tells everyone to listen carefully. He has seen enough of the participants' strength to know where they all stand, and since it's become boring to watch others fight from the sidelines, he plans to change the rules of the competition. One of the contestants, Ja Gukyeong, the priestess clan leader, steps forward and demands to know who gave him the authority to alter the format and why he is doing so now. Jaehwan declares that he is canceling the one-on-one fight rule. Gur asks if he means they will now fight in groups. Jaehwan confirms that it's something like that. She objects, asking how they would determine a winner if the participants are split into teams. Jaehwan clarifies that she misunderstood. He is not suggesting multiple teams. There will be only one team, the 6 of them together, and he will face them alone. The announcement shocks everyone. Jaehwan formally declares that he will fight all 6 at once, promising that whoever defeats him will earn the position of Fortress Master. The crowd erupts in cheers, and the news outlets broadcast this as the perfect chance for the new Fortress Master to demonstrate his true strength. The woman with the sickle laughs, saying that something interesting is finally about to happen. After finishing his announcement, Jaehwan tosses the microphone back to Jaehir and thinks to himself that what he needs most right now is the trust of the common people. The deeper the connection he forms with them, the more trust he earns. Over time, this bond will naturally deepen. However, in a situation like this where time is limited, there's another way to gain trust, by displaying overwhelming strength. One of the contestants, a woman with long hair, suddenly approaches him, shocking everyone around. She remarks that he is quite likable and that it would be a waste to slay him. With that, she steps back and announces that she will be forfeiting today. As she walks away, Jaehir wonders why she made that decision. In terms of numbers, they clearly held the advantage, so why did she just give up? She whispers softly enough for Jaehwan to hear, saying it's troublesome to continue and that it will appear soon, so there's no need to act. Jaehwan wonders what she means, but before he can ask, Yang also concedes, admitting that he cannot hope to defeat the current fortress master with his abilities. Jaehwan assumes Yang is doing this to become his subordinate and save face. Kamen clenches his fist and gives up as well, acknowledging that his strength wouldn't even be enough to move the fortress master. Jaehwan believes Kamen's decision comes from his sense of fairness. He wouldn't want to fight four against one. What a useless fellow, he thinks. Still, even if he wins against these three, the victory would not feel satisfying. Gur remarks that this is unfortunate and clearly not what she expected or planned. Jaehwan replies that although the situation isn't perfect, he's still fine with all three attacking at once. Gur calls his arrogance boundless, noting that the others only stepped back to help him save face. Through telepathic communication, Jaehwan overhears their conversation. The vice leader of the clan says this is their chance to teach him a lesson no matter how strong he is. He can't withstand all their attacks. Gur cautions her to restrain her anger, reminding her that they aren't here to fight the fortress master. Jaehwan listens closely, wondering what their true purpose is if not battle. Gur asks Haeyoung what she intends to do. Haeyoung responds that she will continue to observe them. Gur then asks who is backing the Forbidden Heaven clan for the Steel Monarch to act so crudely. Haeyoung refuses to answer, simply hoping that they can complete the task as instructed. Gur's expression hardens, but with no other choice, she asks what must be done. Haeyoung explains that they need to personally understand the fortress master. Jaehwan realizes that Haeyoung is essentially using Gur as a pawn to test how capable he truly is. Accepting her mission, Gur declares that she has no intention of fighting him now, but that does not mean she is surrendering. Even if they have no plans to battle, they will not raise the white flag. Instead, they are voluntarily joining the Abyss expedition, all three of them. The others look on with serious, questioning expressions as Jaehwan demands to know what kind of schemes they are plotting. Gur assures him that there is no scheme involved. If their journey is truly to restore life to the people of Chaos, there's no need for deceit. The public grows restless due to the lack of fighting, finding it dull. Gur then addresses the crowd, saying that since they've come this far, he should be honest. He never intended to hand over the fortress master position to any of them. That's only natural, because this competition was never meant to select a new fortress master. It was held to recruit people for the Abyss expedition. She admits she was deeply impressed by his approach. After all, since the Abyss expedition's failure 900 years ago, no one dared attempt something so grand. Because of that, she feels proud to stand in the arena with him, and she's sure everyone else feels the same. Speaking to all, she reveals that they are not here for the Fortress Master's title. Removing her face cover, her emerald eyes widen as she rises into the air, surrounded by countless butterflies. She says she wishes to hear his true thoughts on all of this. The crowd's eyes shimmer purple as they slowly fall under her spell. Gur asks, is the reason they are all here because of the fight that is going on, or for the future in life of Chaos? She wants to believe that Chaos has not forgotten about their dreams. The skill she is using now is called the Righteous Eye. and it slowly bewitches the spectators, making them believe they also need to know about it. Hyun notices this and wonders if he should end things with a single attack. But then, an elderly man raises his hand in agreement with the priestess clan leader. He did not come all the way from the north just to watch some fights. The people recognize this man as the Gentleman's Sword, known for having no affiliations. However, judging by their smiles, it seems he now has at least one allegiance. Jaehwan's face turns sour. This has become extremely annoying. Carlton walks around the fortress, checking to see if everything is all right. That's when he hears strange sounds from the office. When he opens the door, he sees a messenger eagle and approaches it, wondering when it arrived, as the office has been empty for quite some time. The messenger eagle notices him and relays its message, something that shocks him to his very core. A group of the dead, including a mega dead, is approaching Gorgon and fast. The message is from the Druid Fortress Master. Carlton looks out the window and sees the dark energy coming toward them. It's true. At the arena, Hyun notices how dark and cloudy the sky has become, but he is distracted by Gur, who says they should not be having internal conflicts right now. They should work together and end the competition while they still can, because she has already accomplished her true objective. There are already countless souls willing to risk their lives to join the Abyss expedition. Now, with full control over the situation, the last thing that needs to be done is this. Gur addresses everyone, saying there is still one important question left unanswered: who will be the expedition's captain? Chung-ho notes that this girl is playing dangerous tricks on the people, and Muguk agrees. He analyzes her and realizes she's using the righteous eye skill with an advanced illusionary technique. Now she's retracting her skill. What is she planning? Gur declares that the current fortress master should take the role. With strength that surpasses the 10 clans and intelligence beyond the smartest chaos scientists, he would be the perfect leader and a true historical figure of chaos. The spectators admire the priestess clan leader, seeing her as someone who seeks to raise others rather than herself. The Gentleman's Sword, however, says that the expedition captain's position cannot be earned by strength and intelligence alone. Gur asks what other qualities are needed, and he explains that it must be someone capable of leading countless others without trouble and possessing a suitable personality. He believes everyone should carefully observe the fortress master and decide for themselves if he is fit for the job. Gur replies that she can do that for them easily. She asks how, and the Gentleman's Sword tells her to use the righteous audit. It would solve their issue quickly. Gur smiles, and the public agrees she should use it, since it would make it easy to evaluate the Gorgon Fortress Master. Jaehwan announces that the righteous audit will be conducted and tells everyone to clear the stage, except for the Fortress Master. Gur agrees, saying that if this is truly what everyone wants, she will proceed. She begins activating the technique and asks Sean if he will undergo the audit and take up the position of expedition captain as he originally intended. Chung-ho scoffs, saying they've been completely tricked by this woman if they think she'll actually use the righteous audit. Muguk notes that everyone here knows about her little Q, and ability high stage adapters often plead with her to use it to fill their enlightenment values and progress to the next stage. Chung-ho grows worried. If Chuan loses control and blows everyone up as he usually does, they can say goodbye to the expedition. No one would want to follow a lunatic who harms his own subordinates. But if they do nothing, his true personality will be revealed through the test. And unfortunately, his personality isn't good at all. Jaehwan accepts the conditions, much to Chung-ho's surprise. Gur asks once again if he will go through with the audit, and Hwan confirms that he will. She nods and says that if that's the case, she will begin immediately. For several minutes, they stand motionless as the spectators wonder what's happening. Then, the entire scene shifts into a violent ocean storm, tearing apart a massive ship that Hwan is on. Gur explains that the first stage of the audit is the ocean region, and in reality, most of this area consists of treacherous seas like this one. Ships that aren't strong enough are easily destroyed here. Fortunately, a rescue ship suddenly appears out of nowhere. However, there's a problem. There's still one person left who needs to get aboard, but the ship can only carry 10 people. If it takes even one more, it will sink. A man appears behind Jaehwan, calling him Captain, and asks for his decision. He must act quickly. The options are clear. 1. Allow those who boarded first to survive and sacrifice one person. 2. Refuse to abandon anyone, even if it risks sinking the rescue ship and killing everyone. Jaehwan looks at the two choices, unsure if that's really all there is to it. Gur hovers above him, asking what he will do. If he chooses the first option, people will call him heartless. If he chooses the second, they'll question his judgment. No matter what he decides, his right to become expedition captain will be at risk. Then, John declares his choice option 3. Gur is taken aback, insisting there are only two choices. Jaehwan calmly explains that his third option is to save everyone, including the ship. He refuses to let it sink. Gur bites her lip, realizing he's uncovered the hidden choice. This third option only appears to those who seek their own answers. His plan is to save everyone without sacrificing a single person. They will rescue the one who fell and take turns entering the water to balance the load. Gur admits it's the only choice that saves everyone, but it ruins her plan. She wanted him to appear incompetent when faced with two impossible decisions. Frustrated, she demands that he tell everyone his third option out loud since people are dying in the storm. Hwan replies calmly that if that's the case, he'll simply split the sea open. Gur stares at him, thinking he's lost his mind. Then, Jaehwan steps forward, grips his sword, and takes a deep breath. Gur tells him to stop, unsure what he's about to do. Chung-ho suddenly recognizes the stance and screams for everyone to move away immediately. With a blinding flash, Jaehwan unleashes a devastating thrust. The explosion shocks everyone, even the system registers it as an error. Before him, the raging sea vanishes completely. The crew rejoices, grateful to be alive, but Jaehwan tells them to back off, saying he doesn't like being touched. Before disappearing, they offer him their heartfelt thanks, and in their eyes, Jaehwan sees a faint spark of humanity. With that, the righteous audit comes to an end. Gur, furious and slightly injured from the blast, glares at him. Jaehwan meets her gaze once and says coldly that it's time to stop playing around and get serious. Gur's eyes widen as the entire Gorgon territory suddenly goes into lockdown and alarms begin to blare. Seeing this, Jaehwan immediately rushes toward the disturbance while a voice announces across the fortress that all events have been cancelled and the gates will remain sealed indefinitely. Most citizens are confused, but those who saw the dark cloud understand what's happening and warn the others that the dead are coming. They must hide immediately. From the direction of the approaching horde, everyone gathers, and Yong spots a pitch-black mass advancing toward them. He laments his misfortune first. The Lightning God clan was destroyed in Manticore, and now he faces an entire swarm of the dead in Gorgon. What kind of luck is this? Hang taunts him, saying if he's scared, he shouldn't have joined the expedition since he'll be useless. Yang retorts that Hang should give up too, as his legs are shaking like a frightened chicken's. Chung-ho watches and reflects that he never expected a child, not even 900 years old, to take a leading role in such chaos. 6 of the 10 clans are present: Limitless, Southern Sea, Savant, Priestess, Fire King, and the last remnants of the Lightning God. He never thought he would witness such a sight in his lifetime, but he can't deny that it feels nostalgic. He turns to Muck and asks if this doesn't remind him of something from long ago. Muck realizes he means the incident at the Dead Palace and agrees it's similar, though he doesn't understand why this is happening again. Chung-ho muses that the dead always call to the dead. When a medium dead appears, smaller ones follow. When a large dead appears, the mediums gather. And now, with the dead king present in Gorgon, something far worse will come. The very reason every fortress built its walls so high. The disaster feared by all, even in chaos, the mega dead, the backwards walking Magritte. The undead assault begins in full force. Those who failed to evacuate are slaughtered one by one in gruesome ways. Gur watches in horror as the fortress is overrun by the dead, believing it's the end. An elderly woman tries to flee but, overcome by fear and age, stumbles and becomes prey to the merciless horde. Gur wants to help, but before she can act, the gentleman's sword appears. Relieved, she shouts for him to save the woman, but instead, he runs away, letting her die. He apologizes, saying it's impossible to fight so many of the dead. Gur loses all hope, realizing they are powerless. The gentleman's sword soon receives his punishment, cut down by the undead in a surprise attack. Gur watches helplessly, a single tear sliding down her face. Every choice they made feels meaningless. What use is the right answer in a world dominated by death and suffering? In a world without choice, hope doesn't exist, it shouldn't exist. The dead swarm her, but suddenly, one is sliced in half right before her eyes. It's Yang, shouting at her to get a grip. They need everyone they can to fight. She looks around and sees others struggling desperately for their lives. Why? There's no chance of victory. They're only buying time for others to escape. Are they fearless? No, she sees Yang trembling. They're terrified. Every one of them is afraid. So what keeps them fighting? Yang tells her that even though things look grim, she shouldn't be scared. Someone else is facing an even greater threat up above, alone. An undead attempts to interrupt Jaehwan's battle, but he grabs it by the neck and crushes it effortlessly. The mega dead raises massive stone slabs from the fortress and hurls them toward him. Jaehwan scoffs, calling it rude to attack another's fortress. The creature continues its relentless assault, refusing to stop for even a moment. It wants him dead. Hwan realizes this is a troublesome opponent. If he gets too close, it uses its ability to rip off objects. But if he stays at a distance, it unleashes a massive breath attack, one that's nearly impossible to dodge in such tight space. To make matters worse, it can use that attack again almost instantly, which irritates Jaehwan. Deciding to end it once and for all, he steps forward to face the creature head-on. Meanwhile, on the ground, Chung-ho continues to fight, gripping his sword tightly. The scene reminds him of the failed expedition, when he felt that humans were powerless against the undead tide. In the face of such despair, it seems there's nothing they can do. Suddenly, a bright light shines before him, and he remembers what the old tower master once said. The people of this place need hope, something that overwhelms them, a hope that never stops pushing forward. Jaehwan closes the distance and pierces the mega dead deeply. Both fall through the air, exchanging blows in a spectacular clash of good and evil. As the fortress trembles and the sunlight cuts through the broken walls, the dust clears to reveal Jaehwan's victory. He smiles, thinking he should have done something like this much earlier. Chung-ho, shocked, asks who the hell he is, but there's no time for talk. The undead are swarming in from every direction. Surrounded, Jaehwan calmly tells everyone not to get in his way. He unleashes a mighty attack that clears the horde, then follows with an even larger strike. Chung-ho recalls the righteous audit, when Jaehwan split the sea, and now he's doing the same. Everyone stares at the massive crater he's created. Manga calls him reckless, and Chung-ho agrees, but vows to protect that reckless man no matter what. Manga responds that if that's the case, they'll fight with him too. With renewed determination, everyone gathers to continue the battle. Manga is the first to bring down another enemy, inspiring the others to follow. Yang charges at a massive undead and destroys it in a single strike. Fighting alongside Hwang, he admits, somewhat embarrassed, that he just needs to say something. Hwang urges him to spit it out already. When Yang lands on his feet, he grins and declares that he feels really cool right now. Hwang stays silent, prompting Yang to beg for a response. Nearby, Hwang struggles as his movements slow from fatigue. Just as a monster charges at him, a rock hits the creature. A young girl, defying fear, has chosen to fight. The undead turns its fury toward her, and as it attacks, she shouts, "Do it now!" Countless chains erupt and wrap around the beast. Carlton's ability. He stands ready among the others who have also joined the fight. Hwang smiles, saying this kind of battle feels much better. Everyone gives their all in the face of despair. Jaehwan smiles, slamming his sword into the ground as a brilliant blue glow envelops the entire fortress. 10 days later, reconstruction begins. Reports spread that the three great dead and Magritte have been defeated. A reporter interviews the fortress blacksmith, asking what he believes has changed the most. After a moment's thought, the blacksmith answers that living here has become much better. When asked how, he explains that 6 of the 10 clans in Chaos moved their headquarters to the fortress. Supplies, especially horns from horned beasts, have greatly increased, and the economy has flourished as a result. The reporter looks around and remarks that, judging by the situation, it's hard to believe anyone would say it's nice to live here. However, he admits that the atmosphere is lively and cheerful at times. The blacksmith replies that he only feels that way because he didn't witness the Path of Waves himself, an event where Jaehwan's sword parted a sea of the dead. Those who saw it were said to have fallen into a trance, throwing themselves into battle despite countless lives being lost. The reporter wonders what these people saw that made them believe they could live in chaos after all this. It seems that ever since then, Gorgon's residents have truly begun to live. Suddenly, a loud explosion shakes the area, and the reporter asks what's happening. The blacksmith tells him not to worry, it happens often and isn't anything bad. The reporter suspects that only high-stage adapters could cause such an explosion, and indeed, 6 of the 10 clan heads are present. He asks if a war is breaking out between the clans, but the blacksmith explains it's something similar. At that moment, 5 figures fall from the sky, and the blacksmith smiles, saying there are only 5 today. Chuan sits in the training room, declaring that every one of them still has a long way to go before becoming strong. Meanwhile, Hong hears about the incident and angrily smashes his wine glass, demanding an explanation. The messenger reports that the mega dead that attacked Gorgon known as Magritte has been slain. Hong is furious, as that creature was created from a Stage 9 adapter from the Almighty Land and could only be handled by a lieutenant or higher. He wonders how those Gorgon bastards managed to defeat one of only 3 mega-deads in existence. Certain that there must be some mistake, he orders his men to investigate immediately. 4 days later, news spreads about the destruction of the Forbidden Heaven clan's North Branch near Gorgon. At the fortress, Jaehwan calls the other clan leaders weak and asks what they've been doing for the centuries they've been alive. Yong wonders how they could ever hope to defeat such monsters. Jaehwan mocks him, saying he only has quick feet. He then tells Jaehwan that he has power, but is too slow, and Jal that he overthinks before acting. Turning to Gu, he acknowledges her agility and good instincts, but criticizes her poor stamina. Finally, he tells Kamen that he's the best among them, his basics are solid, and he has no weaknesses, but that also means he has no particular strengths. Jaehwan points out that they all share one flaw: they've gained their power without true effort. Chung-ho admits it's refreshing to hear but still feels insulted. Yet he can't deny the truth. 900 years ago, all clan leaders were at least 7th stage adapters, and the leader of the Heavenly Dragon clan was 9th stage. Even then, Malik was far stronger than them all. The expedition to the Abyss was perilous even for such powerful beings, and that's the kind of place it is. Chuan explains that during the subjugation of the Forbidden Heaven clan's North Branch, half of their members were severely injured or nearly killed, and that wasn't even their headquarters. If they're already in this state after dealing with a single clan, how could they hope to continue the expedition? Therefore, starting today, all of them will undergo special training for 1 week. Jaehwan, thinking about how many muscles he'll gain, asks if everyone here is an adapter. He notes that advancing to the next stage isn't easy. Ordinary people take at least 10 years to reach the first stage, 20 for the second, 40 for the third, and so on. Most die before progressing that far. Jaehwan asks what he's implying, and Jaehwan asks if he's trying to turn them into awakened. The group is shocked, and Jaehwan adds that awakened don't accumulate power over time, but instead reach the next stage through enlightenment. Jaehwan confirms this, saying that's exactly his plan if they are willing to abandon their own world. Jong asks what he means, and Chung-ho explains that there are 3 stages for those who wish to awaken. The first is to destroy the world of adaptation, the world they have lived in so far. Those who can achieve this will be able to see the world as it truly is. Jong wonders what he means, and Ger notes that he's asking them to abandon things like status, which only benefit the system. Jong remarks that he himself is an overcharged adapter. These individuals have strong affinity with skills and the interface system, while also possessing the ability to grow much faster. People believe they are blessed by the system. Hang mentions that everyone around them is an overcharged adapter, but Kimin interrupts, saying he's not. He declares that he will throw away his skills and his world if it means becoming stronger. He will abandon everything except his hatred toward the monarchs. Everyone is confused by his words, and Ger explains that they must discard everything they've accumulated so far, but also something even greater. She asks if they've heard of the Great Disappearance. Jaehwan asks what it is, and Ger explains that it began 700 years ago, along with the appearance of the cracks. These cracks appeared in the Almighty Land, and the terrorist group that called themselves by that name announced their war against the cultivators. Each of them was found dead with that proclamation stabbed into their chests, along with another proclamation, this one from the monarchs of the 4 areas. It stated that anyone who wished to awaken must come to the Forgotten Land and completely deny this world. Thousands of adapters gathered there that day, but no one knows what happened afterward. Most believe they simply ceased to exist. Yang asks if there were any survivors, and Ger confirms that some did survive, her comrades among them. They had become awakeners, even though they were only at stage 1. Jaehwan asks what happened to them, and with a sorrowful tone, Ger reveals that every single one of them took their own lives. The experience broke them mentally. They either went mad or lost their memories completely. They all suffered in different ways, but they shared one thing in common: they no longer knew who they were before awakening. Jaehwan looks at her and tells her to listen carefully, as he will make 2 things clear. First, he is not part of the Cracks organization, though he understands her suspicion given his awakened status. Second, like she said, awakening is dangerous. Therefore, he will accept volunteers who wish to awaken. Ger asks what he will do with those who refuse, and Jaehwan answers that he will still help them become stronger by guiding them to higher stages of adaptation. She questions whether he heard Jaehwan, who explained that it takes years just to reach one stage. Jaehwan responds that it's not a problem and tells everyone to follow him. They arrive at the center of the fortress, where the blacksmith is building something. Jaehwan asks if it can be activated now, and the blacksmith confirms that it can. The tower then emits a bright beam of light, and they all receive one question. Will you accept the summon to the Tower of Nightmares, Carpe Diem? They all accept the invitation and are astonished when they enter, as they never believed a human could create such a structure. Even though it lacks a second floor, it's still impressive. Yaegel admits he's touched, saying he never expected to see a place like this one, not meant for domination, but to destroy it. Yang is equally amazed, and Jaehwan explains that from now on, their training will take place here. It will be far more efficient since time inside flows 100 times slower than in the outside world. 1 day outside equals 100 days inside, meaning a single week outside provides 700 days of training, nearly 2 full years. However, the speed of soul corruption increases in proportion to how much time slows down. To ensure safety, anyone whose soul corruption exceeds 80% will be expelled immediately. Additionally, the horns of horned beasts will remain on standby outside, so they won't have to worry about the corruption spreading. Yang is surprised to discover that Jay isn't the cold-blooded, self-centered person he once thought. He promises once again to follow him for eternity if necessary. With that resolved, Jaehwan begins dividing the group. Those who wish to awaken stand on his right, and those who only want to increase their adapter levels stand on his left. Training begins in earnest. Yang is attacked by Ger but mocks her for being too slow to catch him. Suddenly, a blazing fireball appears before him. Hang has joined the fight, attempting to third-party him. Hang declares that speed isn't important. What truly matters is destructive power, and he, the mighty Fire King, possesses it. Jaehwan sighs at their childish squabble, deeming them all pathetic and incapable of improvement. The three immediately team up and charge at him with glowing eyes. Watching this, Mug recalls what happened earlier during the selection process. As expected, Kamen was the only one who chose to undergo awakening, and he seemed confident about it. Ger then asked how they would raise their adapter levels since high-stage adapters find it difficult to grow stronger without achieving enlightenment or mastering new topple skills. Jaehwan replied that this could be solved easily, which angered Ger. Obtaining a topple skill book isn't easy. Was he planning to steal from one of the great clans like Zhong did? Jaehwan explained that they didn't need a skill book. What they needed was a teacher. However, he wouldn't be that teacher. Each of them would become one another's teacher. Mug found this idea revolutionary. Since the clans were too prideful to ever attempt such cooperation, this was something completely new. Watching the younger ones so motivated to prove themselves, he thought Jaehwan's plan might actually succeed. Yet, this made him wonder about Kamen and what he was enduring on the second floor. On that second floor, Kamen continues thrusting his sword repeatedly, wondering how many times he's done it. 10,000, 100,000, maybe even more. Jaehwan tells him to increase his speed, and Kamen obeys, though he can't help but ask if this repetitive training will truly make him stronger. Jaehwan is surprised. He still doubts himself and tells him he should be feeling something by now. Kamen begins to sense a change. Jaehwan asks if he feels uneasy because he hasn't fought other adapters. Kamen admits he knows he's not naturally talented. Jaehwan disagrees. Unlike other clan leaders blessed with power, Kamen's consistency and relentless effort have made him the strongest. His mental fortitude allowed him to retain himself even after reaching the question stage. Awakening, Jaehwan explains, comes not from talent but from willpower. He tells Kamen that he believes in him and asks him to trust him in return. Touched by these words, ones he hasn't heard in a long time, Kamen grips his sword tighter and thrusts even faster. Nearby, a woman at the arena gazes at the improvised tower while drinking, impressed by the remarkable feat, knowing it's not an easy thing to create. She asks her master, Chungho, if he doesn't find it impressive. He looks at her sternly and asks Seola what she's planning this time. She notes that he's being quite mean and reminds him they haven't met in a long while. However, she insists that he should come back since everyone is waiting for him. Chungho explains, as he has many times before, that he will not be returning because he refuses to team up with them ever again. He calls them a group of inhumane bastards. Seola rises and argues that they are actually fighting for humanity. They are the only ones who do it so earnestly. Chungho says that's a lie. He claims they are using humans for their own ends and that their organization is already collapsing after the Great Disappearance. Seola bursts into laughter, unable to believe he would say that, since he was one of those who planned the Great Disappearance. She asks if that isn't true. Chungho begins walking away and tells her it's not. Seola responds that things didn't go as he wanted, but he didn't stop the event, he simply watched as it happened. Still, she feels thankful, because if not for him and his choices, she wouldn't exist. She reminds him that there are countless people within Crack trying to awaken using the method he taught long ago. They swing their swords at each other hundreds and thousands of times, killing and reviving over and over. Among them, only a few survive, continuing to swing their swords even 1 billion times if needed. They become numb to life and death, surpassing humanity to see the world as it truly is. That, she explains, is how they gain the first keyword to awakening dismantle. Chungho draws his sword and orders her to be silent, saying that's the wrong keyword. He pulls her into his unique world, which she immediately recognizes. It's still weak, as he lost his humanity and could no longer create anything within it despite all his efforts. She, however, filled her own world and became the second core captain of Crack. Seola easily cuts his world apart. Chung-ho, impressed, admits that she must have become a captain through sheer skill and asks if she also reached the third stage of awakening. She replies that it wasn't just the third stage and begins transforming the world around them. She asks if he's pleased as this scene of death is her masterpiece, her life's work. She wonders how he feels looking at the sea of corpses. She tells Chung-ho that the living aren't pretending to be dead, and nothing will change that in this chaos. She urges him to come back with her. But Chung-ho declares that the world will change, he believes it completely. Seola can't believe he still has the willpower to hold such faith. She warns that even with his little helper, he will fail just like he did 900 years ago, when he abandoned everyone and ran away like a coward. He can do as he pleases now, but Crack will always be watching him. Inside the tower, Kamen goes through all the stages of awakening. The first is to question it. The second is to understand the world he questions. The third, however, becomes blurry to him. Suddenly, Jaehwan attacks and shouts for him to wake up. Kamen's sword falls to the ground, but he dodges and barely lands on his feet. Jaehwan scolds him, saying he didn't want to see such a pathetic display, he should fight as if his life depends on it. Kamen feels every strike and realizes he can't even imagine defeating Jaehwan, unable to comprehend just how powerful he truly is. This also makes him wonder if he has truly become stronger than before. He closes his eyes and accepts his defeat. But Jaehwan reveals the final key to unlocking the third stage to remove the limits that the world dared to place upon him. With that, Kamen opens his eyes wide and fully awakens the third stage, breaking free from the constraints set by the world. Both of them attack with immense power, and Kamen uses the Muni ability to unleash an even greater strike. When the dust settles and the rain begins to fall, Kamen kneels on the ground. Jaehwan congratulates him for reaching the third stage. Kamen asks if he has truly grown stronger, and Chon confirms it. Yet, Kamen still feels distant, as though he is nowhere near Jaehwan's level, even though they now share the same stage of awakening. Once the training ends, everyone gathers inside the fortress meeting room. The other fortress masters oppose the idea of going on an expedition, claiming it would break their long-standing treaty. Jong immediately confronts them, saying that if they've done nothing since the expedition was announced, they have no right to speak. Yurin interrupts, explaining that the reason for their gathering is the Forbidden Heaven clan incident and urges everyone to stay focused on the topic. One of the masters suggests continuing the discussion since they've already begun. This is Garyuda Fortress Master Gal Huedong, an 8th stage adapter. He proposes that the captain for the expedition be chosen through voting. The Dryad Fortress Master, Aisha Lind Croft, agrees and asks about the absence of the Gorgon Fortress Master, who should have received notice of this meeting. Yurin suspects a setup to keep him away. Right after Yan left the area, a suggestion was made for the 3 fortresses to convene. Before they could refuse, a messenger eagle arrived announcing that the envoys had already departed. Although the adaptation team returned, the Fortress Master and Kamen from the Awakening team have yet to return. It becomes clear that this was a deliberate ploy to manipulate the discussion in their favor. Gal criticizes them for trusting a child who has only lived for 50 years. He mocks the idea of allowing such an inexperienced man to lead the expedition. Jong, enraged, holds a knife to his neck and dares him to speak again. Gal asks what he intends to do, and Jong replies that if they want to resolve things through strength, they can do so. If they wish to replace the expedition captain, they'll have to deal with them first. Gal and Jong step into the arena. Gal asks if Jong truly wants to go through with this, and Jong counters, asking if he's scared. Gal lets him make the first move, and Jong wastes no time, teleporting behind him to strike. Gal dodges, but Jong's speed only increases. Gal acknowledges his quickness, but Jong leaps into the air and crashes down with force, forcing Gal to defend himself. He admits he didn't expect such power from a 7th stage adapter, but reminds him that as an 8th stage adapter, he still holds the upper hand. Kael then unleashes his golden chakrams, hitting Jong hard and making the spectators doubt his chances. Believing the battle over, Kael praises Jong's skills and declares that, as promised, they will change the expedition captain since the lightning god has fallen. Suddenly, Jong rises and tells him to stop talking, he hasn't lost yet. He promises to show him something interesting. As they clash again, Jong uses a technique from Hwang that burns Kael's chakrams. Shocked, Kael recognizes it as a move from the Fire King. Jong then uses another technique, this one from the Savant clan leader, Jaehwan. Furious, Kael yells at them for sharing their sacred techniques, accusing them of abandoning their pride. Jong retorts that pride does not win battles. He charges at Kael with blinding speed and lands a devastating blow. Kael, though injured, still stands and decides to get serious. He channels all his power into a massive chakram that grows in size, forcing the spectators to flee in fear. When it strikes the ground, it tears it apart, stone and debris flying in every direction. Aisha watches this in amazement and Kael taunts Jong as he wants to see if he will really survive such an attack. That is when he notices that Jong was in the air all of this time and tells him that he did great as he unleashes one of his mightiest attacks yet. The attack only reaches his forehead as Mug stops Yang since the fight is over. He tells Kael that his match is over and also asks if he was really going to use the guardian horned beast Garuda in this situation. Kael clenches his fist in shame as this is an anti-dead weapon and announces that he lost. With that, Mug asks who will be the one to fight him. Aisha, if she feels worthy enough, she should come down right now. Suddenly, Gur gets close to Kael and Mug asks what she is doing. She announces that she is simply going to the winning side, much to the others' dismay. Suddenly, out of the blue, a man announces that he will be the one to deal with Maguk. This man is the Jade Mask Golden Monarch Bang Chayanil, a 9th stage adapter. Jurin wonders what a monarch is doing here, and Muk notes that he is the enemy of Chaos who took all of the fruits after killing everyone. How dare he step foot in this place? Konil tells him to stop talking like this and invites him back as the Monarch of Steel misses him a great deal. Mug asks if he is really working for the Steel Monarch now and Konil confirms that he indeed is as his king has a soft spot for martial artists. Muguk notes that if that is true, that man's legacy is over if he decided to accept human trash like him. Keel wonders how he can still be mad about something that happened in the past. Heyo, the Steel Monarch forgave him very easily, but he guesses that comes with status. He should not be so angry at another martial artist. Have they not done a lot of stuff together in the past? Muguk's eyes widen with rage, and he charges in while reprimanding him for saying such a thing as he was the one who betrayed the entire Miram world. With a single-hand attack, Konil blocks him and notes that he is being really too harsh. This is their first time meeting after well over 900 years, so they should chat. Mug gets even madder and attacks with even more fervor, while asking since when did the Dryad Garuda and Priestess clan get played by them in such a way. Konil acts a fool. They were only giving them advice so that they can make wiser decisions. He should also stop talking nonsense about others when he, the Gorgon Fortress Master, and a few others were just pipe dreaming about something unachievable. Truly, they are even more pitiful now than ever. Aisha looks at the fight from above, but it can be seen on her face that she is conflicted about something. Suddenly, the emissary of the Steel Monarch arrives, young, and tells her to throw away those thoughts. She made the right decision. The current Gorgon Fortress Master is extremely dangerous, much more than the Forbidden Heaven clan leader. He is attempting to use the Abyss Expedition Squad to unite the entirety of Chaos, and their great monarch considers him a threat. Threat is the title given to those who wish or attempt to change Chaos, and every time one of these threats appears, hope also starts to appear. However, that will eventually lead to despair. Young continues, if they do not get rid of him right now, once again, Chaos will suffer. And since she has lived for 970 years, she knows full well what happened 90 years ago. Aisha feels like it happened yesterday, so she cannot let another tragedy like that happen again. That is when Young came with the offer when she was vulnerable, but now she is very conflicted as she does not know if this is right. Kael continues to block Mug's attacks and notes that it would be wise to stop now as he cannot hope to defeat him in his current state. He knows that full well, does he not? Mug does not answer with words. Instead, he uses his blade and a technique, Heavenly Sword, to reach for Keon's neck. But instead the attack blows up as he used a technique to block it. He explains that there are tons of differences in abilities between adapter stages, but when it comes to the 8th and 9th stage, the difference is extremely high. He pulls Muk closer and tells him to get to the 9th stage before he thinks of coming back to them, because somebody like him who does not possess the class of a monarch cannot hope to even put a single scratch on him. He unleashes a mighty palm attack on Mug, and Gur thinks that this is the true power of a monarch as Mug was taken down in one single hit. The Jade Mask monarch who ruled over the 12th region is not even a Grand Monarch, as right beneath the Grand Monarch there are 3 titles: Lieutenant General, Major General, and the lowest of the low, which is where he is at, Brigadier General. Gur's suspicions are now confirmed. If they really had to fight such monarch on their expedition, there is no way they could have won. Kael tells him to give up on his dream as they cannot hope to win ever. Have they not all achieved pretty high positions within chaos already? They should not try to play God and stay at their level, as it is all they deserve. Muk seems to have given up, but his eyes glisten once again and he strikes at Kael while he is still talking. Kael is quite shocked that he still wants to continue in the state that he is in, and Mugak notes that 900 years ago, he who has won over the Resurrection Palace by stealing their rightful fruits and killing some of their precious comrades has no right to talk about this. He has never once forgotten the disgrace he put on him and the others on that day. And things are a lot different now. Kill says that he has become too dull, as instead of redemption, he chooses death. But it is rather fitting for him. They both go to strike each other. But that is when Mug unleashes the Heavenly Sword Enigma and throws it at Kael with every mound of strength he has left. Kael reaches his hand forwards and notes that he is still as pitiful as ever while unleashing his bottomless pit. This eats up Magok's ability, and Kael grabs him harshly, saying that he cannot hope to change anything. The others charge in to help him, but Kael intends to finish him off now. Suddenly, from behind, Kaiman arrives and he apologizes for being late. But since the Fortress Master is rather busy now, he will fight in his stead. Jurin wonders what the Fortress Master is so busy with, as the Abyss expedition is about to fall apart. Kimon tells him to calm down as he is here now and asks Muguk if he is alright. He tells him to stop, as this is not someone he can just deal with. But Kimon assures him that it will be okay and tells the others to evacuate everyone from here and get as far away as they can. Jajal tells him to stop talking about the impossible, as Muk was not able to defeat him. Does he really think he can? Kamen tells him once again to let him fight alone. He talks with Kael and says that it has been a while. He tries to remember who he is, and he finally does. He is that child from back then, the one who could not join the expedition because he was not strong enough, right? Kamen confirms that it was him. And Kael notes that since he is daring enough to stand in his way, it must mean that he has become a lot stronger. Kamen raises his sword and says that he will see soon enough. Kael tries to attack him, but he dodges and thrusts his sword into his hand, which sends him flying back. Kael notes that it is not bad, but also asks what kind of skill is it. Kamen explains that it is a simple thrust, but it is not as powerful as a strong thrust. However, he should not be swayed by that and fight him with everything he has got, otherwise he might just die. Kill finally shows anger as this child is deluding himself, killed by someone like him. He unleashes 2 golden hands on Kimon, forcing him to dodge constantly. But when he finds the opportunity, he thrusts through one and announces that today will be the day that he will die. Kael continues the onslaught of hands, but Kamen remembers what he talked about with John. When he finally reached the third stage, Kamen asked, "Did he really grow strong in only 2 years?" Jaehwan then told him that on the second floor, where they are at now, time flows much differently. But he should have known, as he could have not performed 10 billion thrusts in only 2 years. Kamen unleashes his world, much to the surprise of Kael. Kamen's eyes glow a light blue, and he thrusts once again, now with an even more powerful attack. He does not stop there, however, as he unleashes a mighty wave in Kael's direction and moves with it. Finally, he uses one of his strong thrusts and leaves Kael defenseless. After the rain finally settles, Kamen still stands proud while Kael is on his last legs. Kamen thinks that he needs to finish this once and for all, but Gur gets in front of him and Yang picks Kael up. Kamen anticipated this as Jan told him about it, but Gur demands he stand down, as no matter how strong he has gotten, he cannot hope to defeat a monarch with just 2 years of training. Kamen then tells her that it was not 2 years, but rather 200, and unleashes a mighty death blow in their direction, which makes everyone recoil back and create a gigantic hole through the arena. Mug is amazed. Kamen really won. Jaehwan must have predicted all of this and sent Kamen here. Because of this, he showed that instead of chaos relying on him constantly, they can forge their own path and stand proud on their own. Later, while Aisha watches the replay of the match, Kamen arrives and asks if she is the one who changed her mind among the delegation. She confirms that she is, and she did come here because of what he said, but it is because she knows better than anyone how much everyone fears the monarchs. She also asks if he really intends to fight the monarchs, and Kamen says that he will. Aisha explains that the Resurrection Palace is a much stronger foe than the Forbidden Heaven clan ever was. And while he did defeat Kael, he is the lowest of the low, a brigadier general. That means that in the future he will have to fight generals far stronger than that. Kamen knows full well, but they already ran away once 900 years ago, which is why they must not do it anymore. Aisha is surprised by his transformation, as in the past he was someone who was crippled by his inferiority complex, as he was not born an overcharged adapter, and he always despaired when facing something that he could not pass. To think he would have changed so much. Is he really the same person? Suddenly, a commotion can be heard outside. And when Aisha looks, she sees tons of people gathered near a tower of nightmares. Kamen explains that it was made by Jaehwan and the Artisan of Dawn, but it was not used for cultivating, as nobody became a product, because in that tower, someone like a cultivator does not exist. Aisha is shocked. A tower with no cultivator. Is that why Kamen became so powerful? He tells her that she should see for herself now, that chaos is able and willing to stand up on its own. Aisha notices that even common people are willing to train, but they were extremely afraid previously. So why? Kamen explains that it is because they desire free choice, the freedom that they lost 900 years ago. If they do not get it back with their own abilities, then it is useless. Aisha is touched that his people have started to believe in themselves again and asks where the fortress master is now. Jaehwan is chilling with Chungho in a desert, who says that the fortress summit should be over by now. Should they not go back, as he is sure there are tons of strong people there? Jaehwan tells him that Kamen will take care of it, as he has become more powerful than even him. This comment naturally angers Chungho. Jaehwan asks if he also did not start from scratch, which he confirms. So Jaehwan asks him why do that when he was about to reach the third stage awakening. Chungho tells him that he did it because his method was wrong. And Jaehwan notes that it must be because of the keyword he used, which surprises Chungho, as he did not think he would know about something like this. Jaehwan explains that all he knew was that he saw the world much differently than he did. Everyone in Crack, including Chungho, awakened via the same keyword. The first stage of awakening, dismantle. The second stage of awakening, assemble. And the final third stage of awakening, self-surrender. The awakening he knew of was not profound, and it was simply achieved by cutting down foe after foe over and over again. Dismantle did not have any questions about the world. Assemble did not have anguish. and thus he was able to awaken without those things. However, Jaehwan is different. He questioned his existence and understood the reason for the world's existence, which gave him anguish. Because of all of this, there was endless questioning and anguish, a path where even after obtaining his own unique world, one would need to endlessly ponder the legitimacy of that world. Chung-ho asks Hwan how old he is now. As a few days ago, the 3rd floor of the tower was completed. And based on what Michael said, the density of time in that place is much thicker than that of the 2nd floor. Additionally, he was out of the 2nd floor for about 2 days in chaos time. So, how many years did he train for really? Jaehwan smiles and says 1,000 years. Chung-ho finds that hard to believe, but Jaehwan jokes around. Is he going to talk with him formally from now on, too? Chung-ho tells him to stop playing and tell him just how long he was in there. Jaehwan explains that it was not as much as he wanted to, but they should get going. With that, they get running and Chung-ho asks, is he really going to the Resurrection Palace? He says that he is. So, Chung-ho warns him that place is extremely dangerous and he would be better off fighting them after getting more awakened. Jaehwan says that the monarchs will not just wait around. That is why they need to attack now when they least expect it. Additionally, he will only be getting rid of the most important people in the Resurrection Palace and stealing a fruit along with one other thing. The treasure of the mares that turns the living into the dead. The narrow gate. If one uses it, they can pass to chaos alive. And if that is the case, if he steals every fruit and destroys the gate, then the monarchs will not be able to cross over into chaos anymore without dying first. That is. So, in order to achieve all of this, he will go to the Manticore Fortress, which apparently has an alley which leads to the Resurrection Palace. It is currently occupied by the Forbidden Heaven clan, so they will not just let him pass, but well, he will do what he does best, thrust. After Jaehwan blows a giant hole into the Manticore Fortress gate, Chung-ho asks why did he do such a thing? If they did it stealthily, they would not have needed to fight the whole fortress like they are about to now. Jaehwan notes that he told him earlier why and Chung-ho gets it. But they need to preserve their energy as this is just the place that they need to go through in order to get to the Resurrection Palace. Jaehwan knows that full well and uses a few light thrusts to deal with the incoming attackers. At his palace, Jin Hong looks at the fight and notes that this time he does not think the rumors about this guy are exaggerated, as he has done many other things to impress, but to think he is actually just a product. If he had seen all of this earlier, he would have dealt with him much swifter. Suddenly, a woman notes that he must be thinking deeply about something and snaps her fingers, saying that just looking at that chaotic man is getting her excited. It is no wonder that pitch darkness wants a piece of him. Who would not? This is Siren, and Jin Hong tells her to stop dressing like this in chaos, but she retorts by noting that he looks like a scarecrow with those long clothes, so he has no place to talk. She sits down next to him while talking about some gibberish, but that is when she notices he is looking at Jaehwan. So, she steals one of his screens and wonders what kind of technique he is using as he is destroying everything in one hit. Jin Hong asks why she is here besides annoying him, and she explains that she is here to tell him about something very interesting. The Jade Mask Golden Monarch has appeared in chaos. He probably knows that already, as all of the forces sent to Garuda right before they were about to take over are all dead. After looking deeper into it, she found out that it was done by the Jade Mask Monarch, as it seems he won over Garuda and Dryad in return for helping them with something. That something is a promise to keep the treaty where the Supreme Monarch promised to not interfere in chaos business no matter what. So, he swore to not break it. However, it was Pitch Darkness who ordered this, and now even the subordinates of Iron Steel are dilly-dallying in chaos like a bunch of children. This resulted in a proxy war of the monarchs of the Holy Land. But the most interesting thing about all of this is that she heard the Jade Mask Monarch was beaten to death. Jin Hong is interested now and asks who killed him. Siren says that it was one of the 10 clan leaders, which Jin Hong does not believe, as they are not strong enough to kill the Jade Monarch together. She asks if she knows about those guys in the Abyss expedition team that the Gorgon Fortress Master made as one of them. The Southern Sea Clan leader is supposedly the one who killed him. Jin Hong has spoke now. That should be impossible, as the Southern Sea Clan leader was never that powerful. And even if he had hidden all of his powers until now, there is no way he would unleash them now on something so idiotic. The Jade Mask Monarch is one of the ones under the Iron Steel Monarch, one of the 12 supreme monarchs that together rule over the almighty land. Any monarch that is brigadier general and above are all important people, since the almighty land is currently going through a power struggle. So if the Southern Sea Clan leader really did what he did, things will go bad for him fast. Siren asks what is he going to do about Jaehwan, as he was supposed to capture him, but he let him become a fortress master, and now he is also poking around things he should not be. Jin Hong explains that this just saves him time, as he did not want to look for him, and additionally he sent out the dead demon warriors that she made. Those beasts who can use dead power will most certainly deal with him. After Chun Hyo and Jaehwan clear the way, Chung Ho feels that something is off, as there should have been more Forbidden Heaven clan soldiers around here. How else could they have fought the entire chaos? Jaehwan says that might not be entirely true. As the dead warriors approach, Chung Ho is shocked by their presence and by their stench, as he can smell them from here, the smell of the dead. Suddenly, someone from above notes that it is an honor to finally meet the protagonist of this case and jumps down, noticing that the divine physician is also here. How quaint. Chung Ho asks for his identity, as he speaks like they know each other. The man is sad that he forgot, but he will remind him he gathered horns for the clinic and transported patients too. That is when Chung Ho notices that the man in front of him is Heinz, the righteous warrior. But what happened to him? Why is he meddling around with the Forbidden Heaven clan? It is not suited for him. He should leave while he still can. Heinz asks him a simple question. Can he still say that despite knowing what he went through in Gorgon? 100 years ago, Gorgon was in a war with a clan, the Crimson Martial clan, which no longer exists. A total of 50 guards, including the Southern Inspection Gate captain, had died forever because of the Crimson Martial clan's cowardly ambush. Out of everyone, only one man survived, and that man was Heinz. That is why a little later, Heinz begged Chung Ho to help him become stronger, as he does not want to experience what he did again. Chung Hyo explained that he understands the sorrow he must be going through now. However, he has seen thousands of people like him during the 1,000 years he has lived in chaos, and he cannot grant his request. It is funny, really, when he thinks about it. He remembers the words he said to work hard if he wants to become stronger. However, working hard is a luxury for those who are actually able to. Most other people in chaos were not in a situation where they could just work hard like he said. So, he is wrong. He has worked hard to protect the justice he has protected his whole life. And where did that lead him? Here, where he had to break that belief. Chung Ho asks why he looks the way he does, but Heinz ignores him and explains that the friendly and righteous man who was a second stage adapter died 100 years ago. He was reborn and now is the vice clan leader of the Forbidden Heaven clan. He moves his attention to Jaehwan, as he has heard that he only uses thrusts, so he will play his little game for now. He uses Balkan's 8 fangs and a secret technique, the Curatide Sever, in order to unleash dead-like hounds on Jaehwan. He remains calm, however, and thrusts into Heinz's spear, which angers him, as he wants to know how he did that. One of his men suggests that they should attack together in this situation, which Heinz agrees with, and so they charge them all at once. Jin Hong looks at the fight and is angry at his soldiers, as they are being cut down with extreme ease. However, if he also goes there and attacks with them, they will surely take these guys down, as he is close to monarch level. Even with that though, he cannot even comprehend the amount of losses they would have if they did that. If he loses all of his dead soldiers, his plans will be ruined. He calls Siren over, who says that he should stop pestering her as she did everything he requested already. The Spirit Stone research was completed, and she made the black cloud that created the dead warriors for him. So, what more does he want? Jin Hong just looks at her, and Siren sigh as if they made a deal. She could help him overcome this. Hines thinks that this man is the Gorgon Fortress Master, the legend of the Path of the Waves and the Pathfinder of an Impossible Path. All of these titles he gained in just a single month, and he likes none of them. He cannot believe that someone who has been here for just a month has become a Fortress Master. Even a mighty warrior like him could not. In the 200 years he has been here. He will not accept something like this. He transforms into a dare version of him and forwards all of his malice towards Jaehwan, as he will show him just how much hard work he put in. Jaehwan dodges his attack, but it still lands in a nearby wall where some of his soldiers were standing, and it is shown that he is quite destructive. Hines announces that this is the power he has gotten from giving up on his beliefs and working hard on his strength, just like Chung-ho would have wanted him to. Jaehwan notes that it is about time they end this and unleashes a medium thrust on Hines, which destroys the dead parts that came out of him. Seeing that their leader is in danger, the soldiers try to rush Jaehwan, but Chung-ho holds them off. Jaehwan prepares an even mightier attack and says that everyone around here is talking about how much effort they put into themselves. Everyone is so selfish, it is crazy. He strikes so hard that it opens Hines's eyes. He now sees Jaehwan's unique true world, the one that only awakened people can get. Is this really what the world looks like? To someone that has yet to submit to this world? The eye that sees every single thing and makes rules to monitor it. Is this really what he is trying to fight? He cannot lie. He is amazing. Truly amazing. To think that someone would dare to fight that. Perhaps if he had not given up back then and continued his path as a righteous warrior, he would have been able to chase after the same dream. But it is too late now. This single attack was able to take down most of Manticore, and Chung-ho notes that it should be called World Thrust instead of Strong Thrust. Hines is also alive, and Chung-ho wonders how he was able to only attack the buildings. Jaehwan explains it like he explains everything. He just thrusted. However, now that they made a path forward, all they need to do is walk it. Suddenly, a pink portal appears which Chung-ho identifies as a transcendent rank space teleportation skill, warp. Out of it, Siren appears, who says that she cannot believe the dead warriors she made are so afraid. Jaehwan asks who she is, which takes her by surprise, as she is the presenter of countless shows like this week's Hot 10 or Tower of Tower. Does he not have a hologram panel at home? Jihen says that he does not, and Chung-hyo explains that she is a mayor, and he can confirm that all the men of chaos know her. Siren picks up his hat and notes that he has good eyes for someone so old. But did he not know that it is taboo to say that all mayors are just that? Mayors? Each mayor is known as another race, but enough about that. She introduces herself. She is Siren Armold, not just a mayor. Jaehwan thinks that it is unfortunate, as he wanted to ask her tons of questions, but now they do not have the time. So he asks her to get out of the way already. Siren explains that she cannot do such a thing, as she received a request to stop him. Jaehwan does what he does best and puts his sword forward to thrust. But Siren tells him to wait and just hears her out for a second. She offers him a deal to become her product, as the person who asked her to stop him is in that broken down building, almost dead from that strike of his. She will forget that promise if he becomes her product. Jaehwan unleashes a light attack on her, but Siren notes that he will not be able to keep this up for long, as he must feel it too, right? Ja does indeed feel that the spiritual pressure is way stronger around here, so she might be a major general by the looks of it. She explains that pitch darkness is after him, and that guy is no good. She can hide him very well. If he becomes her possession, nobody in the 12 regions will dare touch him. Hai refuses, so Siren snaps her fingers and notes that it is time to do it the hard way. The ground suddenly shakes as two sand demons appear since Siren has used her authority magic to make them. With that, the beasts attack, but Jaehwan thrusts and Siren tries to control her minions, but Jae just continues to kill them. Finally, he unleashes an attack in the ground, which creates cover for him, allowing him to dash across and get directly to Siren. She is not shocked by this, as she could see everything he was doing already. So Heen is caught by a snake and Siren bargains with him. In reality, she is the one losing out on this deal, as she is Siren Omd, the bewitching flame that easily gets #1 on any popularity vote out there. Suddenly, her snake minion starts convulsing and Jaehwan appears right in front of her as it explodes, which allows him to grab her by the neck and slam her on the floor. John does not want to kill her, as she is a mayor who would be quite useful on the Abyss expedition, and he might even find out about the first mayor that is said to be at the top of the illusion tree. He asks her to surrender, but she does not want to. So she frees herself from his grasp and leaves, as this is too tiring for her. Suddenly, though, she appears behind him and uses the 8 gates of hell technique. Inside, Siren says that she expected him to be more surprised, but Jaehwan experienced something similar before. Siren explains that what he experienced was a fake, as the real 8 gates of hell is a skill that was made by a mayor. Jaehwan goes through the first gate, Gale Hell, the 4th Black Chain, and easily plows through the 6th Frost Hell. Siren is shocked by this, as she did not expect for him to go through them so easily. However, she wishes him luck on the next gate, as this one is a doozy. When the gates open, a strange liquid comes out, and from that liquid appear the bodies of his dead comrades, the ones that are still fresh in his mind. Siren tells him to give up now, as since this skill was made, nobody got past the 7th gate. Suddenly, a few versions of him appear and one asks who he is. This is the 7th gate, Self-Hell. Jaehwan wonders what is going on, as these are all versions of him, but they are all from different times. It does not matter to him, as he will still fight. But that is when he notices that all of the versions of him also get ready to thrust, which takes him by surprise, as he did not expect for them to have his techniques too. However, that is not the worst of it, as they are all semi-sentient and able to think for themselves, which will prove to be challenging. Seeing this, he charges in first to not allow them to analyze him further, which allows him to find out that they each have the skill level he used to have when he looked like them. So, they might not be as dangerous as previously anticipated. He manages to take one down, but from him comes a blurry smoke that makes him lose his footing for a bit, which allows one of them to go behind him. Jaehwan is swift, however, and he easily takes him out. But when he does that, a version of him in military clothing falls from the sky and meets his eyes, begging him to stop. Suddenly, he is transported back to a certain memory where one of the soldiers he served with apologizes fruitlessly, as he has slaughtered many people. Jaehwan remembers this memory, as he had it right before he entered the tower. The man continues to apologize, as he has worked hard. He knows that too, but now it is too late. With a heavy heart, he thanks Jaehwan for everything and points the gun at himself. The bullet casing falls, and Jaehwan remembers that this man was his successor and also a counselor. He was harassed endlessly by others, which caused him to shoot all of his predecessors and executives in the middle of the night. He was the only one that survived, and all of the leaders, platoon commanders, and battalion commanders were placed somewhere else. Fortunately for him, he was acquitted of any suspicions, because that man wrote in his diary that he was one of the ones who was really friendly. But still, he was thrown in prison for 15 days. In that solitude, he began questioning everything, and maybe then he really started to hate the system. Naturally, he did not know anything of the world of skills or status, but maybe he was already living in a world of the system where it suppressed individuals wherever it could. Jaehwan starts to damn everything as his life flashes before his eyes. His friends, his comrades, himself. Was any of it even true? He continues to thrust and thrust until a child version of him asks, "Who is he?" This makes him experience fear, something which he has not in a long time. but it also makes him tear up. Even still, he strikes himself and Siren asks him, how does it feel to experience this gate? Awakeners say that self-surrender is becoming a new existence which will make them forget their original self entirely. So awakeners like him who have experienced self-surrender receive much more damage from the 8 gates of hell. Even mirrors would take their own lives when they experience something like this because they simply could not handle that their ego had gotten too large. But to him it is entirely different. Suddenly, Chung-ho slashes the 8 gates of hell away and tells him to come to his senses already. Siren holds him gently and whispers in his ear. For someone like him, the ego that he has forgotten after self-surrender, will he really be able to handle going back in time like this? John thinks that these are all memories he has thrown away, and this place is a world where he has to end himself in order to continue moving forwards. The gate once again asks who he is, but when he wants to answer, the memories start flooding in, making him think that this place truly deserves its name. It is hell. His body is heavy, and he cannot see anything. Suddenly, he remembers when he and Chunho were teaching Kamen about awakening. Awakening is learning to see, the ability to see the world for what it truly is. There is a difference from awakeners and adapters. However, as the awakened see the values that are truth and the particles that make up the world, adapters are able to read the data that cannot be seen and see things very differently. That is the stage of self-surrender mentioned in Awakenings. In return for this, awakened need to be careful of neglect, as being able to see so many things will eventually make a person blind. Jaehwan finally gets it. What is happening to him now is the neglect that Chung-ho was talking about. Those who see too much become blind quicker, and those who hear too much become desensitized quicker. Jaehwan is saddened by this. Does it really not matter to come this far? He has done his utmost. Nobody else was able to come this far. However, now he knows that he just wants to be able to say that he is having a hard time easily like everyone does. The world changes around him, and he sees a blue sky with falling stars which are his memories. He starts to feel a deep understanding and connects the dots. Who is he? Well, he does not know. But at least he is here. But maybe the countless memories he has gotten over the 2,000 years he has lived and the connections of all of those memories. Maybe, just maybe, that is him. Out of nowhere, the 7th gate begins to crumble and Siren begins to vomit as she is experiencing rebound. Jaehwan opens his eyes with a new deep understanding and pushes her away, whilst also destroying the gate entirely. He looks at the next gate and wonders what the next keyword is as he has almost gotten past self-surrender. He will have to leave that for later, though as now he needs to challenge this final gate. Jan looks at the 8th gate and touches it, fully prepared for anything that is to come out of it. Suddenly, it starts opening itself while glowing brightly. And when Jaehwan enters, he finds nothing except a large, serene space. He wonders what to do, but that is when the stars begin writing a message. He would like to tell this visitor about his trivial story since he has passed all of the gates of hell. Chu guesses that these are just the records of the one that made the gates, so he watches eagerly. The text notes that he still remembers when the first Abyss expedition started and identifies himself as Mulark Armelt. This is simply a record of his failure. Outside, chatter can be heard around and Chung-ho begs Jaehwan to wake up, but he does not move an inch. And the same goes for Siren. Even though she used the technique, she is as unconscious as him. He is weary of this because the people from the Resurrection Palace have arrived. And among them, there is a major general-level guy. The general asks his men if they have found anything yet. And when they reply with no, he commands them to search even more thoroughly, as he is sure those weaklings are around here somewhere. This is the 11th stage adapter, the hidden scent monarch, Samyeong-gerim. Chung-ho is very scared of him as he is one of the main fighting forces of the 9 regions. Just what is someone so powerful doing in chaos all of a sudden? Suddenly, Gerim feels something and sends his attention directly to where Chung-ho is. He starts preparing a mighty attack and congratulates them for having hidden for so long like the little rats they are. He throws a mystical punch at them, but fortunately, Siren has woken up and she teleports them out of there just in time. With his prey gone, Garam focuses his attention somewhere else and orders his men to reclaim Manticore and search for the Forbidden Heaven clan leader. While getting out of the portal, Siren wonders just how many times has she died today only. She also asks Chong-ho if he has nothing to say after she saved his life so graciously. Naturally, he starts screaming at her as he is the one who looked after them. Should he not be getting the thanks, not her? She notes that this means they are even, and thinks about what to do, coming to the conclusion that it is better to go to the Gorgon fortress first and foremost. Chung-ho asks if she has surrendered already, but she explains that naturally she has not. She just has business with this passed-out man. Chung-ho says that he has already sent a letter to Gorgon via Messenger Eagle, although he did not expect that Jaehwan would still be out cold right now. So, right about now, some warriors who have awakened must have already departed. Indeed, as he says, countless warriors led by Kimin arrive, and he commands them, from now on, Carpe Diem, the liberation army of Gorgon will depart, pass Manticore, and strike the Resurrection Palace once and for all. They charge in with more confidence than ever before. And they all think that with this many awakened all at once, they might actually have a chance. They might just win. Garam sits idly by and watches them while wondering, would it not have been better if they would just stay here in chaos and adapt to it fully? He smashes a wall and notes that they are quite ambitious. But ambition comes from foolishness. He throws part of the wall he broke in small pebbles which easily tear through the army as if they were real bullets. Yal is left Eruk as he has never seen this kind of power. And so is Young, who watches as Yal is killed right in front of him without any way to defend himself and without mercy. Garam warns them one final time. They should go back quietly and forget about their clueless ambitions once and for all. He slams the ground with his feet and Young notices that something big is coming. So he orders the remaining soldiers to focus on attacking that guy with everything they have. Unfortunately for them, this was what Garam was waiting for. He unleashes an attack that engulfs them whole with red misty energy. And Young is the only one that is able to get out of there, but not without having his arm pulled out of its socket. After this, Carpe Diem, the Liberation Army, has retreated. And that retreat was caused by one single man, the Hidden Scent Monarch, who changed the tide of war in an instant. 10 days later in the Gorgon's inner fortress meeting room announces that starting from the squadron of 3rd Stage awakened 1st Squadron Commander Carlton to the 9th Squadron of the 9th Stage Adapter Limitless Clan Leader along with all of the other squadrons of Carpe Diem, half of their entire forces were decimated in just 10 days, a mighty blow to them because they lost 5 3rd Stage awakened that were crucial to their fighting force. Aisha trembles and notes that it would be difficult to continue this war. And what is more, the Resurrection Palace has already reached the doorsteps of the Gorgon fortress. If they accept the offer that they proposed, they might just make it. The Fire King clan leader asks if she really is suggesting that they hand over the fortress master along with the tower just so that they can survive. Kimin agrees. They cannot hand over Jaehwan. And even if she might be extremely keen with her eyes, he knows that she cannot see the future. Hwan already commanded them anyway that they should just pave the way. That is all they need to do. Aisha notes that with things going as they are, they have no chance of winning. Maybe they should ask the other monarchs for help, as currently all of the monarchs that have been dispatched are a part of the 9th region, Pitch Darkness, and most know already that there is still a long-time grudge between the Strong Steel and Pitch Darkness. Jaehwan wonders if that is wise, as they killed his emissary already, the Jade Mask Golden Monarch. Aisha explains that technically he is not dead because those who enter chaos via the narrow gate like he did would just return to their original bodies once they die here. Ka notes that even if the Monarch of Steel chooses to help, they should refuse it because Chaos must be the one to liberate Chaos and nobody else. Chung-ho and Siren sit beside Jaehwan, who is still very unconscious, and Chung-ho screams at her to wake him up since she was the one who made him like this in the first place. What kind of illusion has she cast to make him fall asleep for 10 damn days? Siren screams back at him. He is the doctor in this place, so if he is that upset about it, should he not do something about it? Chung-ho ignores what she said for now and asks what she is still doing here. Is she not in cahoots with the monarch of pitch darkness? She explains that the contract they made does not matter anymore now since there is a human who was able to break free from the 8 gates of hell. Now Chung-ho wonders what is so special, as that is just an illusion skill she cast on him. Really, it is nothing to write home about. Siren gets even madder, and through her screaming explains that the 8 gates of hell is not just a skill. It is incredible, and it was not even made for humans to use. Its true power is shown when a real mayor starts to use it. However, he had hoped that anyone could use this skill, and so she thought it to the Savant clan since nobody has ever been able to break through the 8 gates of hell. She has seen it broken a few times though, but when that happened, it was used by humans, so it was not at full power. Additionally, what was broken was not the skill, but the mind of the user. But Jan is different from the others, as he managed to break her mind, but broke the skill completely too, as he broke through the 7th gate and arrived at the final 8th gate. For his information, the 8th gate is the gate of rewards, and it is said that those who get there get a very generous reward. Chung-ho has heard about this before. If there is a human that could pass all of the gates and get to the 8, they would become the king of chaos. He heard this from Jaehwan, but he did not expect it to hold some truth. Siren notes that what is behind the 8th gate is the legacy that her godfather has left behind, his knowledge. Before she can explain further, Jaehwan suddenly wakes up and is very confused as to what just happened. He explains what he saw to Siren and Chung-ho while getting dressed and notes that now it is time to go to the meeting room. Chung-ho tries to stop him, as he must not go there now since there are people who are suggesting that they hand him over to the Resurrection Palace. Jaehwan ignores him figuratively and literally as he steps over him, leaving Chung-ho shocked. When Jaehwan arrives in the meeting room, some are glad to see him and some are ashamed, as they have considered something extremely bad. After a few moments of silence, he announces that he will go to the Resurrection Palace, which nobody expected. Kimin asks him what is he talking about. He cannot do something like that. He should reconsider. He just cannot go there. Suddenly, Young includes himself in the conversation and asks him, does he not know that a lot of their comrades have died while he was passed out? They would not have died if they had not come to know of freedom and hope. There was not even time to hold the soul farewell procession for them. Hwan apologizes and Young explains that he hates him to his very core, that he dared to give them life, freedom, and hope. However, despite all of that, they really need him right now. He begs him along with everyone else to not go to the Resurrection Palace and stay right here. At the very least, they would rather die while fighting with him. Chung-ho is shocked by their reaction, as he has given them something unbelievable that he should not have. And now, in order for them to protect what they got, they will all give up their lives for it if need be. Chuin says that they are mistaken about one thing though. He is not going to the Resurrection Palace to surrender himself. He is going to the Resurrection Palace in order to send all of them flying. Everyone in the room is shocked, and Chung-ho, who knew it was coming, is still just as shocked. Yang asks if he has gone insane, but Chuin notes that he is always clear of mind. They all start screaming at him and asks when he will do it, and he replies with right now. Siren finds him quite strange, but intriguing, as reality does not exist for him, but it does for these humans who always kneel in front of reality. Knowing this, nobody will be following him in that suicide mission. She is proven wrong, however, as they all throw themselves at him, as they all want to go in order to free themselves. Siren thinks that they are all insane. So far, they have been living with no problems as souls. Why care so suddenly about life and freedom? Is this really the effect Jaehwan had on them? Jaehwan is grateful for their thoughts, but he will only bring 3 people with him: Jungho, Kaiman, and Siren, who did not expect to be invited at all. So, she is rather scared. But Jaehwan just smiles. Siren asks why she would go there, but Jaehwan keeps talking to the others and notes that even if they are not coming, they will each have their own tasks. Siren screams and screams at him to get his attention, but Jungho tells her to give up. They ask what kind of tasks and a myriad of other questions, like if destroying the Resurrection Palace really is the end and what will happen once chaos is united. Most importantly, chaos would not recognize chaos as the core, and many will try to cause division, which is bound to appear at some point. Yang says that they should worry about that when they get to it, as once they destroy the narrow gate, the monarchs will not be able to pass anymore. Jaehwan tells him to not be so sure, as he is sure that the narrow gate was not the original way to enter chaos. Yang is left wondering about it. But before Jaehwan can say anything, Siren finally gets to him and screams in his ear that she is not going. But he offers her a deal. If she helps him, he will tell her about what he saw in the 8th gate, since he is sure that she does not know. Eventually, they all make their way to her workshop and start touching her stuff, even though she told them not to. She explains the embarrassing stuff as gifts from her godfather. She is very conflicted about having others enter her personal workshop, but it cannot be helped as they need to warp to the Resurrection Palace, which can only be done via warp drive, which he has in here. Jungho finds one of her early towers and goes inside, where he finds the Firewheel Monarch and the 7-Fear Monarch, which he immediately slays. These people were once products, but they remain stuck in the spaces that she created. For those who have been products before, however, what would they feel when they enter the workshop of a mayor? Jaehwan also finds a tower and asks what its name is. Siren says that it is called the World After the End, but it is not finished yet, as he can clearly see. She has started building this tower after she first met him, but she does not know how he would feel about it once he sees it. Eventually, she gets the portal going, and she notes that it feels strange, like something is wrong. But well, just maybe her godfather went on the expedition because it felt like this. At the Resurrection Palace, a man watches as others bicker below him. He thinks of them as fools, as if they were people who could reincarnate. They would not be queuing here, but going to the fruit repository instead. Should they not have given up by now, considering they have been waiting for half a year already? This is the 72nd Resurrection Palace Master, the Fog Monarch, Hict Mayor. Some people below him compare their situation and note that even if he does not like it, they are similar since he has also been here for a long time. Naturally, Mayor is insulted by this and puts them in their place, which makes them grovel at his feet instantly. However, he still finds it boring, as if it were not for the treaty, he would not be just standing around here. The monarchs that came to chaos after dying in their previous lives have a duty tied to them that they will become the palace master until the next monarch dies and comes to chaos. He hopes that soon someone will die and take his place. Maybe it will be that Jade Mask monarch that was defeated by the Abyss expedition. Or that is what he heard at least. Suddenly the wall starts cracking, and sure enough it spread wide open by a giant explosion. Mayor immediately blocks the attack with his powers, but notices that they were not pushing each other in any way. So, his opponent is at the same level as him. While he charges in, he asks if this is the Gorgon Fortress Master, but when he clashes blades, he notices water as Kimin was the one to attack. He explains that he is not the Fortress Master, but someone he knows well enough. So, he is here to get his payback from 900 years ago. Kamen tries to attack Mir, but using his breath ability, he creates a large smoke screen around them, which blocks Kamen's vision greatly. He looks around multiple times, but cannot even hope to sense Mir's presence. Despite having trained for so long, he really is too weak. That is when he remembers Jan's words that he can do it, that he believes in that fully. This gives Kimin the push he needs, and his senses become sharper than ever, allowing him to detect Mayor, who was above him, and strike in just a second. Mayor backs away, but he has been hit pretty badly, and he is naturally shocked to see that Kimin could notice his presence so well. This makes him full to the brim with rage, as he thinks that Kamen has become too arrogant for his own good. Somewhere close, Hwan tells Chung Ho that he is going to the Pleasure Palace and bringing the mayor with him. He is sure that Kimin is fully capable of handling this fight. Chung Hyo agrees and tells him a little something about the Pleasure Palace. The palace that is hidden by the fruit and narrow gate is at the very top of the Resurrection Palace, and the energy coming out of it is not good news. So, he should be careful, as he will try to reduce the monarchs heading to the Pleasure Palace with Kamen. Inside of the palace, the real Firewheel Monarch and Seven Fear Monarch wait for anyone to arrive, as what Chung Ho met previously were fakes. He charges in just like before, but these monarchs have ample time to dodge. They are quite surprised to see the Divine Physician in here, as they heard that the Gorgon Fortress Master was to be their opponent. But there is just him, an old and frail man. Chung Ho is surprised that they dodged his slash with such ease. The two monarchs say that it is not too late for him. If he brings the Gorgon Fortress Master here, everything will be forgiven. Even if he was able to handle the two of them at once, he will not be able to deal with all of the brigadier generals that are safeguarding the fruits. Chung Ho tells them to stop yapping, as they will solve all of this through fighting like they should have in the first place. In the inside of the Resurrection Palace, at the Pleasure Palace to be precise, tons of people seem to be having fun. The timid monarch Rieka notes that the stuff that is happening at the main gate has gotten to be quite loud. Should they not go and have a look just in case? The second dragon monarch tells him to relax, as Mir will surely deal with them. The fourth dragon monarch is not bothered by the conversation and is just enjoying the lady's company. The third dragon monarch notes that it just does not feel good if he does not stop by this place whenever he is in chaos, and the fifth dragon monarch agrees. It would be pain if they get their gems cut off by the female monarch alliance in the Almighty Land. After all, he does not want to lose his because he did something stupid. The first dragon monarch, who is sitting somewhere private, wonders why the chaos people have a problem with living in this place, as it is really nice. The fight outside continues as the cups in this place begin to shake because of it. And Rieka thinks that this just does not sound good no matter what. He tries to make the others look outside even for a second, but they will not budge, as they believe the palace master will take care of it. They do not need to ruin their fun for such a thing. Rieka still presses them about it. As if something were to happen, how can they deal with the consequences? Before he can yap again, the fourth dragon monarch throws his cup at his head, as he was too damn noisy. He should just shut up and stay still instead of ruining their fun like this. If he really is bothered by it, he should go check out what is happening himself. Rieka starts gripping his staff out of anger, and the fourth dragon monarch sees this as an invitation to fight. The others start looking at Rieka with vicious red eyes, which makes him tremble. So he notes that it was not his intention to insult. He will go to look alone. The others laugh at him as he leaves. But Rieka looks back at them and promises that one day he will have his revenge no matter what. Suddenly, the first dragon monarch slowly but surely begins staring at him with an even deeper malice than the others combined. This makes him run away in fear, and the fourth dragon monarch thanks him, as he knows how to deal with noisy people very well. The first dragon monarch explains that he just hates noise. That is all there is to it. While they laugh at his expense, a purple light that they have put for ambience begins to flicker, and static begins to appear above them, as the light is almost put out by the sheer force. The others notice this only after Siren and Hwan are above them, and they are naturally surprised. But Jaehwan does not give them the time to regroup and charges in swiftly. The monarchs manage to get away from the blast just in time, but that does not mean that they did not see the amount of power that the attack had. Jaehwan stands surrounded by them, and the first dragon monarch thinks that he must be the Gorgon Fortress Master. Jaehwan confirms it, and the first dragon monarch notes that he must be insane to come here all by himself. Though is he here to keep his word perhaps? Jaehwan denies that notion and explains that he is here to do one simple thing, to kill all of them. The first dragon monarch smiles, and he notes that a lowly soul of chaos should not dare to even think of such a thing. Truly, his arrogance knows no limits. Seeing that he is out for blood, Siren warns John to dodge the incoming attack, but it moves too swiftly and Jan is thrown at the wall. He is not keen on giving up, however, and so he tries to use the momentum to throw himself back at his enemy. But that is when the other monarchs charge in, forcing him to dodge if he does not want to be struck. Jaehwan throws himself at the floor, but he swiftly gets up. As against these opponents, there is no time to sit still. The first dragon monarch tells him to stand more proudly, as he will make him pay with his life for disrupting their moment of peace like this. Even if he struggles as much as he can, he will not leave this pleasure palace alive. He orders the other monarchs to attack, and in that second, they all transform into swift red lines due to the amount of speed that they are moving with. Jaehwan tries to hit them, but the attack is too slow, and he gets mocked because of this. A powerful attack is useless if it does not hit a single thing. Jaehwan notices that these bastards are very coordinated as they are attacking him one after another without resting at all. They will be troublesome to deal with, that is for sure. The third dragon monarch tries to hit him with an awfully heavy attack, allowing Jaehwan to attack him afterwards, but the attack was quite weak, so it bought him only a few seconds of time. Seeing an opportunity, the second and fourth dragon monarchs attack him at the same time, which deals some decent damage. The fourth dragon monarch says that no matter how strong he may be, he cannot win against them by his lonesome. The second dragon monarch notes that even a major general is not able to block their combined attacks alone. Jaehwan agrees with them. It is tough to deal with all of them individually. However, since it is so damn annoying, he will blast all of them at once. That will make his job much easier. He does just that and unleashes a mighty attack that can be heard by Chungho, who is still fighting the two monarchs. After the attack is fully discharged, everything around Jaehwan is crumbled, and he is also in a very poor state. Unfortunately for him, the attack did not hit anyone, as the first dragon monarch has blocked his attack by himself, clearly telling him that they are worlds apart when it comes to strength. Siren watches all of this happen from above and thinks that she did not expect the first dragon monarch to defend so easily against such a powerful attack. Are these people who are tasked with defending the Resurrection Palace really on such a different level? The first dragon monarch pulls out his sword and cannot believe that he dares to ambush the Resurrection Palace with those petty and awfully weak tricks. He is truly mocking them in more ways than he can count. However, to rectify his awful and arrogant behavior, he will show him the difference between them. He will have to face that all that he is just a vermin of chaos, powerless and brittle. Suddenly, every monarch near the first dragon monarch is assimilated in a red yet dark cloud that emits a powerful wind. The first dragon monarch comes out, but in a different form, that of a true dragon. He should be feeling honored right now, as this is too valuable of a technique to use on someone as lowly as him. But he must show him just how weak he truly is and crush his dreams right now. The first dragon monarch charges at Jaehwan without any remorse, but Jan swiftly moves away and attacks him the moment he gets the chance to. The attack fails to penetrate the protective barrier surrounding the first dragon monarch. Observing his futile efforts, Jaehwan retreats backward. The first dragon monarch taunts him mockingly. Did he truly believe he could inflict even a scratch? Jaehwan gets pushed further back but stabilizes himself using his sword. This opening allows the first dragon monarch to prepare a devastating strike, which Jaehwan attempts blocking with his thrust. Their powers collide violently as both fighters exert maximum effort. Eventually, the first dragon monarch's superior force prevails, landing the attack squarely on Jaehwan. After the dust settles partially, no trace of Jaehwan remains visible. The first dragon monarch remarks what a tragedy this is. Had he remained concealed, he could have lived considerably longer, perhaps even happily. Unfortunately, his arrogance shortened his existence. Suddenly, Jaehwan materializes seemingly from nowhere, landing directly upon the first dragon monarch, who reacts with justified surprise. Jaehwan declares it's his turn for offense now, prompting the first dragon monarch to raise his barrier, while questioning whether Jaehwan learned nothing from previous failures. His attacks cannot breach the scale barrier regardless of effort. Jaehwan responds that they won't know without testing it, concentrating all his energy into a singular point. The first dragon monarch notices this concentration too, and genuine fear for his safety surfaces. He begins gliding evasively, eventually slamming his head into the floor to prevent Jaehwan's intended action. After executing this maneuver, the first dragon monarch anticipates finding Jaehwan on the ground, but discovers him absent. Jaehwan hovers above him. He observes that dragons talk excessively, then unleashes a concentrated thrust that drives the first dragon monarch deeper into the floor while completely destroying the palace roof. Kamen, having already defeated Mayor, witnesses this occurrence and feels relieved the fortress master succeeded as well. Chungho, who also vanquished his opponents, hears the attack followed by silence. Apparently, everything concluded favorably considering the once mighty first dragon monarch now sits defeated on the ground, felled by Jaehwan's blade. Siren observes this outcome, thinking she didn't anticipate such success when Jaehwan proposed attacking with only 4 people. Yet surprisingly, he delivered excellent results. The first dragon monarch reverts to human form, but sustained damage persists, resulting in a completely missing arm. He begins screaming at Jaehwan. He will absolutely make him regret this, as this level of humiliation demands repayment beyond 1,000 deaths. This isn't finished, he will return to this palace and tear him apart. Regardless of actions taken or blows delivered, they cannot die. Jaehwan confirms this accuracy since they came through the narrow gate after all. The first dragon monarch expresses surprise at this knowledge. This means Jaehwan also understands that while their bodies and souls connect to their brains, death proves impossible, as they'll return to the almighty land upon such separation. Before premature celebration, Jaehwan severs the connection between him and his brain. The first dragon monarch wails in agony as Jaehwan questions how facing true death feels. The first dragon monarch examines his hand, unable to believe Jaehwan managed cutting the brain link. Such feats shouldn't be possible. That's when realization strikes he doesn't want to die. He resorts to desperate pleading. What does Jaehwan desire? Skills perhaps? Status maybe? He'll provide anything requested. He'll petition the Grand Monarch. The remaining conscious monarchs hear everything. Their once venerated leader now grovels on the ground, begging for mercy regardless of cost. Both Jaehwan and Siren regard him with disgust. Without mercy, Jaehwan drives his sword through the first dragon monarch's neck, killing him instantly. Rieka, who observed this entire sequence, collapses to the ground, unable to accept that one of the 5 dragon monarchs has perished. He intended checking around after hearing commotion inside. Regardless, he must now inform the major generals about this entire situation, and speed is essential. Suddenly, Chungho appears behind him with an unsettlingly creepy expression, questioning his destination and intended report recipient. Both Kamen and Chungho arrive at Jaehwan's location, dragging their defeated opponents. Jaehwan congratulates them on excellent work, and Chungho mentions they captured everyone alive as instructed, though the difficulty warrants gratitude. Jaehwan notices additional cargo, and Chungho explains discovering him snooping near the entrance. Siren recognizes him as the timid monarch, someone possessing general-level brigadier spirit power, but despised by others since his skills lack impressiveness. Chungho questions why orders specified keeping these individuals alive. Jaehwan states bluntly that he must ensure their deaths. He begins severing all their brain links before butchering them on the spot, while Rieka watches, thinking this entire nightmare. Following the Resurrection Palace's appearance, monarchs seemingly obtained immortality. Mortals must count their remaining days since lifespans are limited. However, monarchs who gained immortality through the fruit needn't do so. They've forgotten death's very concept at this point. Nevertheless, Ryuka feels certain death approaches by this person's hands. He's rediscovered his fear of death after all this time. He begs Jaehwan for mercy, claiming no fighting intention existed. Siren considers leaving him alive unwise. Jaehwan decides sparing him since he requires a witness and the fruit's location. Ryuka immediately points upward there above them in a vault. The vault is called Reverse, created by a mayor who was a renowned artisan. He only knows it generates passwords infinitely, making unlocking difficult without the Resurrection Palace Master's help, whom Jaehwan just killed. However, circumstances might differ if a renowned artisan mayor with exceptional skills existed among them. Without alternatives, Jaehwan prepares thrusting the vault, but Chungho advises controlling his strength, while Kamen laments lacking such an artisan mayor among them. Seeing these individuals missing her point, Siren simply unlocks the vault, which slowly begins opening, bathing everyone in golden light. Kamen is most shocked by this. These fruits represent what the Abyss expedition departed for originally. Emotional waves strike him as he remembers his mentor and the irreplaceable lessons learned. After extensive time, they finally hold it in their hands. They collect all remaining fruits, which number very few, and Chungho speculates they must have consumed tremendous quantities until now. With only these, distribution among Gorgon's people proves impossible, let alone the entire Chaos region. Kamen regards the fruit with sadness, which Jaehwan notices. He tells him it's acceptable to have it. Truly, he's most qualified to reclaim his life. Time has come for his own choice, which won't bring shame regardless of decision. Kamen reflects that too much time has passed and the fight was long, where everyone endured excessive hardships. He still remembers souls that sacrificed themselves for even a chance at the fruits and the indignity the living experienced. This should reward all those difficult times. However, he rejects this reward, crushing the fruit with his bare hand. The others react with natural shock except Jaehwan. They question his actions and Jaehwan asks why he destroyed the fruit. Kamen explains doing so because only 10 fruits remain. The moment he held it, realization struck that these fruits will become conflict seeds, causing them to fight each other, hoping at least 10 people will return to life. If that occurred, chaos would never be saved. Jaehwan smiles. This was an incredibly difficult decision. Kamen asks what they'll do with other fruits since some remain. Jaehwan, like Kamen, destroys the fruit beneath his boot, with Chungho joking everyone would die of shock witnessing that. Jaehwan believed Kamen would act this way from the start because he's like this. He chooses solitary despair while longing for the true salvation everyone deserves. Jaehwan questions whether he'll regret his decision, but Kamen notes that's unlikely. Suddenly, a portal materializes above Kamen, and deadly force strikes him, sending him into the ground. This was executed by Major General Storm Monarch Kael, a 10th stage adapter. Before Chungho can react, he's grabbed from behind and thrown into the wall by the silent monarch, Megiddo. Jaehwan doesn't know where to focus his attention. Suddenly, a man notes he's crossed the line. After all, this has now become a matter that cannot be resolved by merely taking his life. Rhea recognizes this man. It's Samyeong Garam. Even among major generals, he's considered a monster because of his strength. He must hide now to avoid getting dragged into his sights. Garam instructs Kael and Megiddo to charge, which they instantly do. While Jaehwan tells Siren to drag the injured away, Megiddo binds his hands and feet, allowing Kael to strike him, but he manages dodging. Even with all this, the relentless assault doesn't stop, and Jaehwan gets pushed back by the sheer attack volume. Seeing a clear opportunity, Kael uses his abilities, pushing Jaehwan into the wall, making both attackers think he's just a weakling who dreamed too much an insect. With that, they both charge to finish him off. But with newfound confidence, Jaehwan looks at them with his glistening golden eyes. Back when Jaehwan destroyed Manticore, Chungho told him his abilities are truly amazing, and this ability shouldn't be called a strong thrust, but a world thrust. However, he personally thought avoiding overuse of such powerful attacks was wise. He explained that the Awakened can use their spirit power without restriction, but in exchange, they'll consume mental power. If he constantly used such messy and huge techniques, collapse would be certain. Jaehwan thinks otherwise now the guys he's fighting are at the same level as when he arrived in Chaos. He needs eliminating them now while they still underestimate his strength. He breaks out of restraints and plants his feet firmly on the ground to prepare for the forthcoming attack. His sword starts glowing electric red and opens its gaping mouth, showing this world's true reality. With a loud scream, Jaehwan unleashes 5 consecutive world thrusts, all stacked into one, instantly taking out the attackers who toyed with him earlier. Garam watches all this with eager eyes, and Siren barely manages escaping the attack range. After everything concludes, Garam notes he didn't believe he could exert so much power just with physical force. What a truly incredible individual. Truly, it's been too long since he found someone worth fighting like him. Many moons ago, there was a mayor who searched for the monarchs of the 12 regions. All the monarchs he'd met previously rejected his request. But this didn't make him give up. The last region he visited was the 9th one, where he met Garam and asked him to join the Abyss expedition. He tried pleading with him, explaining that this world's value of existence and exaltation of life isn't normal in the slightest, and that he should remember the suffering mixed with anger he felt when he was weak. This entire world, this entire system can be destroyed if they eliminate the first nightmare at the very top of the illusion tree. Garam refused and said he was dreaming of delusions. This must have been why Pitch Darkness didn't wish to meet him. He should already know that the Almighty Land is a place reserved only for the strong. So if he wishes to change that, he should show him what he's truly capable of. What followed was a battle lasting 3 days and nights. But on the 3rd day, Garam finally acknowledged the mayor's pure strength. Back then, Garam thought that if the mayor is this strong without using any magic, then he's the only one qualified to talk about the illusion tree. After their fight, the mayor ran around various places, including Chaos, and gathered enough people to head for the Abyss to change the world. However, after the monarch stole the fruits from them, the mayor seemingly disappeared and nothing had changed at all. Jaehwan attacks first, and Garam notes he indeed has powerful attacks. However, that's not enough to be considered powerful. He puts his hand forward and blocks the attack with ease while saying he has all the cards he needs in his hand, but he cannot use them as he doesn't have the right class. At this level, he's no different than a squire raising a sword for the first time. Does he not agree? In that second, Garam closes the distance between them, and before Jaehwan can react, he punches him so hard he's sent flying at very high speeds into the nearby wall. Garam tells him to stand up as he knows he's not done yet. Jaehwan does just that, and the same fiery confidence burns in him once again. Garam notes that if he dares to speak of the illusion tree, he should first show how truly strong he is. Jaehwan thinks that this guy is stronger than the 2 weapons combined, but he's not using a special technique, it seems. So even if he tries to read him with question, the amount of experience he has gathered is too stacked up. Still, he is too strong. But why is that? Can simple experience truly be this strong? He charges in once again with a much powerful attack. But Garam is not impressed and hopes that this rather weak attack isn't the only thing he has left. However, Jaehwan changes his footing skillfully, dashes towards Garam's back, and uses a world thrust to potentially finish him up. Garam notes that he's relying only on cheap tricks, and also changes his footing, allowing him to challenge his world thrust with a very similar punch attack. Jaehwan is shocked to see that this attack is on the level of world thrust, but he doesn't have time to think about much else as Garam charges in and hits him with precise accuracy. He gently lands on the ground and explains that spirit power cannot work on him at all. In the end, the spirit power that he is using is something that the system cannot supply him with. But awakened like him are trying to destroy this system's world with it. Because of this foolish mistake, they do not know that this world is someone else's unique world. While being held up, Jaehwan thinks that if it's true, Garam's power is more natural than spirit power the world itself, perhaps even the root of power. This guy is the system's world. His eyes open wide, and he begins activating his own reality, Moon Eye. But Garam isn't impressed in the slightest, as this is a non-fundamental technique and a unique world without the original creation, which is no different than petty sorcery. Garam kicks Jaehwan into the ground and then punts him across the room once again. If he's being honest, he is rather disappointed as the awakening he knows of is not this weak. He unleashes another attack on him, which Jaehwan tries to defend himself from. But even with his sword held between him and the attack, his hands begin to burn from the power and his flesh starts to peel away. He manages to clear the attack away, but he knows that this is not good as the momentum of Moon Eyes is not doing anything right now. Garam has had enough of playing around as he has met a potentially worthy enemy. But he is not excited in the slightest. He should hurry up and open the beginning of this world. He should show him his world. Jaehwan thinks that Genesis was the 8th door of rewards in the 8 gates of hell. In that room, Mullock left behind the reward called the Record of the Abyss and a story of the stage of awakening. Following the rules of awakening, the keywords can change. But the awakening itself is almost always composed of 6 stages created this way in order to destroy the existing world. The first stage is doubt, the second is understanding, and the third is self-surrendering. These 3 stages are a part of the first half named Fallen World. After they are completed, stages are needed to create a new world. The last 3 stages are a part of Genesis, the latter half. Jaehwan felt that the next stage of awakening was happening to him, but he did not understand what Genesis truly meant. Garam thinks that he is truly pathetic. Does he really have difficulty with using his own world? He is not the patient type, so he will need to forcibly open it and check it himself if he wants to have any sort of fun. He aims an attack directly at where Siren is hiding with Chong-ho and Kanan, which Jaehwan notices. He rushes to help them, which makes Garam smile with his bare teeth. Jaehwan thinks that this life is everything to these people as he can revive any time. But to them, this world is the only world that they have and know. Siren notices that he is standing right in front of the attack, but she cannot do anything to help him. So, he takes the full brunt of it. The dust slowly begins to clear away, and Siren is surprised to see Jaehwan still standing. This occurrence has made him understand something important. The only world he knew was growing up with his parents, going to school and making friends, crying, laughing, being sad or devastated, all of these countless and precious memories. The him from back then could never question the world he was in. He existed only because he did not question the world, and the world system was created through absolute certainty. That means the thing he needs to start Genesis is true conviction in his own world. Belief is a strong conviction that is sometimes forgotten, and in order for a world to be born, it means that it needs overpowering belief, something which he cannot hope to do alone. Not only the him from the present, but the him from his past memories needs to yearn for a new world. Garam charges in with another punch as he is tired of waiting. But Jaehwan doesn't pay it any mind as he begins pleading with his past self. Some say that the world he wants is fake and it's only a method for him to escape reality. There is no reason for them to help him with this. Jaehwan knows that he cannot convince every version of himself. So if they are not going to help him and only drag him down, they should get lost as he doesn't need them anymore.